Hey everyone, welcome back to Harry Reality Bender. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If Harry Sued the Entire Wizarding World at Age 11? If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Unexpected Plaintiff. The brass knocker on the immense oak door of Gringotts Wizarding Bank gleamed in the July sunlight as Harry Potter shifted nervously from one foot to the other. Only weeks had passed since Hagrid had delivered the shocking news of his true identity, yet here he stood, about to step into another fragment of the world that had been hidden from him for a decade. Go on then, Hagrid encouraged, his beetle-black eyes crinkling at the corners. Ye've got your key, and I've got me own business. Meet ya back here in an hour. Harry nodded, clutching the small golden key Hagrid had given him. An hour. Right. As Hagrid lumbered away on some mysterious errand for Dumbledore, Harry pushed open the heavy door and entered the bank. The vast marble hall stretched before him, lined with long counters where goblins sat on high stools, scribbling in ledgers and weighing coins. Despite their diminutive stature, something about their calculating expressions made Harry straighten his posture. He approached the nearest available goblin, who was examining a ruby through an eyeglass. "Excuse me," Harry said, his voice stronger than he felt. "I'd like to access my vault, please." The goblin peered down at him over half-moon spectacles. "Key?" Harry held out the small golden key. The goblin examined it with narrowed eyes before nodding once. "Very well. Griphook will take you down." A younger goblin appeared at Harry's elbow and led him toward one of the doors leading off the hall. Before they reached it, Harry had a sudden thought. "Sir," he said, addressing Griphook, "is there anything else I should know about my account? This is my first time here." Griphook stopped so abruptly that Harry nearly collided with him. The goblin's expression shifted from bored indifference to something more calculating. "You've never received account statements?" Griphook asked. "No," Harry replied. "I didn't even know about any of this until yesterday." Griphook's long fingers tightened around his ring of keys. "That is, irregular. Follow me, Mr. Potter. I believe we should speak with account manager Nagnok before proceeding to your vault." Instead of the door they'd been approaching, Griphook led Harry through an ornate archway and down a corridor lined with darkly paneled doors. They stopped at one bearing a brass nameplate etched with goblin script and, beneath it, the words, "Potter Family Holdings." Harry's breath caught. "Potter Family Holdings? There's more than just my vault." Griphook's expression was unreadable. "Much more, Mr. Potter. That is precisely why this situation requires attention." The goblin rapped sharply on the door, and a gravelly voice called for them to enter. Inside, an older goblin with silver-streaked hair and a scar running from his left temple to his jaw sat behind a desk covered in parchments and ledgers. "Account manager Nagnok," Griphook said with a slight bow, "Mr. Harry Potter has come to access his vault. He states he has never received financial statements and was unaware of his holdings until yesterday." Nagnok's quill froze mid-stroke. His dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the boy shift uncomfortably. "Is this true, Mr. Potter?" Nagnok asked, setting down his quill. "Yes, sir," Harry replied. "I was raised by my Muggle aunt and uncle. They told me my parents died in a car crash. I knew nothing about magic or Gringotts until Hagrid brought me my Hogwarts letter yesterday." The silence that followed seemed to vibrate with tension. Nagnok and Griphook exchanged a look that Harry couldn't interpret. "This is a serious matter," Nagnok said at last. "The Potter vaults are among our oldest and most significant. You should have been receiving quarterly statements since your parents' deaths. Furthermore, you should have been informed of your inheritance and family history upon your 8th birthday, as specified in your parents' will." Harry's heart seemed to stop. "Their will? I didn't know they had a will." "Of course they had a will," Nagnok replied, his tone sharpening. James Potter was the last of an ancient line. The will was read and executed shortly after their deaths. The goblin pulled a thick leather-bound ledger from a shelf behind him and began flipping through it. "Here," he said, turning the ledger so Harry could see. "The will was witnessed by Sirius Black, Albus Dumbledore, and myself. It contains specific instructions regarding your guardianship, your inheritance, and the management of the Potter estates until you came of age." Harry stared at the document, his parents' signatures at the bottom sending an unexpected pang through his chest. These flowing lines were the only trace of his parents' hands he'd ever seen. "What did it say about my guardianship?" he asked, his mouth suddenly dry. Nagnock consulted another page. "In the event of both their deaths, you were to be placed with your godfather, Sirius Black. Should he be unable to take custody, a list of alternative guardians was provided: Frank and Alice Longbottom, Minerva McGonagall, or Andromeda and Ted Tonks." Harry felt as though the floor had dropped away beneath him. "I've never heard of any of those people. I was sent to live with my mother's sister, Petunia Dursley, and her husband." "The Dursleys were explicitly excluded as potential guardians," Nagnock said, his finger tracing down the parchment. "The will states, under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley." A hot surge of anger flashed through Harry. "Then why was I sent to them? Who decided that?" "The will was superseded by the Ministry of Magic and Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore," Nagnock replied, turning another page. "They invoked an emergency powers provision following the events of that night. Your godfather was imprisoned without trial, the Longbottoms were incapacitated, and Dumbledore convinced the Wizengamot that your safety required placement with blood relatives despite your parents' wishes." Harry's hands clenched into fists. "Without trial? What happened to Sirius Black?" "He was accused of betraying your parents to the Dark Lord and murdering 12 muggles and a wizard named Peter Pettigrew," Nagnock explained, his tone neutral. "He was sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban without formal proceedings due to the chaotic nature of the time." Harry's mind raced, trying to process everything. "And my inheritance? You mentioned estates, plural." "Indeed." Nagnock pulled a different ledger forward. "The Potter family owns numerous properties, business investments, and heirlooms beyond your trust vault. Your main family vault contains approximately 17 million galleons and numerous magical artifacts. There are Potter properties in Godric's Hollow, London, Scotland, and France. You also own significant minority stakes in several wizarding businesses, including Quality Quidditch Supplies, Flourish and Blots, and the Daily Prophet." Harry's jaw dropped. "I'm rich." "Exceedingly," Nagnock confirmed. "You are, in fact, one of Britain's wealthiest wizards. All of which makes the irregularities surrounding your case even more concerning. Who's been managing all this if I didn't even know about it?" Harry asked, suspicion darkening his tone. "A magical guardian was appointed by the Ministry, Albus Dumbledore," Nagnock replied. "He has overseen the Potter holdings in conjunction with Gringotts, though his authority extends only to maintenance. He cannot withdraw funds except for your educational expenses, nor can he sell properties or holdings." Harry's mind was spinning. In the space of 24 hours, he'd gone from being an unwanted burden in a cupboard to discovering he was not only a famous wizard but also an heir to a fortune. "I'd like to see all the documents related to my parents' will and my accounts," he said firmly. "And I want to know all my legal rights." Nagnock studied Harry for a long moment. "A comprehensive review would take considerable time, Mr. Potter. However, given the nature of these revelations, I believe we should consult someone with expertise in wizarding law who can represent your interests." "I don't know any magical lawyers," Harry admitted. "There is one who specializes in cases involving minors and inheritance law," Nagnock said. "Her name is Alexandra Winters. She is unusual in the wizarding world, but highly competent. Would you permit me to contact her?" Harry nodded. "Please do." While Nagnock dispatched an assistant, Griphook took Harry to his trust vault. As he filled a pouch with gold, silver, and bronze coins, Harry's mind wasn't on the wealth before him but on the revelations upstairs. By the time they returned to Nagnak's office, a woman was waiting for them. Alexandra Winters appeared to be in her early 40s, with silver-streaked dark hair pulled back in a practical knot. She wore charcoal grey robes that resembled a Muggle business suit more than the flowing garments Harry had seen on other witches. Sharp blue eyes assessed him through rectangular glasses as she extended her hand. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice crisp but not unfriendly. "Alexandra Winters, magical law advocate. I understand you've made some troubling discoveries today." "That's putting it mildly," Harry replied, shaking her hand. Something in her direct manner inspired confidence. "Nagnak has briefed me on the basics," she said, gesturing to several parchments spread before her. "With your permission, I'd like to represent your interests in this matter." "You're a wizard lawyer?" Harry asked. A slight smile curved her lips. "Not quite. I'm what's called a solicitor advocate in the wizarding legal system. And I'm a squib, born to magical parents but without magic myself. This gives me a unique perspective, as I've been educated in both Muggle and magical legal systems." "Why would that make you unusual?" Harry asked, genuinely curious. "The wizarding world is not particularly progressive regarding non-magical people," she replied frankly. "Even those born to wizarding families. However, this has allowed me to develop expertise in cases that cross between magical and Muggle jurisdictions, like yours." Harry considered this. "If you're willing to help me understand what's happened and what my options are, I'd appreciate your help." "Excellent," Alexandra said, her expression becoming businesslike. "Let's start with the most pressing concerns. Based on what Nagnak has shown me, there appear to be 3 major legal violations. First, the circumvention of your parents' will regarding your guardianship. Second, the failure to provide you with information about your inheritance. And third, the apparent lack of oversight regarding your magical guardian's decisions about your welfare." She pulled out a fresh piece of parchment. "Tell me about your life with the Dursleys, Mr. Potter." For the next hour, Harry described his upbringing, the cupboard under the stairs, Dudley's bullying, the neglect, the occasional physical punishment, the constant emotional abuse. As he spoke, Alexandra's expression remained professionally neutral, but her quill moved rapidly across the parchment, and her eyes grew increasingly cold. "Mr. Potter," she said when he'd finished, "what you're describing constitutes serious child neglect and abuse under both Muggle and magical law. The fact that you were placed there against your parents' explicit wishes, by individuals who then failed to monitor your welfare, represents a catastrophic failure of the wizarding guardianship system. What can be done about it?" Harry asked. "That depends on what you want," Alexandra replied. "We could pursue several avenues. The most straightforward would be to petition for the execution of your parents' will as originally written, with the appointment of one of their chosen guardians. We could also seek damages for the mishandling of your case." "Damages?" Harry repeated. "Financial compensation for the hardships you've endured," she explained. "Though I suspect, given your financial situation, what you're really seeking is accountability rather than money." Harry nodded slowly. "I want to know why. Why I was sent to people who hated me when there were others who might have wanted me. Why no one ever checked on me. Why no one told me who I really was." Alexandra studied him for a moment. "Those are reasonable questions that deserve answers. The most direct approach would be to file a formal inquiry with the Wizengamot, essentially, the wizarding high court and legislative body. This would compel testimony from everyone involved in these decisions." "Including Dumbledore?" Harry asked. "Especially Dumbledore," Alexandra confirmed. "As both your appointed magical guardian and chief warlock of the Wizengamot, his role in this situation requires particular scrutiny." Harry hesitated, remembering Hagrid's reverence for Dumbledore. "I'm supposed to start at Hogwarts in September. Would this complicate things?" "Undoubtedly," Alexandra said frankly. Legal proceedings of this nature would attract significant attention. You're already famous in the wizarding world, Mr. Potter. Challenging figures of authority like Albus Dumbledore would make you even more of a public figure. She leaned forward slightly. However, you should also consider the cost of inaction. The people who placed you with the Dursleys and failed to monitor your welfare remain in positions of power over you and other children. The system that failed you continues unchallenged. Harry thought about the cupboard under the stairs. About 10 years of hand-me-downs and hunger and loneliness. About the casual cruelty of the Dursleys, who had never wanted him and had made sure he knew it every day of his life. He thought about his parents, who had tried to protect him even after death with their will, only to have their wishes ignored. I want to file the inquiry, he said, his voice firmer than he expected. I want answers. And I don't want any other kid to go through what I did because someone decided they knew better than their parents. Alexandra nodded, something like approval flashing in her eyes. Very well. We can draft the initial filing today. However, you should be aware that this will likely trigger several automatic legal processes. Once we file, the ministry will have to appoint an interim guardian while your case is pending, as Dumbledore will be forced to recuse himself due to conflict of interest. Who would that be? Harry asked warily. Normally, the next most senior member of the Wizengamot, Alexandra replied. However, given the circumstances, I would advise requesting a neutral third party, perhaps Madame Amelia Bones, who heads the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She has a reputation for fairness and is not closely aligned with any faction. Harry nodded. That sounds reasonable. There's one more thing you should consider, Alexandra added, her expression grave. Filing this inquiry will not make you popular with certain powerful elements in the wizarding world. Dumbledore has many supporters who believe he can do no wrong. The ministry officials who approve these arrangements will not appreciate being called to account. Are you prepared for that backlash? Harry met her gaze steadily. Ms. Winters, I've spent my whole life being hated for existing by the people who were supposed to care for me. I'm used to unfair treatment. But this might be the first time I can actually do something about it. A rare smile appeared on Alexandra's face. In that case, Mr. Potter, let's proceed. For the next 3 hours, Harry and Alexandra worked with Nagnok to compile evidence and prepare the necessary legal documents. Alexandra explained the wizarding legal system as they worked, a complex blend of ancient magical traditions, precedent, and statute that had evolved over centuries in isolation from Muggle law. The primary filing will be a petition for inquiry into guardianship malfeasance, Alexandra explained, drafting the document with a quill that seemed to anticipate the legal phrases she needed. We'll include sub-petitions for the enforcement of your parents' will, an investigation into Sirius Black's imprisonment without trial, and a formal review of your placement with the Dursleys. By late afternoon, the documents were ready. Harry signed each one with a blood quill, wincing at the momentary sting as the enchanted pen used his own blood to create a magically binding signature. The filing will be submitted to the Wizengamot Administrative Office tomorrow morning, Alexandra said. Given your status and the severity of the allegations, I expect they'll schedule an initial hearing within a week. In the meantime, you'll need to decide where to stay. Harry hadn't considered this. I can't go back to the Dursleys. You could, Alexandra said carefully. But once the petition is filed, it might be unwise. Additionally, the filing will trigger a child welfare investigation, which means the Dursleys will be notified of the allegations against them. Harry grimaced, imagining Uncle Vernon's reaction. They won't take that well. No, I don't imagine they will, Alexandra agreed. The Leaky Cauldron offers rooms, but as a minor, you would need adult supervision. I could arrange temporary guardianship through the DMLE until the hearing, which would allow you to stay with an approved family. Do you have someone in mind? Harry asked. Arthur and Molly Weasley are registered emergency foster carers for magical children, Alexandra said. They have 7 children of their own, including a son your age who will be starting Hogwarts this year. They're good people, if somewhat chaotic. Before Harry could respond, the door to Nagnak's office opened, and Hagrid's massive form appeared, looking concerned. "There ya are, Harry. Been lookin' all over fair ya. It's been hours." Harry glanced at the clock on the wall and realized with shock that it was nearly 5 o'clock. They'd been working for over 6 hours. "I'm sorry, Hagrid," Harry said. "I had some important business to take care of." Hagrid's eyes moved from Harry to Alexandra, then to the document spread across the desk. His bushy eyebrows drew together. "What's all this, then?" Alexandra stood and extended her hand. "Alexandra Winters, magical law advocate. I'm representing Mr. Potter in some personal legal matters." "Legal matters?" Hagrid repeated, looking bewildered. What sort of legal matters would Harry have? He's just a boy. "That's precisely the issue, Mr. Hagrid," Alexandra replied coolly. "Mr. Potter's status as a minor has been used to justify various decisions made against his best interests. We're seeking to address that." Hagrid's expression clouded. "Ya should talk to Professor Dumbledore about any concerns, Harry. He's always looked out fair ya, made sure ya were safe." Harry felt a flicker of doubt, but Alexandra spoke before he could. "It is precisely Professor Dumbledore's decisions that are under review," she said firmly. "Mr. Potter has discovered some troubling information about his placement with the Dursleys and the management of his family affairs. He has chosen to seek legal clarification." Hagrid looked genuinely distressed. "Harry, I don't think you understand what you're doing. Dumbledore is the greatest wizard alive. He had reasons for everything he did. Then he can explain those reasons to the Wizengamot," Harry replied, more sharply than he'd intended. "Hagrid, did you know my parents had a will? That they specifically said I should never go to the Dursleys?" Hagrid's mouth opened and closed several times. "Well, no, but, did you know I slept in a cupboard under the stairs until my Hogwarts letter arrived? That I've been treated like a servant by the Dursleys for 10 years. Did anyone ever check?" The giant man's expression crumpled. "I didn't know about any that, Harry. But Dumbledore must have had his reasons, that's what we're going to find out," Harry said firmly. "I'm not trying to cause trouble, Hagrid. I just want to understand why things happened the way they did." Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. "I should tell Professor Dumbledore about this." "You may inform the professor that he'll be receiving official notice of the inquiry tomorrow," Alexandra said smoothly. "In the meantime, Mr. Potter needs to make arrangements for alternative accommodation, given the circumstances." "I can take him back to the Dursleys," Hagrid offered, though he didn't sound enthusiastic about the idea. "Actually, Ms. Winters suggested I might stay with a family called the Weasleys until this is sorted out," Harry said. "Do you know them?" Hagrid's expression brightened slightly. "The Weasleys? Good people, they are. Arthur works at the ministry, and Molly's about the best mother ya could ask for. They've got a boy your age, Ron, and twins who are a right laugh." He hesitated. "But I'm not sure Dumbledore would. Professor Dumbledore's authority as Mr. Potter's magical guardian will be suspended once the petition is filed," Alexandra interrupted. "Pending the inquiry's outcome, Madame Bones of the DMLE will serve as interim guardian, and she will make the placement decision." Hagrid looked torn. "I don't like the sound of all this, Harry. Legal matters and inquiries, it's not how things are usually done." "Maybe that's the problem," Harry replied quietly. After some further discussion, Alexandra agreed to contact the Weasleys and Madame Bones to arrange Harry's temporary placement. Hagrid reluctantly agreed to accompany Harry to Diagon Alley the following day to complete his school shopping and meet Alexandra for an update. That night, Harry stayed at the Leaky Cauldron under Hagrid's supervision. The giant man was subdued, clearly troubled by the day's revelations. "Hagrid," Harry said as they sat in Harry's room after dinner, "I'm not trying to cause problems. But don't you think it's strange that no one ever checked on me? That no one told me anything about my parents or my magic or even my own history until now. Hagrid sighed heavily, the wooden chair creaking under his weight. It does sound strange when you put it like that. I just never thought to question Dumbledore's decisions. He's always had reasons for the things he does, always workin' for the greater good. The greater good doesn't feel very good when you're the one paying the price, Harry said softly. Hagrid had no response to that. The next morning, Hagrid and Harry returned to Gringotts, where Alexandra was waiting with news. I've spoken with Madame Bones, she reported. She's agreed to serve as your interim guardian and has approved your placement with the Weasleys pending their consent. I've contacted Molly Weasley, who was, surprised, but willing. She'll meet us here at 11. And the petition? Harry asked. Filed at 9 o'clock sharp, Alexandra confirmed. The Wizengamot Administrative Services has already set a preliminary hearing for next Monday. That gives us 5 days to prepare. Hagrid cleared his throat awkwardly. I should be gettin' back to Hogwarts. Dumbledore will be expectant a report. Of course, Alexandra said neutrally. Mr. Potter will be in good hands, I assure you. After Hagrid departed, with a bear hug for Harry and a troubled glance at Alexandra, they completed Harry's school shopping. Alexandra proved to be knowledgeable about Hogwarts requirements, helping Harry select higher quality items than he might have chosen on his own. Consider this an investment in your education, she said when Harry hesitated over a deluxe potions kit. From what I understand, Professor Snape is exacting. Having proper equipment will remove one potential avenue of criticism. By 11 o'clock, they had returned to Gringotts, where a plump, red-haired witch was waiting in the lobby. She wore well-worn but neat robes and had a kind face that broke into a warm smile when Alexandra introduced Harry. Harry Potter. Goodness, what an unexpected turn of events, Molly Weasley said, briefly enveloping him in a motherly hug that left Harry blinking in surprise. When Ms. Winters contacted us last night, Arthur and I could hardly believe it. But of course, we're happy to help in any way we can. Thank you for agreeing to this, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said. I hope it's not too much trouble. Not at all, dear. We have plenty of room, well, we make do, and my Ron is your age. I think you'll get along splendidly. And with 7 children, one more hardly makes a difference. She gave a good-natured laugh. 7. Harry echoed, eyes widening. The 2 eldest are already out of the house, Molly explained. Bill works as a curse-breaker for Gringotts in Egypt, and Charlie's studying dragons in Romania. Percy's a 5th-year prefect, the twins Fred and George are 3rd years, Ron starting this year with you, and Ginny, our youngest, starts next year. Alexandra cleared her throat. Mrs. Weasley, I should explain that Harry's case is likely to attract significant attention. The Daily Prophet may attempt to contact you for comments. Molly's expression turned protective. They'll have to get past me first. Don't worry, Harry dear, we'll keep the vultures away. As they prepared to depart for the Weasley home, a commotion at the bank entrance drew their attention. Albus Dumbledore, resplendent in midnight blue robes spangled with silver stars, was striding toward them, his long white beard and hair flowing behind him. His normally twinkling blue eyes were serious behind half-moon spectacles. Ah, Harry, he said, his voice gentle but his gaze sharp. I've been looking for you. Hagrid was quite concerned. Harry straightened his shoulders. Professor Dumbledore. I thought you'd be receiving the official notice about the inquiry. Indeed I have, Dumbledore replied, his tone measured. Which is why I felt it imperative we speak before matters progress further. There are aspects of your situation that you may not fully understand. That's precisely the problem, Professor, Harry replied, surprised by his own boldness. There are many aspects of my situation I don't understand because no one has ever explained them to me. That's what the inquiry is for. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Alexandra. Ms. Winters. I believe you've been advising young Harry. "I've been retained as Mr. Potter's legal advocate," Alexandra replied coolly. "And I must advise you, headmaster, that with litigation pending, it would be inappropriate for you to discuss these matters with my client outside formal proceedings." "This is not a matter of mere legalities, Ms. Winters," Dumbledore said, a hint of steel entering his voice. "There are considerations of Harry's safety that transcend procedural concerns." "Those considerations should have been balanced against his welfare," Alexandra countered. "The fact that Mr. Potter was left in an abusive environment for 10 years suggests a failure of oversight that requires explanation." Dumbledore's expression tightened almost imperceptibly. "I assure you, every decision regarding Harry's placement was made with careful consideration of the unique circumstances surrounding his case." "Then you'll have the opportunity to explain those considerations to the Wizengamot," Alexandra replied. Molly Weasley, who had been watching this exchange with growing discomfort, stepped forward. "Professor Dumbledore, perhaps this isn't the best place for such a discussion. People are starting to stare." Indeed, several wizards and witches in the bank lobby had stopped their business to watch the confrontation between the famous headmaster and the boy wizard. Dumbledore seemed to gather himself. "You are quite right, Molly. Harry, I only ask that you consider coming to Hogwarts early. We could discuss these matters privately, and I could explain the reasoning behind decisions that, I acknowledge, must seem puzzling to you." "With respect, Headmaster," Alexandra interjected, "any such discussion should include Mr. Potter's legal representation and interim guardian, Madam Bones. Furthermore, given the nature of the allegations, it would be more appropriate for these discussions to occur in a formal setting." "Allegations," Dumbledore repeated, a flicker of something, disappointment. Hurt, crossing his face. "Is that how you view my actions, Harry? As something requiring allegations?" Harry felt a pang of doubt. Dumbledore seemed genuinely wounded. But then he remembered the cupboard, the hunger, the loneliness, the casual cruelty of the Dursleys. He remembered that his parents had tried to protect him from exactly that fate, and their wishes had been ignored. "I view them as actions that need explanation," Harry said carefully. "You placed me with people my parents specifically said I should never go to. No one ever checked on me. No one told me anything about my heritage or my parents or even that I was a wizard. I think I deserve to know why." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, a flash of genuine regret. "You do deserve explanations, Harry. And you shall have them. But I fear you may not find the answers as satisfying as you hope." "That's for Mr. Potter to determine," Alexandra said firmly. "Now, if you'll excuse us, we need to get him settled with his temporary guardians before meeting with Madam Bones." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Of course. Molly, please extend my regards to Arthur. Harry, I shall see you at the hearing, if not before." As Dumbledore turned to leave, he paused and looked back at Harry. "I want you to know, regardless of how these proceedings unfold, that you will always be welcome at Hogwarts. Your place there is assured." After he had gone, Molly let out a long breath. "Well. That was rather intense. Are you all right, Harry dear?" Harry nodded, though his stomach was knotted with tension. "I'm fine. Just, not used to confrontation." "You handled yourself remarkably well," Alexandra observed. "Now, shall we proceed to the Weasleys? I believe we have much to discuss before Monday's hearing." The journey to the Weasley home, a place called the Burrow in Ottery St. Catchpole, involved Harry's first experience with Flo powder, which left him dizzy and covered in soot. As he stumbled out of the fireplace, he found himself in the most unusual and welcoming house he had ever seen. The Burrow was a ramshackle, multi-story dwelling that seemed held together as much by magic as by conventional construction. Inside, every surface was covered with evidence of a large, busy family, magical photographs, hand-knitted items, books, games, and an eclectic collection of magical and mundane objects. "It's not much," Molly said apologetically as she led Harry through the cluttered but cozy kitchen. "But it's home." "It's brilliant," Harry replied honestly. A cacophony of footsteps announced the arrival of the Weasley children, who had apparently been waiting impatiently for their mother's return with the famous Harry Potter. First came a tall, thin boy with horn-rimmed glasses and an officious manner who introduced himself as Percy. He shook Harry's hand with exaggerated formality, as if greeting a visiting dignitary. Next were the twins, Fred and George, identical down to the mischievous glints in their eyes. They circled Harry like evaluators at a livestock show. "Blimey, he really does have the scar," one of them, Fred, Harry thought, remarked. "And now he's suing Dumbledore," the other added with evident admiration. "That takes nerve." "I'm not suing Dumbledore specifically," Harry began, but was interrupted by the arrival of a lanky, red-haired boy his own age, who was followed by a small, wide-eyed girl who blushed crimson when Harry glanced at her. "Ron Weasley," the boy said, extending his hand. "And that's Ginny, but she's gone temporarily mute." Ginny made a small, mortified sound and vanished back up the stairs. "Don't mind her," Ron said cheerfully. "She's been talking about meeting Harry Potter for years. Bit of a shock to actually see you in our kitchen." The frankness of this assessment made Harry laugh, breaking some of the tension he'd been carrying since the confrontation with Dumbledore. Alexandra, who had been observing this family dynamic with interest, cleared her throat. "I should be going. Harry, I'll return tomorrow to prepare you for the hearing. Mrs. Weasley, thank you again for your hospitality." "Think nothing of it," Molly replied warmly. "We're happy to help. Arthur will be home from the ministry this evening. He's quite looking forward to meeting Harry." After Alexandra departed, Molly insisted on feeding Harry a lunch that could have satisfied 3 people. As he ate, the Weasley children peppered him with questions about the lawsuit, which they'd heard about that morning through their father, who worked at the Ministry of Magic. "Is it true you're challenging Dumbledore's authority?" Percy asked, looking torn between disapproval and fascination. "Not exactly," Harry replied, trying to remember Alexandra's precise explanations. "I'm seeking clarification about why certain decisions were made about my guardianship. Dumbledore is involved because he was appointed as my magical guardian. Dad says it's causing a right stir at the ministry," Ron commented through a mouthful of sandwich. "Apparently people are taking sides already." "Taking sides?" Harry asked, alarmed. "But the hearing hasn't even happened yet." "That's politics for you, Fred, or possibly George," said with a shrug. "Especially when it involves the boy who lived going up against Dumbledore. It's like a Quidditch World Cup final for the political set." "I didn't mean to cause drama," Harry said, suddenly anxious. "I just wanted answers." "And you deserve them," Molly said firmly, shooting her sons a warning look. "That's quite enough about politics and lawsuits for now. Harry's been through quite enough today without being interrogated in his first hour here." For the rest of the afternoon, Ron showed Harry around the burrow and its grounds. They played a game of wizard's chess, which Harry lost spectacularly, and discussed Hogwarts houses. Ron was confident they'd both be in Gryffindor, where all Weasleys traditionally went. "So what were the Dursleys really like?" Ron asked as they sat in the orchard behind the house, watching garden gnomes scurry through the underbrush. "Dad says your inquiry alleges mistreatment." Harry picked at a blade of grass. "They were, not nice. My cousin Dudley had 2 bedrooms, one for sleeping and one for all the toys he broke, while I slept in a cupboard under the stairs until my Hogwarts letter arrived." Ron's eyes widened. "Bloody hell, mate. A cupboard?" Harry nodded. "They never hit me much, just the occasional clip round the ear, but they made sure I knew I wasn't wanted. Called me a freak, made me do all the chores, gave me Dudley's old clothes, that sort of thing. Sometimes they'd lock me in the cupboard for days if strange things happened around me, which I now know was accidental magic." "That's awful," Ron said with genuine sympathy. "No wonder you're filing inquiries." "The worst part was not knowing," Harry admitted. "Not knowing about my parents, or magic, or why strange things happened around me. Not knowing why I had to live with people who hated me. That's what I want from this inquiry, to understand. Ron was quiet for a moment. Well, for what it's worth, I think you're right to ask questions. Dad always says that authorities should be able to explain their decisions, especially when they affect other people's lives. Harry felt a surge of gratitude. He'd worried that the Weasleys might resent being dragged into his legal battle, but so far, they seemed supportive, if a little bewildered by the whole situation. That evening, Arthur Weasley returned from work, a thin, balding man with the same fiery red hair as his children. Despite looking exhausted, his face lit up when he was introduced to Harry. "Extraordinary," he exclaimed, pumping Harry's hand enthusiastically. "I've heard so much about you today, the whole ministry's buzzing. Filing an inquiry on your first day in the wizarding world, unprecedented." "Arthur," Molly cautioned, "remember what we discussed." "Oh, right, yes," Arthur said, composing himself. "Harry, please know that whatever happens with this inquiry, you're welcome in our home. Politics aside, no child should be treated the way you've described." "Thank you, Mr. Weasley," Harry replied, touched by the man's sincerity. That said, Arthur continued, lowering his voice as he led Harry to the sitting room, "I should warn you that this inquiry is causing quite the political firestorm. Fudge, that's Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, was in a right state this afternoon. Seems he was never informed about the specifics of your placement with Muggles, and now he's caught between appearing to support Dumbledore or appearing to have neglected the famous boy who lived." "I didn't mean to cause political problems," Harry said anxiously. "I just want to understand why things happened the way they did." "And that's entirely reasonable," Arthur assured him. "But you should be prepared for the fact that not everyone will see it that way. Some will view this as an attack on Dumbledore, others as an overdue examination of decisions made in the chaotic aftermath of the war. The Daily Prophet has already gotten wind of the inquiry, they're calling you, the boy who sued." Harry groaned. "Great. More unwanted attention." "I'm afraid fame comes with complications," Arthur said sympathetically. "But try not to worry too much. Amelia Bones is a fair-minded witch, she'll ensure the proceedings remain focused on the facts." Over dinner, which was a boisterous affair with everyone talking over each other, Harry found himself genuinely enjoying the warmth of family life, something he had observed but never experienced with the Dursleys. Fred and George regaled him with stories of their pranks at Hogwarts, Percy offered unsolicited advice about first-year courses, and Ron kept up a running commentary on everything from Quidditch to the eccentricities of their family ghoul. Even Ginny managed a few shy comments, though she still blushed furiously whenever Harry looked directly at her. After dinner, as the family scattered to various evening activities, an owl arrived bearing a letter for Harry. The handwriting was unfamiliar, an elegant, flowing script on expensive parchment. "Who's it from?" Ron asked, peering over Harry's shoulder as he opened it. "Lucius Malfoy," Harry read, frowning at the signature. "Who's that?" Arthur's expression darkened. "Lucius Malfoy is a wealthy, influential wizard with dubious associations. He was accused of supporting you-know-who during the war but claimed to have been under the Imperius Curse, a spell that controls the victim's actions." "And people believe that?" Harry asked skeptically. "Those with enough gold can make people believe many things," Arthur replied grimly. "May I ask what he's written to you about?" Harry scanned the letter. "He says he's intrigued by my inquiry and would like to meet to discuss mutual interests regarding certain decisions made by Albus Dumbledore. He mentions that his son Draco will be in my year at Hogwarts." Arthur and Molly exchanged concerned looks. "Harry," Arthur said carefully, "Lucius Malfoy is not someone I would advise you to associate with. He may present himself as an ally in your dispute with Dumbledore, but his motivations will be entirely self-serving. He was a Death Eater," Fred added bluntly. "One of you-know-who's supporters. Claimed he was bewitched after it was all over." Harry set the letter down as if it might bite. "Why would he contact me, then? I'm the one who supposedly defeated Voldemort." Everyone except Arthur flinched at the name. Politics makes for strange bedfellows, Arthur said. Malfoy has opposed Dumbledore for years in the Wizengamot. Your inquiry represents a potential weakening of Dumbledore's influence, which Malfoy would see as advantageous regardless of your connection to you-know-who's downfall. So he's trying to use me, Harry concluded. Precisely, Arthur confirmed. I would suggest responding politely but non-committally. You don't want to make an enemy unnecessarily, but neither should you align yourself with someone like Malfoy. Harry nodded, making a mental note to discuss this with Alexandra tomorrow. Later that night, as Harry settled into the camp bed in Ron's violently orange Chudley Cannons-themed bedroom, Ron propped himself up on one elbow. Mental day, huh? He said conversationally. Harry laughed softly. Mental couple of days, more like. Yesterday morning I was just Harry, the unwanted nephew. Now I'm Harry Potter, the boy who lived and sued, staying with a wizarding family and preparing for a legal hearing. For what it's worth, Ron said, I think you're doing the right thing. Standing up for yourself, I mean. Fred and George would say you've got guts. Or I'm mental, Harry suggested. Bit of both, probably, Ron agreed cheerfully. But that's not a bad thing. Mental with guts, that's practically a recommendation around here. Harry grinned into the darkness, feeling for the first time like perhaps he had found somewhere he belonged. The next few days passed in a whirlwind of preparation. Alexandra visited daily, coaching Harry on wizarding legal procedures and helping him prepare for the questions he might face at the hearing. Amelia Bones, a square-jawed witch with a monocle and a no-nonsense manner, came to interview him personally about his allegations. I appreciate your forthrightness, Mr. Potter, she said after Harry had recounted his life with the Dursleys. Rest assured that I take these matters very seriously, regardless of who is involved. Meanwhile, the wizarding press had seized upon the story with unbridled enthusiasm. The Daily Prophet ran front-page headlines like, Boy Who Lived Challenges Dumbledore, and, Potter Sues Wizarding World, exclusive details of shocking allegations. Rita Skeeter, a reporter with an affinity for sensationalism, attempted to interview every member of the Weasley family, lurking near their property until Arthur filed a harassment complaint with the DMLE. Letters arrived by the dozen, some supportive, others accusing Harry of ingratitude or attention-seeking. A few contained unpleasant hexes that Molly, fortunately, recognized before Harry could open them. Best to let Arthur handle those, she said, levitating a smoking purple envelope into a reinforced box. Some people have very strong opinions about Dumbledore. On Sunday evening, the night before the hearing, Harry sat at the Weasleys' kitchen table with Alexandra, reviewing his testimony one final time. Remember, she advised, answer only what is asked, be specific about facts, and avoid speculation about motivations. If you don't know something, say so. The Wizengamot values honesty above all else. Harry nodded, his stomach churning with nerves. What if they don't believe me? About the Dursleys, I mean. We have corroborating evidence, Alexandra assured him. Mrs. Figg, your neighbor, has provided a statement about observing signs of neglect. Your Hogwarts letter was addressed to the cupboard under the stairs, which supports your account. And if necessary, memories can be extracted and viewed in a pensieve, a device that allows others to experience one's memories directly. And what happens after? If they rule in my favor, I mean. Alexandra considered this. That depends on the specific findings. At minimum, your placement would be reviewed, and you would likely be assigned a new guardian, perhaps one of those specified in your parents' will, if they're available and willing. The Dursleys might face consequences under Muggle law for child neglect. Dumbledore and others involved in overriding your parents' will would likely face censure, possibly removal from certain positions of authority over minors. And if they rule against me? Harry asked quietly. That's unlikely given the evidence, Alexandra replied. But in that case, we would have options for appeal. However, I should prepare you for the fact that tomorrow is only a preliminary hearing. The Wizengamot will determine if there is sufficient cause to proceed with a full inquiry. It's the first step in what could be a lengthy process. Harry sighed. I just wanted answers. I didn't realize it would become this circus. Alexandra's expression softened slightly. The wizarding world has a particular fascination with you, Mr. Potter. Anything involving you is bound to attract attention. But remember why you're doing this, not for publicity or vengeance, but for accountability. For yourself, and perhaps for others who might otherwise face similar treatment. After Alexandra left, Harry found himself unable to sleep, his mind racing with thoughts of the hearing. Around midnight, he crept downstairs for a glass of water and found Arthur Weasley sitting alone at the kitchen table, nursing a cup of tea and reading through some papers. Harry, he said, looking up with a smile. Trouble sleeping? Nervous about tomorrow, Harry admitted, filling a glass from the tap. Arthur gestured to the chair opposite him. Perfectly understandable. First time before the Wizengamot would give anyone butterflies. Harry sat down, sipping his water. Mr. Weasley, can I ask you something? Certainly. Do you think I'm doing the right thing? Challenging Dumbledore like this? Arthur set his teacup down, considering the question carefully. I think, he said slowly, that seeking truth is always right, even when it's uncomfortable. Dumbledore is a great wizard, one of the greatest of our time, but that doesn't place him beyond accountability. He leaned forward slightly. In the wizarding world, we sometimes develop an unhealthy reverence for powerful figures. We stop questioning their decisions because we assume they must know better than we do. But even the wisest can make mistakes, especially when they believe they're acting for the greater good. The greater good, Harry repeated, remembering Hagrid's words. A dangerous phrase, Arthur said softly. It's been used to justify many questionable actions throughout magical history. The question is, greater good for whom? And at what cost? He smiled gently at Harry. Whatever happens tomorrow, Harry, remember that you have the right to ask these questions. No one, not even Albus Dumbledore, should be beyond explaining their actions, especially when those actions have shaped your entire life. Harry nodded, feeling some of his anxiety ease. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Now, try to get some rest, Arthur advised. Tomorrow will be a long day. The morning of the hearing dawned bright and clear. Harry dressed in new formal robes that Alexandra had arranged for him, deep navy blue with subtle silver piping, designed to project seriousness without ostentation. The Weasleys gathered in the kitchen to wish him luck. You'll be brilliant, Ron assured him. Just tell the truth, Percy advised solemnly. And if all else fails, Fred suggested with a wink, faint dramatically. Always works for Mum when she wants Dad's attention. Frederick Weasley. Molly exclaimed, swatting at him with a dishcloth while trying not to laugh. At precisely 9 o'clock, Alexandra arrived to escort Harry to the ministry. They traveled by flue to the atrium, a vast, splendid hall with a polished dark wood floor and peacock blue ceiling inlaid with gleaming golden symbols that continuously moved and changed. At the far end stood a magnificent fountain featuring golden statues of a wizard, witch, centaur, goblin, and house elf. The Fountain of Magical Brethren, Alexandra explained, noticing Harry's interest. A rather idealized representation of magical cooperation. They proceeded to a security desk where their wands were registered, then to a bank of lifts. As they descended to level 2, where the Wizengamot chambers were located, Alexandra reviewed last-minute details. The full Wizengamot rarely convenes for preliminary hearings, she explained, but given the high-profile nature of this case, attendance will be significant. Madame Bones will preside since Dumbledore must recuse himself. You'll be seated with me at the inquirer's table. Speak only when addressed directly, and remember, answer what's asked, stick to facts, don't speculate, Harry finished. I remember. Alexandra nodded approvingly. Precisely. The Wizengamot chamber was an imposing, circular room with tiered seating rising around a central floor. The walls were dark stone, and enchanted torches cast a solemn light over the proceedings. Members of the Wizengamot, dressed in plum-colored robes with an elaborate silver W embroidered on the chest, were filing in and taking their seats. In the visitors' gallery, Harry spotted the Weasleys, minus Percy, who was working, and the younger children, along with a surprising number of familiar faces, Hagrid, whose massive form took up nearly an entire row, Professor McGonagall, looking stern in emerald robes, and even Severus Snape, whom Harry recognized from Hagrid's descriptions, his sallow face set in a scowl. The press section was packed, with Rita Skeeter front and center, an acid-green quill poised over her parchment. Harry noticed with a jolt that Lucius Malfoy was present among the Wizengamot members, his long blonde hair and haughty expression making him instantly recognizable from Arthur's descriptions. And there, entering from a side chamber with an air of serene dignity, was Albus Dumbledore. Instead of taking the chief warlock's seat, he moved to a table opposite Harry's, where he would participate not as judge but as respondent. Their eyes met briefly across the chamber, and Dumbledore gave a small, sad smile that made Harry's stomach twist uncomfortably. "All rise for the acting chief witch of the Wizengamot, Madame Amelia Bones," called a court official. The assembly stood as Amelia Bones entered and took her place at the head of the chamber. "Be seated," she commanded, adjusting her monocle. "Preliminary hearing in the matter of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic et al. Concerning allegations of guardianship malfeasance, will violation, and child welfare negligence. I note for the record that I am serving as acting chief witch due to Albus Dumbledore's status as a respondent in this matter. I am also serving as Mr. Potter's interim magical guardian by ministerial appointment, with said guardianship to be reviewed following these proceedings." She surveyed the chamber. "This preliminary hearing will determine whether sufficient cause exists to proceed with a full inquiry. We will hear opening statements, review initial evidence, and determine next steps. Ms. Winters, as counsel for the inquirer, you may begin." Alexandra rose, her posture impeccable. "Thank you, Madame Bones. Distinguished members of the Wizengamot, I appear today on behalf of Harry James Potter, who seeks answers regarding decisions made about his life following the tragic deaths of his parents." She paused, allowing her gaze to sweep the chamber. "On Halloween 1981, James and Lily Potter were murdered by Lord Voldemort." A collective gasp and murmur swept the chamber at the mention of the name. Their son, Harry, somehow survived, becoming known as the boy who lived. In the aftermath of that night, several critical decisions were made. Harry's godfather, Sirius Black, was imprisoned without trial. Harry was placed with his mother's Muggle sister and brother-in-law, Petunia and Vernon Dursley, and the Potter wills were executed under unusual circumstances with key provisions ignored. Alexandra continued, outlining the specific allegations in precise legal language, that Dumbledore and the Ministry had willfully ignored the Potter wills' guardianship provisions, that Harry had been placed in a neglectful, emotionally abusive environment, that no monitoring of his welfare had occurred, and that information about his heritage, wealth, and status in the wizarding world had been deliberately withheld from him. Mr. Potter does not bring these allegations lightly, Alexandra concluded. He seeks not vengeance but understanding, to know why these decisions were made, who made them, and on what authority. He seeks accountability for a decade of hardship that might have been avoided had his parents' wishes been respected. And he seeks assurance that other magical children will not face similar neglect in the future. Thank you. As Alexandra resumed her seat, Harry noticed the varied reactions among the Wizengamot members, some nodding thoughtfully, others frowning in skepticism, many whispering to their neighbors. "Thank you, Ms. Winters," Madame Bones said. "Professor Dumbledore, as the primary respondent, you may now present your response." Dumbledore rose gracefully, his long silver beard gleaming in the torchlight. Unlike Alexandra's precise, legalistic approach, Dumbledore spoke conversationally, as if addressing friends rather than a legal body. "Thank you, Madame Bones. Distinguished colleagues, I stand before you today in a most unexpected position. Never did I imagine that my efforts to protect Harry Potter would result in a legal inquiry, yet here we are." His blue eyes twinkled sadly behind his half-moon spectacles. I do not dispute many of the facts Ms. Winters has presented. It is true that I placed Harry with his aunt and uncle despite the contrary wishes expressed in James and Lily's will. It is true that I sealed the will and arranged for Harry to be raised without knowledge of his magical heritage. These actions were taken not in defiance of the law, but in accordance with emergency powers granted to me as Chief Warlock during the uncertain period following Lord Voldemort's fall. Another ripple of discomfort passed through the chamber at the name. My reasons were complex but focused on a single imperative: Harry's safety. When Lily Potter sacrificed herself to save her son, she invoked an ancient magic, a protection based on love and blood that could continue to shield Harry, but only if he dwelled with his mother's blood kin. This protection was his best defense against the remaining followers of Lord Voldemort, many of whom remained at large and would have gladly harmed the child who had vanquished their master. Dumbledore paused, his expression grave. I believed, and still believe, that this protection was worth the hardship Harry might face in a non-magical household. I did not anticipate, I must admit, the extent of the Dursleys' antipathy toward magic, nor its effect on their treatment of Harry. For that misjudgment, I offer my profound regret. As for the other matters, the sealing of the will, the withholding of information about Harry's heritage, these too were protective measures. I feared that too much knowledge too soon might place him in danger or burden him with expectations no child should bear. I sought to give him as normal a childhood as possible, away from the fame and scrutiny that would inevitably accompany his return to the wizarding world. Dumbledore's voice softened. Were my decisions perfect? Clearly not. Did I act with Harry's best interests at heart? Without question. I stand ready to explain my reasoning in greater detail and to accept whatever judgment this body deems appropriate. I ask only that you consider the context of these decisions, the chaos following Voldemort's fall, the ongoing threat from his followers, and the unique magical protection that guided my choices. As Dumbledore returned to his seat, Harry felt conflicted. The headmaster's explanation seemed genuine and his regret sincere, yet it didn't erase 10 years of misery with the Dursleys. Madame Bones adjusted her monocle. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. We will now hear testimony from Mr. Potter himself regarding his experiences. Mr. Potter, please come forward. Harry approached a chair positioned in the center of the chamber, his heart hammering in his chest. As he sat, he noticed that the entire Wizengamot seemed to lean forward collectively, eager to hear from the boy who lived. Mr. Potter, Madame Bones began, her tone formal but not unkind, please describe for the Wizengamot your living conditions with the Dursley family. Taking a deep breath, Harry began to speak. He described the cupboard under the stairs where he'd slept for 10 years, the hand-me-down clothes, the endless chores, the meager meals, Dudley's bullying, and his aunt and uncle's constant reminders that he was an unwanted burden. He explained how they had lied about his parents' deaths, told him his father was a drunk, and punished him for accidental magic he couldn't control. Until Hagrid delivered my Hogwarts letter, Harry concluded, I didn't know anything about magic, or Voldemort, or what really happened to my parents. I didn't even know what I looked like as a baby because the Dursleys had no pictures of me, only Dudley. The chamber was utterly silent when he finished. Many of the Wizengamot members looked shocked, and Harry noticed that Professor McGonagall's lips were pressed into such a thin line they had nearly disappeared. Hagrid was openly wiping tears from his massive face with a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Madame Bones said, her voice slightly less steady than before. The Wizengamot may now question the witness. A witch with iron-grey hair and a kindly face stood. Mr. Potter, in all your years with the Dursleys, did any wizard or witch ever visit to check on your welfare? No, ma'am, Harry replied. The first wizard I ever met was Hagrid. An elderly wizard rose next. Were you aware of a neighbor named Arabella Figg? Mrs. Figg? Yes, she used to babysit me sometimes when the Dursleys went out. She had a lot of cats. Were you aware that Mrs. Figg is what we call a squib, a non-magical person born to wizarding parents, and that she was placed in your neighborhood to monitor you? Harry's eyes widened. No, I had no idea. She never said anything about magic. The questions continued for nearly an hour, covering every aspect of Harry's life with the Dursleys. Throughout, he maintained the measured, factual responses Alexandra had coached him to give, though at times his emotions threatened to overwhelm him as he articulated experiences he'd never shared with anyone. Finally, Madame Bones called a recess before the next phase of testimony. Alexandra led Harry to a small antechamber where they could speak privately. "You did exceptionally well," she told him, offering a rare smile. "Your testimony was clear, consistent, and credible. What happens next?" Harry asked, accepting a glass of water from a court attendant. "The Wizengamot will hear from several other witnesses, including Mrs. Figg and Professor McGonagall, who I believe will confirm that she objected to your placement with the Dursleys. Then Dumbledore will be questioned more extensively about his decisions." When the hearing reconvened, Arabella Figg testified that while she had been instructed to monitor Harry from a distance, her reports of possible neglect had been acknowledged but not acted upon. Professor McGonagall confirmed that she had indeed objected to Harry's placement, having observed the Dursleys and found them to be the worst sort of muggles imaginable. Then it was Dumbledore's turn to face questioning. The elderly wizard responded to each query with apparent openness, maintaining that while he regretted the hardship Harry had endured, the blood protection had been essential to his survival. "If I may," Dumbledore said at one point, "there is a matter I have been reluctant to discuss publicly but which bears directly on these proceedings. The night James and Lily Potter died, a prophecy was fulfilled, a prophecy concerning Harry and Lord Voldemort. I believe Voldemort is not truly gone, and that he will someday return seeking to destroy the child who defeated him. The blood protection provided by Lily's sacrifice, sustained through Harry's residence with Petunia Dursley, represents his strongest defense against this threat." This revelation caused an uproar in the chamber. Madame Bones had to pound her gavel repeatedly to restore order. "Professor Dumbledore," she said once quiet had returned, "are you stating that your decision to place Mr. Potter with the Dursleys was based on a prophecy and your belief that he who must not be named might return?" "That is correct," Dumbledore replied gravely. "I believed, and continue to believe, that Harry's physical safety outweighed other considerations." "And did you not consider," Alexandra interjected, rising to her feet, "that leaving a magical child in an environment where he was emotionally abused, nutritionally neglected, and completely ignorant of his heritage might compromise his ability to defend himself when and if this threat materialized? That perhaps knowledge, preparation, and the support of a loving guardian might have better served both his well-being and his security?" Dumbledore's expression faltered slightly. "I considered the blood protection paramount. Perhaps I underestimated the importance of emotional well-being in preparing Harry for what lies ahead." The questioning continued until late afternoon, at which point Madame Bones called for closing statements. Alexandra's final address was powerful and direct. "The evidence presented today reveals a pattern of decisions made about Harry Potter's life without proper oversight, accountability, or consideration of his welfare beyond mere physical survival. Whatever the intentions behind these decisions, their implementation resulted in a decade of preventable suffering for a child who had already lost everything. The Wizengamot must decide whether the ends justified these means, and what precedent such justification might set for other magical children." Dumbledore's closing statement was equally affecting. "I stand before you not to defend my decisions, but to explain them. In the dark days following Voldemort's fall, we made choices in haste and fear, seeking above all to protect a child marked by destiny. If those choices brought Harry pain rather than security, that failure is mine to bear. I ask not for exoneration but for understanding of the context in which these decisions were made, a context of prophecy, sacrifice, and the lingering shadow of a war we had only just survived." As the Wizengamot retired to deliberate, Harry found himself mentally and emotionally exhausted. He had relived his childhood, confronted Dumbledore, and exposed his private pain before the entire wizarding world. Whatever the outcome, nothing would be the same again. An hour later, the Wizengamot returned. Madame Bones adjusted her monocle and addressed the chamber. In the matter of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic et al., this body finds sufficient cause to proceed with a full inquiry into all allegations presented. Furthermore, we issue the following preliminary findings and orders. First, the placement of Harry Potter with the Dursley family is found to have been legally questionable and demonstrably detrimental to his welfare. Mr. Potter shall not return to their custody pending the outcome of the full inquiry. Second, Albus Dumbledore's appointment as Mr. Potter's magical guardian is hereby terminated due to conflict of interest. Guardianship shall temporarily remain with myself as head of the DMLE until permanent arrangements can be determined in accordance with the Potter will. Third, all seals on the Potter wills and estates shall be lifted immediately, and Mr. Potter shall be provided with complete information regarding his inheritance and family history. Fourth, a separate investigation shall be opened into the matter of Sirius Black's imprisonment without trial, as this represents a significant breach of magical law if proven. The full inquiry will convene in 30 days, during which time all parties are directed to cooperate fully with Wizengamot investigators. This preliminary hearing is adjourned. The gavel fell with a decisive crack, echoing through the suddenly buzzing chamber. Harry sat stunned, barely registering Alexandra's congratulatory words or the flurry of activity around him. He had done it. He had asked his questions, and now the entire wizarding world would have to provide answers. As the chamber began to empty, Dumbledore approached Harry's table, his expression somber but gentle. "Harry," he said softly, "I wish to apologize directly for the suffering my decisions caused you. Whatever my intentions, the result was a childhood far harsher than what James and Lily would have wanted for you." Harry looked up at the ancient wizard, feeling a complex mix of emotions, anger, vindication, and a strange, reluctant understanding. "Professor," he replied carefully, "I don't think you meant to hurt me. But good intentions don't make up for 10 years in a cupboard." Dumbledore inclined his head. "No, they do not. I hope that in time, you might come to understand, if not forgive, the choices I made. And I hope you know that regardless of these proceedings, you will always have a place at Hogwarts." As Dumbledore turned to leave, Harry called after him. "Professor? The prophecy you mentioned, what exactly did it say?" Dumbledore paused. "That is a conversation for another time, Harry. One we shall have, I promise you, when you are ready." And with a swirl of his midnight blue robes, he was gone, leaving Harry to face the consequences of becoming not just the boy who lived, but the boy who sued, and won his first day in court. Chapter 2, Witnesses for the Prosecution. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with more excitement than usual on September 1st, parents huddled in whispering clusters, their eyes darting toward the barrier as students loaded trunks onto the gleaming Hogwarts Express. When Harry Potter finally emerged with the Weasley family, the platform fell into a moment of stunned silence before erupting into frenzied murmurs. "There he is. The boy who sued. Can you believe he challenged Dumbledore? My father says it's about time someone questioned, disgraceful attention-seeking if you ask me." Harry kept his eyes fixed on the scarlet steam engine, pretending not to hear. The month following the preliminary hearing had been a whirlwind of legal meetings, press speculation, and preparations for Hogwarts. The Daily Prophet had run a new story about him nearly every day, with opinions ranging from glowing support to scathing criticism. "Ignore them," Ron muttered, walking beside him. "Half of them haven't got a clue what they're talking about anyway." Mrs. Weasley fussed over them both as they reached an empty compartment. "Now remember, Harry dear, Alexandra will be contacting you through Professor McGonagall if anything comes up about the case. Arthur's arranged for her to have special visitation privileges until the full hearing." "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said. "For everything." Her eyes softened, and she pulled him into a quick hug. "You've handled all this with remarkable grace, dear. Your parents would be proud." As the train pulled away from the station, Harry and Ron were joined by the twins and their friend Lee Jordan, who was carrying a box with a large tarantula inside. The conversation mercifully stayed away from the lawsuit until Neville Longbottom appeared at their compartment door, looking for his lost toad. When Neville saw Harry, he froze, his round face flushing with emotion. "You're Harry Potter." Yes," Harry replied, bracing himself for the usual reaction. Instead, Neville stepped into the compartment and shut the door. "My Gran wanted me to thank you," he said in a rush. "For what you're doing with the inquiry. She says it might help my parents too." Harry blinked in surprise. "Your parents?" "Frank and Alice Longbottom," Ron explained, recognition dawning on his face. "They were on the list of your alternative guardians, weren't they?" Neville nodded. "They were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters right after you-know-who fell. They're in St. Mungo's now." His voice quavered slightly. "Gran says that if the Ministry had followed proper procedures after the war instead of rushing everything, they might have received better protection." "I'm sorry," Harry said, genuinely pained. "I didn't know." "Not many people talk about it," Neville replied. "But your inquiry is making people ask questions about everything that happened back then. Gran says sunlight is the best disinfectant." The compartment door slid open again, revealing a girl with bushy brown hair and rather large front teeth. "Has anyone seen a toad?" "Neville's lost one." "We were just talking about that," Ron said. "Haven't seen it, though." The girl's eyes landed on Harry, widening in recognition. "You're Harry Potter." "I've read all about you, of course. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century." "Am I?" Harry asked weakly. "Of course. Though none of them mention your legal action against the Ministry. I've been following it in the Daily Prophet. It's fascinating how you're using the wizarding legal system to challenge the very institutions that are supposed to protect magical children." She paused to breathe. "I'm Hermione Granger, by the way." "Nice to meet you," Harry replied, slightly overwhelmed. "This is Ron Weasley and Neville Longbottom." "Pleasure," she said briskly. "I think what you're doing is incredibly brave, challenging authority figures like that. My parents are dentists, that's Muggle healers for teeth, and they always taught me to question things that don't make sense, even if they come from people in positions of power." "Thanks," Harry said, surprised by her support. "That's basically what I'm trying to do, understand why things happened the way they did." Hermione nodded approvingly. "Well, I'd better keep helping Neville find his toad. You should probably change into your robes soon. I expect we'll be arriving shortly." With that, she departed as suddenly as she'd appeared, taking Neville with her. "Mental, that one," Ron observed, though not unkindly. The train continued north, and Harry met more of his future classmates, including Draco Malfoy, who swaggered into their compartment flanked by two thick-set boys. "They're saying Harry Potter's in this compartment," Malfoy announced, his pale eyes fixed on Harry with intense interest. "So it's you, is it?" "Yes," Harry replied cautiously, remembering Mr. Weasley's warnings about the Malfoy family. "This is Crabbe and Goyle," Malfoy said carelessly, indicating his companions. "And I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy." Ron gave a slight cough which might have been hiding a snicker. Malfoy shot him a look. "Think my name's funny, do you? No need to ask who you are. My father told me all the Weasleys have red hair, freckles, and more children than they can afford." He turned back to Harry. "You'll soon find out some wizarding families are much better than others, Potter. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there." He extended his hand, but Harry didn't take it. "I think I can tell the wrong sort for myself, thanks," he said coolly. "And the Weasleys have been nothing but kind to me." Malfoy's pale cheeks tinged pink. "Be careful, Potter. My father says your little lawsuit has made you some powerful enemies. You'll want allies who can actually influence things in our world." "Is that an offer or a threat?" Harry asked, meeting Malfoy's gaze steadily. A flicker of surprise crossed Malfoy's face. "Both, perhaps. My father was quite impressed by your boldness," challenging Dumbledore like that? He thinks you might have potential. Tell your father I appreciate his interest, Harry replied diplomatically, remembering Alexandra's advice about navigating political waters, but I'm focused on justice, not choosing sides in wizarding politics. Malfoy studied him for a moment longer. We'll see. The sorting might change your perspective on who your real friends should be. After Malfoy and his cronies departed, Ron let out a low whistle. That was well handled. Dad says Lucius Malfoy's been telling everyone who'll listen that your lawsuit proves Dumbledore's been overreaching for years. He's trying to use me, Harry said with a shrug. Alexandra warned me to expect that. Apparently, my case has become a proxy war for all sorts of political factions. The rest of the journey passed without incident, and soon they were crossing the lake in tiny boats, Hogwarts Castle looming above them like something from a dream. Despite his legal battle with Dumbledore, Harry couldn't help feeling a swell of emotion at his first sight of the school. This was where his parents had studied, where they had met and fallen in love. Whatever else happened, this connection to them was precious. Professor McGonagall met the first years in the entrance hall. Her gaze lingered on Harry for a moment, her expression inscrutable, before she led them into the great hall for the sorting ceremony. As Harry passed between the long house tables under the enchanted ceiling, he was acutely aware of the stares and whispers following him. At the high table, Dumbledore sat in an ornate chair at the center, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight. Their eyes met briefly, and the headmaster gave him a small, solemn nod which Harry returned after a moment's hesitation. When Harry's name was called for sorting, the hall fell silent. He felt the ancient hat slip over his eyes, and a small voice spoke in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself, now that's interesting. So where shall I put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool. Somewhere I can belong, he thought desperately. Belong, said the small voice. You've had little opportunity for that so far, haven't you? Standing up to Dumbledore took significant bravery, but also cunning and determination. Slytherin could help you on the path to greatness, no doubt about that. Harry thought of Malfoy's smug expression, of the stories he'd heard about Voldemort and his followers coming from Slytherin. Not Slytherin, he thought firmly. Not Slytherin, Are you sure? You've already shown a willingness to challenge authority and convention, quite Slytherin traits. But I see the loyalty too, and the courage. Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in cheers, the Weasley twins chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." Harry moved to join them, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. At least in this, he would follow in his parents' footsteps. The feast that followed was the most wonderful meal of Harry's life, but it was punctuated by curious glances and whispered conversations. At one point, Harry's eyes met those of a hook-nosed, greasy-haired professor who was speaking with a nervous-looking man in a purple turban. "Who's that talking to Professor Quirrell?" Harry asked Percy, nodding toward the staff table. "That's Professor Snape, the potions master," Percy replied. "He's head of Slytherin House and notorious for favoring his own students. Looks like he's already taken an interest in you." Indeed, Snape was watching Harry with an intensity that made his scar prickle uncomfortably. Harry looked away, only to find Dumbledore's gaze on him as well. It was going to be a very long year of being watched. As the feast concluded, Dumbledore stood to deliver his start-of-term notices, which included a warning about the third-floor corridor being off-limits to anyone who didn't wish to die a most painful death. Harry exchanged a bemused glance with Ron, wondering if such ominous warnings were typical at Hogwarts. Later, settled in his four-poster bed in Gryffindor Tower, Harry reflected on the day. Despite the awkwardness of his situation, he felt more at home than he ever had at the Dursleys. Whatever came of his legal battle, Hogwarts already felt like where he belonged. The first week of classes was a blur of new experiences, complicated by Harry's unique status. Some students, particularly Muggle-borns like Hermione, openly supported his stance against what they saw as institutional negligence. Others, mainly those from older wizarding families, seemed scandalized by his challenge to Dumbledore's authority. The professors were similarly divided. McGonagall treated him with formal correctness, Flitwick with undisguised interest, and Snape with naked contempt. "Our new celebrity," Snape said softly during their first potions class, his dark eyes boring into Harry. "Mr. Potter. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry blinked. "I don't know, sir." Snape's lips curled into a sneer. "Fame clearly isn't everything. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" Beside him, Hermione's hand stretched toward the dungeon ceiling. "I don't know, sir," Harry repeated, fighting to maintain eye contact. "Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter. Too busy giving interviews to the Daily Prophet, perhaps." Harry forced himself to remain calm. "I've read through my textbooks, Professor, but I don't remember every detail yet. If you'd like to test my preparation more fairly, perhaps you could ask me something from Chapter 1, which we were instructed to read." A ripple of whispers passed through the classroom. Snape's eyes flashed dangerously. 5 points from Gryffindor for your cheek, Potter. And for your information, asphodel and wormwood make a sleeping potion so powerful it is known as the Draught of Living Death. A bezoar is a stone taken from the stomach of a goat and will save you from most poisons. As for your suggestion about Chapter 1. He paused, his black eyes glittering. What is the primary difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Harry heard Hermione make a small, frustrated sound as she stretched her hand even higher. "I believe they're the same plant, sir," Harry answered, recalling this fact from his reading. "Also called aconite." For a fraction of a second, Snape looked taken aback. Then his expression hardened again. "Correct. Though one correct answer hardly compensates for your earlier ignorance." "Well, why aren't you all copying that down?" As they left the dungeon after a tense lesson, Hermione fell into step beside Harry and Ron. "That was completely unfair," she declared indignantly. "He was deliberately trying to humiliate you." "Snape's awful to everyone except the Slytherins," Ron assured them, "but he seems to have a special hatred for you, Harry." "I wonder if it has anything to do with my case," Harry mused. "He and Dumbledore seem close." "Perhaps," Hermione said thoughtfully. "But it felt more personal than political. Like he has a grudge against you specifically." "But how could he?" Harry asked, bewildered. "I've never even met him before." The mystery of Snape's animosity was pushed aside the following morning when a school owl delivered a sealed parchment to Harry at breakfast. The Hogwarts crest was stamped in purple wax on the back. "What's that?" Ron asked around a mouthful of scrambled eggs. "Message from McGonagall," Harry replied quietly, breaking the seal. "She wants me to come to her office after lessons today. Alexandra's coming to update me on the case." Later that afternoon, Harry found himself in McGonagall's office, where Alexandra Winters was waiting with a portfolio of documents and a grave expression. Professor McGonagall excused herself to give them privacy after conjuring a tea service. "How are you settling in, Mr. Potter?" Alexandra asked, pouring him a cup of strong tea. "Well enough," Harry replied. "Some people stare and whisper, but I'm getting used to that." "I'm afraid you'll need to get more used to it," Alexandra said, sliding a copy of the Daily Prophet across the desk. "Rita Skeeter has published another piece about your case." Harry scanned the article, his heart sinking. Under the headline, Potter vs. Dumbledore, the battle for wizarding Britain's soul, Skeeter had painted him as a tragic figure being manipulated by reform-minded radicals, who sought to undermine traditional wizarding authority. "She makes it sound like I'm trying to tear down the whole wizarding world," Harry said with disgust. "That's a common tactic when institutions feel threatened," Alexandra replied calmly. "They portray legitimate criticism as an attack on tradition itself." Ignore it. We have more important developments to discuss. She opened her portfolio and extracted several documents. The Wizengamot investigators have begun their work, and we've already uncovered some troubling discrepancies in the official record of your parents' deaths and the events that followed. She laid out a timeline of the night Voldemort attacked Godric's Hollow. According to the official ministry account, Sirius Black was apprehended on November 1st after allegedly cornering Peter Pettigrew, who accused him of betraying your parents before Black blasted apart the street, killing Pettigrew and 12 muggles. But there was no trial, Harry prompted. None, Alexandra confirmed. Black was transferred directly to Azkaban on the personal authority of Bartemius Crouch, then head of magical law enforcement, with Cornelius Fudge, then junior minister in the Department of Magical Catastrophes, as the primary witness. She pulled out another document. Here's where it gets interesting. According to Magical Reversal Squad reports, the largest piece of Pettigrew they found was his right index finger. However, the blast pattern described in the report is inconsistent with the damage attributed to Black. Meaning? Harry asked, trying to follow the technical details. Meaning the explosion may not have been caused by Black at all, Alexandra said. Furthermore, we've requested Black's wand for prior incantado testing, to reveal the last spells cast, but the ministry claims the wand was accidentally destroyed during evidence processing. Harry frowned. That sounds convenient. Extremely, Alexandra agreed. We've petitioned for access to Black himself. As your godfather and a key figure in the case, his testimony could be crucial. The ministry is resisting, claiming that exposure to Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, has likely rendered him mentally incompetent after a decade of imprisonment. They're blocking us at every turn, Harry said bitterly. Yes, but they're doing so clumsily, which only strengthens our position, Alexandra replied. Each denial creates another point of inquiry for the Wizengamot. Speaking of which, I've also uncovered something about Peter Pettigrew that raises questions. She produced a yellowed newspaper clipping showing a smiling family of redheads in Egypt, the Weasleys, Harry realized with a start. This was published in the Daily Prophet 5 years ago when Arthur Weasley won their annual prize draw. Notice anything unusual? Harry studied the photo carefully. That's Ron's rat, Scabbers, on his shoulder. Well, it was Percy's back then, I guess. Indeed, Alexandra said. A remarkably long-lived rat, wouldn't you say? Most rats live 2 to 3 years, yet the Weasleys have apparently had this one for at least 5, possibly longer. What are you suggesting? Harry asked, his pulse quickening. I'm suggesting that Peter Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus, a wizard who could transform into an animal at will. The ministry keeps careful records of all registered animagi, there were only 7 in the last century. But your father and his friends were known for their exceptional transfiguration abilities. Harry's eyes widened. You think Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew? But that would mean, that Pettigrew faked his death, framed Black, and has been hiding as the Weasleys' pet for a decade, Alexandra finished. It's a theory at this point, but one worth investigating. I've requested records of your father's school years and any existing evidence from the scene of Pettigrew's apparent death. Harry sat back, stunned. If this is true, if Sirius is innocent, then your parents' true betrayer has been living in your friend's pocket, Alexandra said grimly. But we need proof before making such accusations. I'd like to examine the rat, if possible, but we must be cautious. If Pettigrew suspects we're onto him, he might flee or worse. I'll help, Harry said immediately. Ron keeps Scabbers in our dormitory. I could, no, Alexandra interrupted firmly. This is not a matter for you to handle personally. The potential dangers are too great. I'll coordinate with Madame Bones to have Aurors, magical law enforcement officers, ready to intervene. For now, simply observe the rat's behavior and report anything unusual to me via Professor McGonagall. Harry reluctantly agreed, though the idea that his parents' betrayer might be sleeping in the same room as him made his skin crawl. Now, Alexandra continued, regarding the full hearing. It's scheduled for October 31st, Halloween. The symbolism hasn't escaped me, as it's the anniversary of your parents' deaths. We'll need to prepare you for more intensive questioning, particularly about the protections Dumbledore claims were in place at Privet Drive. They spent the next hour reviewing strategy for the hearing, with Alexandra explaining the political landscape that had formed around Harry's case. Traditional pureblood families like the Malfoys saw it as an opportunity to undermine Dumbledore's influence, while progressive elements hoped it would lead to reforms in how magical children were protected and monitored. Minister Fudge is particularly anxious about the proceedings, Alexandra noted. He's been meeting frequently with Lucius Malfoy, which suggests he's seeking political cover. Dumbledore's supporters, meanwhile, have been emphasizing the extraordinary circumstances of the time and the threat posed by remaining Death Eaters. What about Sirius Black? Harry asked. If we can prove he's innocent. That would be a significant development, Alexandra acknowledged. But proving it will be challenging without Pettigrew. The Wizengamot would need substantial evidence to overturn a conviction, even one as procedurally flawed as Black's. As their meeting concluded, Professor McGonagall returned to escort Alexandra out. At the door, Alexandra turned back to Harry. One more thing, Mr. Potter. Be wary of Professor Quirrell. Harry blinked in surprise. Quirrell? Why? His background check reveals inconsistencies, Alexandra replied cryptically. He traveled extensively before taking the defense position, allegedly researching dark creatures. But several of his claimed encounters cannot be verified, and his behavior upon returning to Britain was noted as changed by those who knew him previously. You think he's dangerous? Harry asked, remembering how his scar had prickled during their first defense lesson. I think caution is warranted, Alexandra said carefully. In matters of your safety, I prefer to err on the side of vigilance. After she left, Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind racing with all he'd learned. The possibility that Sirius Black might be innocent, that his parents' Real betrayer might be hiding as Ron's pet, was almost too much to process. In the days that followed, Harry found himself watching Scabbers with newfound suspicion. The rat seemed ordinary enough, spending most of its time sleeping or eating, but occasionally Harry caught it watching him with what seemed like unusual attentiveness for a rodent. Meanwhile, classes continued, and Harry gradually adjusted to life at Hogwarts. Hermione Granger had attached herself to Harry and Ron after they'd grudgingly accepted her help with homework, and her encyclopedic knowledge proved invaluable as they navigated their coursework. Though sometimes bossy, her fierce intelligence and loyalty made her a valuable friend, especially as Harry's legal case continued to make waves throughout the school. Have you seen this? She asked one morning, passing Harry the latest Daily Prophet. Someone leaked details about the Pettigrew investigation to the press. Harry scanned the article with growing alarm. While it didn't mention their suspicions about Scabbers specifically, it did discuss the irregularities in Pettigrew's death and the Ministry's refusal to review Sirius Black's case. This could spook Pettigrew if he really is hiding as Scabbers, Harry muttered, glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. Ron, who had been skeptical about the whole theory, looked troubled. I still think it's mental. Scabbers has been in my family forever. Percy had him for years before me. That's exactly the point, Hermione whispered. Rats don't live that long naturally. And haven't you noticed how he's been more agitated lately? Ever since Harry's case started making news. Indeed, Scabbers had been looking increasingly ragged, losing fur and weight despite Ron's efforts to care for him. Ron had attributed it to the stress of sharing a dormitory with Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, who seemed to have a particular vendetta against the rat. Alexandra said not to do anything, Harry reminded them. Let the professionals handle it. And meanwhile we just sleep in the same room as the man who might have betrayed your parents? Ron asked incredulously. That's mad, Harry. We don't know for certain it's him, Harry replied, though he shared Ron's discomfort. And if it is, he's managed to hide for 10 years. Making him suspicious now could be dangerous. The leak to the Prophet wasn't the only complication. Harry soon discovered that his legal case had made him a lightning rod for the school's divided opinions on Dumbledore. Some students, particularly those with relatives who had suffered in the aftermath of the war, quietly expressed support. Others viewed his actions as disrespectful to the greatest wizard of the age. The divide was starkest between houses. Most Gryffindors loyally supported Harry as one of their own, though a few older students who revered Dumbledore were noticeably cool. Ravenclaws seemed intellectually fascinated by the legal and ethical questions raised. Hufflepuffs were divided based on their family backgrounds and personal views of fairness. Slytherins, with some exceptions, appeared to enjoy the challenge to Dumbledore's authority regardless of their feelings toward Harry himself. Draco Malfoy remained a particular enigma, alternating between sneering at Harry's fame and making subtle overtures that suggested his father's continued interest in an alliance. "Father says the hearing on Halloween will be quite the spectacle," Malfoy commented during a particularly tense potions lesson where they were forced to share a table. "Half the Wizengamot has already decided how they'll vote, of course. Politics trumps evidence in cases like these." "I'm not interested in politics," Harry replied tersely, carefully measuring powdered spine of lionfish for their cure for Boyle's potion. "I just want the truth." Malfoy gave a soft, incredulous laugh. "Everything is politics, Potter. The sooner you understand that, the better you'll navigate our world. Take Black, for instance, his case isn't about guilt or innocence anymore. It's about who stands to lose power if the Ministry admits they imprisoned the heir to an ancient and noble house without trial." Harry paused, interested despite himself. "You seem to know a lot about it." "My mother was a Black before she married Father," Malfoy replied with a hint of pride. Sirius was her cousin. Bit of a family disgrace, running off to join Dumbledore's side, but still a pure blood. The proper formalities should have been observed, regardless of his alleged crimes. "So you think he deserves a trial?" Harry pressed. Malfoy shrugged elegantly. "Everyone deserves the processes our laws prescribe, Potter. Otherwise, what separates us from Muggles and their chaotic systems?" His eyes gleamed. "Of course, if Black is innocent, that raises the question of who really betrayed your parents, doesn't it?" Before Harry could respond, Snape swept over to their table, criticizing Neville's potion at the next station. Harry wondered if Malfoy knew more than he was letting on, or if his comments were simply designed to unsettle Harry before the hearing. As Halloween approached, tensions at Hogwarts escalated. Alexandra visited weekly to update Harry on case developments and prepare him for the full hearing. The investigation into Sirius Black had gained momentum, with Amelia Bones personally reviewing the original case files and finding numerous procedural violations. "The most damning evidence is what's missing," Alexandra explained during one session. "No transcript of interrogation, no record of wand examination, no memory extraction for pensive review, standard procedures even during wartime. It's as if they deliberately avoided creating any record that might later be scrutinized." "What about Pettigrew?" Harry asked anxiously. "We're proceeding carefully there," Alexandra replied. "Madame Bones has approved an operation to examine the rat, but it must be planned meticulously. If it is Pettigrew, he's evaded detection for a decade and would likely have contingency plans if discovered. The opportunity came sooner than expected." In mid-October, Professor McGonagall summoned Harry to her office once more. There he found Alexandra, Amelia Bones, and two serious-looking wizards in standard-issue aura robes. "Mr. Potter," Madame Bones greeted him, her monocle glinting in the firelight. "Thank you for coming. These are Aurors Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks." The tall, bald black man nodded gravely, while the younger witch with spiky pink hair gave Harry a friendly wink. "Watch her, Harry. Just Tonks, please. If you call me Nymphadora, I'll have to hex you." Despite the tension, Harry smiled. "Nice to meet you both." "We're ready to move on the Pettigrew situation," Madam Bones explained without preamble. "Our plan is to examine your friend's rat without alerting either the animal or the wider school population to our suspicions." "How?" Harry asked. "Ron takes scabbers everywhere." "A scheduled inspection of student pets," McGonagall supplied. "I've announced that all pets will be examined for signs of magical tampering following concerns about contraband items being smuggled into the school. It's plausible enough, especially after those fanged frisbees the Weasley twins attempted to bring in." The plan was straightforward. All students had been instructed to bring their pets to the Great Hall that afternoon for inspection. The Aurors would be present as ministry specialists, with Tonks disguised as a magical creatures department employee through her metamorphmagus abilities. When Scabbers was presented, they would cast revealing spells designed to force an animagus back into human form. "What if it's really just a rat?" Harry asked. "Then Mr. Weasley gets his pet back with our apologies," Madam Bones said simply. "But if it's Pettigrew?" Her expression hardened. "Justice is long overdue." The pet inspection was chaotic but effective as a cover. Students lined up with owls, cats, toads, and various other creatures, grumbling about the inconvenience. Ron stood in line with Scabbers squirming anxiously in his hands, unaware of the true purpose of the examination. "He's been mental all day," Ron complained as Harry joined him. "Won't stay still, keeps trying to bite me. Maybe he's ill." Harry's heart raced as he noted the rat's frantic attempts to escape. Maybe he just doesn't like crowds. As they approached the front of the line, Harry could see Tonks, now sporting mousy brown hair and ministry robes, examining a Ravenclaw's owl with exaggerated professionalism. Kingsley Shacklebolt stood nearby, his watchful gaze sweeping the hall while maintaining the appearance of casual interest. When it was their turn, Ron stepped forward with Scabbers. "This is Scabbers," he said. "He's old and mostly sleeps all day. Been in my family for ages." Tonks took the rat, which was now squirming violently. "How long has your family had him?" she asked conversationally, securing her grip as Scabbers tried to bite her fingers. "Dunno exactly. Percy had him first, so at least 5 years." "That's an impressive lifespan for a common rat," Tonks remarked, catching Harry's eye briefly. "Let me just check him for any magical modifications." She drew her wand, but before she could cast a spell, Scabbers bit her hand hard enough to draw blood. With a yelp, Tonks dropped him, and the rat hit the floor running. "Stop that rat!" Shacklebolt bellowed, all pretense abandoned as he drew his wand. Students scattered as Scabbers darted between feet and under tables, heading for the exit. Professors McGonagall and Flitwick immediately moved to block the doors, while Dumbledore rose from the staff table, his expression alert and concerned. "Impedimenta!" Tonks called, firing a jinx that narrowly missed as Scabbers zigzagged between chairs. Chaos erupted in the hall. Some students screamed, others attempted to help catch the rat, and a few, particularly Slytherins, seemed to be deliberately getting in the way. Amidst the confusion, Harry spotted Scabbers making for a small hole in the wall near the entrance. "There," he shouted, pointing. "He's heading for that crack." Shacklebolt reacted instantly, his deep voice booming, "Animagus Revelio." A jet of blue light struck Scabbers mere inches from escape. The rat froze, then began to swell and distort horribly. Students backed away in shock as the small rodent form expanded and transformed into that of a man, short, balding, and rat-like even in human form, with small watery eyes and pointed features. His right hand was missing a finger. Peter Pettigrew had nowhere to run. Shacklebolt and Tonks had their wands trained on him, and Dumbledore had descended from the staff table, his own wand drawn but held casually at his side in a way that somehow seemed more threatening than if he'd pointed it directly. "Peter Pettigrew," Madam Bones announced, stepping forward with her monocle firmly fixed on the trembling man. "Supposedly deceased. You are under arrest for suspicion of conspiracy, fraud, illegal animagus transformation, and accessory to the murders of James and Lily Potter." Pettigrew's eyes darted frantically around the hall, finally settling on Harry. His face contorted with a desperate, ingratiating smile. Harry! Harry, you look so much like James. Your father was my friend, my best friend. Don't speak to him, Shacklebolt warned, moving between them. You'll have your opportunity to explain yourself to the Wizengamot. You don't understand. Pettigrew squeaked, his voice high and desperate. I had to hide. Sirius was going to kill me. He was their secret keeper, he betrayed them to the Dark Lord. Then why run? Tonks asked coldly, her hair now fiery red with anger. Why hide as a rat for 10 years if you were innocent? Pettigrew's gaze darted to Dumbledore. Albus, please, you must understand. I was frightened. Sirius had already betrayed James and Lily, I thought I would be next. Dumbledore regarded him with grave disappointment. If that were true, Peter, you would have come forward after Voldemort's fall, not hidden yourself away while an innocent man suffered in Azkaban. Innocent. Pettigrew's voice rose hysterically. Sirius was never innocent. He was always the Dark Lord's man. Harry couldn't contain himself any longer. If Sirius was Voldemort's spy, why would he hunt you down after Voldemort fell? Wouldn't he have fled like the other Death Eaters? Pettigrew had no answer for this, his mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Enough, Madame Bones declared. Aurors, secure the prisoner. He is to be held in maximum security until questioning under Veritaserum can be arranged. She turned to the stunned students and professors. The Ministry apologizes for the disruption. This man's capture represents the correction of a grave miscarriage of justice that has relevance to the ongoing inquiry regarding Harry Potter's guardianship. As Shacklebolt and Tonks led Pettigrew away in magical restraints, the great hall erupted in excited conversation. Professor McGonagall managed to restore enough order to dismiss the students, but the damage was done. Pettigrew's capture and the implication of Sirius Black's innocence would be common knowledge throughout the wizarding world by nightfall. Ron found Harry as they left the hall, his freckled face pale with shock. That was Scabbers, he said numbly. I've been sleeping in the same room as the man who betrayed your parents for months. He was in my pocket, Harry. In my bloody pocket. You couldn't have known, Harry assured him, though he felt equally disturbed by the revelation. None of us did, not for certain. But you suspected, Hermione interjected, joining them with wide eyes. That's why Alexandra was asking about him. Harry nodded. We had a theory, but we needed proof. That's why they arranged the pet inspection. I feel sick, Ron admitted. All these years. Percy used to let him sleep on his pillow. The three friends made their way to Gryffindor Tower in a daze, only to find Professor McGonagall waiting for them at the portrait hole. Mr. Potter, she said, her voice gentler than usual, the headmaster would like to speak with you. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, you may accompany him if he wishes, given your involvement in today's events. Harry nodded, grateful for the offer to include his friends. I'd like that, Professor. McGonagall led them to a stone gargoyle, which leapt aside at the password, Sherbet Lemon, revealing a spiral staircase. At the top, they found themselves in a circular office filled with strange silver instruments, portraits of former headmasters, and a magnificent red and gold bird perched beside the desk. Dumbledore was waiting, his expression grave but kind. Thank you for coming, Harry. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, a most distressing revelation for you all, I imagine. Sir, Harry began hesitantly, does this mean Sirius Black is innocent? It would appear so, Dumbledore replied. Madame Bones has already dispatched Aurors to Azkaban to retrieve him. Peter's capture and the evidence uncovered by your legal team have forced a complete re-examination of the case. The headmaster's blue eyes met Harry's directly. I must confess, Harry, that I should have questioned Sirius's guilt more thoroughly at the time. I knew he was your father's closest friend, that James trusted him implicitly. But in the chaos following your parents' deaths and Voldemort's fall, certain assumptions were made that, it seems, went unchallenged for too long. "You're saying you made a mistake," Harry said quietly. Dumbledore inclined his head. "One of many, it would seem. The revelation about Sirius adds another dimension to the issues raised in your inquiry, another way in which the systems meant to protect you failed." Ron shifted uncomfortably. "Professor, is my family in danger? If Scabbers, I mean Pettigrew, was hiding with us all this time?" "A fair question, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore acknowledged. "I've already spoken with your parents and additional protective measures are being placed around your home. However, I believe Pettigrew chose your family precisely because you presented no threat to his cover, he had no reason to harm you, only to hide among you." "What happens now?" Hermione asked, her practical nature asserting itself. "With Mr. Black and the inquiry? Sirius will need time to recover from his ordeal in Azkaban," Dumbledore replied. "The Dementors take a terrible toll on the mind and body. As for the inquiry..." He glanced at Harry. "I imagine this development substantially strengthens your position, Harry. The wrongful imprisonment of your godfather represents another significant failure in how your case was handled." Harry felt a complex mix of emotions, vindication that his suspicions about Sirius had been correct, fury at Pettigrew's betrayal, and a strange, hollow sadness that his parents' friend had spent a decade in hell while their true betrayer lived comfortably as a pet. "Could I see him?" he asked suddenly. "Sirius, I mean. He's my godfather. My parents wanted him to raise me." Dumbledore's expression softened. "I'm sure that can be arranged, once the healers at St. Mungo's have assessed his condition. Madame Bones has indicated he will be transferred there rather than held at the ministry, given the circumstances of his incarceration." The conversation continued, with Dumbledore answering their questions as honestly as seemed possible. He neither defended the mistakes of the past nor attempted to deflect responsibility, which Harry found surprisingly refreshing after the political maneuvering he'd witnessed over the past months. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore called Harry back for a private word. "Harry, I want you to know that whatever the outcome of the hearing on Halloween, I bear you no ill will for pursuing these questions. Indeed, I have come to believe that your inquiry, uncomfortable though it has been for many of us, may ultimately strengthen rather than weaken our institutions." Harry studied the ancient wizard's face, searching for signs of manipulation or insincerity. Finding none, he nodded. "Thank you, sir. I'm not doing this to hurt anyone, I just want to understand why things happened the way they did, and make sure they don't happen to anyone else." "A worthy goal," Dumbledore agreed. "And one I should have pursued more vigorously myself." He hesitated, then added, "Sirius's innocence changes many things, Harry. The hearing will need to address not only your past placement with the Dursleys but your future guardianship as well." "You mean I might live with Sirius instead?" Harry asked, hope rising in his chest. "It would be in accordance with your parents' wishes," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Though Sirius will need time to recover before assuming such responsibilities. And there are security considerations that remain relevant." The blood protection, Harry guessed, remembering Dumbledore's explanation at the preliminary hearing. "Indeed. Though perhaps there are ways to maintain that protection without requiring year-round residence with your aunt." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly. "Sometimes, the most rigorous interpretation of magical theory is not the only viable approach." As Harry rejoined his friends outside, he felt lightheaded with the implications of everything that had happened. In a single afternoon, the man who betrayed his parents had been exposed, his godfather's innocence all but confirmed, and the possibility of a new home, a real home with someone who had loved his parents, had suddenly materialized. News of Pettigrew's capture and Sirius's probable innocence swept through the wizarding world like wildfire. The Daily Prophet ran a special evening edition with the headline, "Potter Vindicated, Betrayer Found Alive, Black Innocent." The article detailed Pettigrew's dramatic capture and the implications for both Sirius Black and Harry's broader case against the Ministry. The story sparked a political earthquake. Minister Fudge was forced to make a public statement acknowledging troubling questions about Black's imprisonment and promising a full and transparent review. Bartemius Crouch Sr., who had authorized Black's incarceration without trial, took an abrupt leave of absence from his position as head of international magical cooperation. Throughout the wizarding world, people were beginning to question what other injustices might have occurred in the chaotic aftermath of Voldemort's fall. For Harry, the days following Pettigrew's capture were a whirlwind of legal consultations and emotional processing. Alexandra brought updates on Sirius's condition. He had been moved to a secure ward at St. Mungo's, where healers specializing in Dementor exposure were treating him. His physical condition was poor after a decade in Azkaban, but his mind remained surprisingly intact, which the healers attributed to his certainty of his own innocence. "He's asking about you," Alexandra reported during one of their meetings. His first coherent questions were about your welfare and whether you knew the truth about him. Harry felt a lump form in his throat. "When can I see him?" "Soon," Alexandra promised. "The healers believe meeting you would be beneficial to his recovery, but they want to ensure he's stable enough first. In the meantime, he's provided a formal statement for our case, detailing the switch in Secret Keepers and the events following your parents' deaths." The statement, which Alexandra shared with Harry, was painful reading. Sirius described how he had convinced James and Lily to use Pettigrew as Secret Keeper instead of himself, believing he was too obvious a choice. He recounted his horror upon finding their bodies in the ruined house at Godric's Hollow, his brief interaction with Hagrid, who had instructions from Dumbledore to bring Harry to Privet Drive, and his subsequent pursuit of Pettigrew. "I was mad with grief," Sirius wrote in a shaky hand. "I wasn't thinking clearly. When I cornered Peter, he shouted for the whole street to hear that I had betrayed James and Lily, then blew apart the street behind him, cut off his finger, and transformed into his rat form to escape through the sewers. The next thing I knew, I was surrounded by magical law enforcement, being charged with mass murder. No one would listen to my explanation. No one asked for my memories or used Veritaserum to verify my story. I was simply taken to Azkaban, where I remained until yesterday." The statement concluded with a direct appeal: "I love James and Lily like my own family. Harry is my godson, and I swore to protect him with my life. I have failed him for 12 years because of our society's failure of justice. I ask only for the chance to fulfill the promise I made to his parents, to care for him, guide him, and love him as they would have done." Harry had to stop reading several times, overcome by emotion. The raw pain and unwavering loyalty in Sirius's words painted a picture of a man who had suffered unimaginably yet never abandoned his commitment to Harry's parents, or to Harry himself. "This testimony will be central to our case at the hearing," Alexandra explained. "It demonstrates not only that your parents' chosen guardian was wrongfully imprisoned, but that the same rushed, procedurally flawed approach that characterized Black's case was applied to decisions about your placement." "What about Pettigrew?" Harry asked. "Has he confessed?" "He's being questioned under Veritaserum today," Alexandra replied. "Preliminary reports suggest he has confirmed being the Potter's secret keeper and providing their location to Voldemort, though he claims he acted under duress and fear." Harry's expression hardened. He lived comfortably as a pet for a decade while Sirius rotted in Azkaban. "Indeed," Alexandra agreed, her own tone cold. "His cowardice is particularly damning. The Wizengamot is unlikely to be sympathetic, especially with the political winds shifting so dramatically in the wake of his capture." As the Halloween hearing approached, Harry found himself at the center of increasing attention at Hogwarts. Most students now viewed his legal case with newfound respect, seeing the exposure of Pettigrew as vindication of his quest for truth. Even many who had been skeptical about challenging Dumbledore's authority had to acknowledge that Harry's inquiry had uncovered a significant miscarriage of justice. Professor Snape was the notable exception, his contempt for Harry seeming to intensify rather than diminish in light of Sirius's probable exoneration. During one particularly tense potions class, he made a cutting remark about celebrity students who believe rules don't apply to their families that left Harry puzzled and angry. "What was that about?" he asked Ron and Hermione as they left the dungeon. He seemed almost personal about Sirius. Maybe they knew each other at school, Hermione suggested. They would have been around the same age, wouldn't they? Dad mentioned once that Snape and Harry's dad didn't get along, Ron recalled. Maybe that extended to Sirius too. This theory gained credence when Fred and George cornered Harry in the common room that evening, their expressions uncharacteristically serious. "We've been thinking, Harry," Fred began. "About your godfather," George continued. "And a certain map we might have borrowed from Filch's office first year." Harry looked between them, bemused. "What map?" The twins exchanged a glance before Fred pulled a worn piece of parchment from his robes. "We solemnly swear that we are up to no good," he murmured, tapping it with his wand. Harry watched in amazement as ink spread across the parchment, forming an intricate map of Hogwarts with tiny labeled dots moving throughout, each representing a person in the castle. "The Marauder's map," George explained with reverence. "Shows everyone in Hogwarts, where they are, what they're doing, every minute of every day." "Brilliant," Harry breathed, scanning the countless corridors and secret passages. "But what's this got to do with Sirius?" Fred pointed to the map's introduction, Messrs. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief makers, are proud to present the Marauder's map. "We've been thinking about these names since the whole Pettigrew business," George explained. "Particularly since Alexandra Winters mentioned your father and his friends were skilled at transfiguration. We reckon the Marauders were a group of students," Fred continued. "And given what we know about Pettigrew being an unregistered animagus who could turn into a rat." Wormtail, Harry realized. Pettigrew was Wormtail. The twins nodded in unison. "And if Pettigrew was Wormtail," George prompted. "Then maybe your dad and Sirius were Marauders too," Fred finished. Harry stared at the map with new wonder, his fingers tracing the inked names. "So my dad might have been Moony, Padfoot, or Prongs." "Exactly," the twins agreed. "We thought you should have this," George said, pushing the map toward Harry. "It belongs with the son of a Marauder. And your godfather might be able to tell you more about it," Fred added with a wink. "Might come in handy for all sorts of mischief." Harry accepted the map with a lump in his throat, profoundly moved by this tangible connection to his father's school days. "Thanks. This means a lot." The gift of the map led Harry down a rabbit hole of research into his father's time at Hogwarts. With Hermione's help, he combed through old school records and trophy cases, finding evidence of James Potter's academic and Quidditch achievements, along with numerous detentions served alongside Sirius Black and, occasionally, Peter Pettigrew and someone named Remus Lupin. Lupin must be the fourth Marauder, Hermione concluded as they examined a particularly detailed detention report involving enchanted suits of armor serenading the Slytherin Quidditch team with rude limericks. "I wonder what happened to him. I'll ask Sirius when I meet him," Harry decided. "I want to know everything about them, how they became friends, how they created the map, all of it." The opportunity came sooner than expected. 3 days before the Halloween hearing, Professor McGonagall informed Harry that he had been granted permission to visit Sirius at St. Mungo's. Alexandra would accompany him, along with Madame Bones as his interim guardian. "Your godfather's condition has improved significantly," McGonagall explained, an unusual softness in her voice. "The healers believe meeting you would be beneficial for both of you." The following day, Harry traveled by flume from McGonagall's office to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, a strangely disguised building in the heart of London. Alexandra and Madame Bones met him in the reception area, both looking formally professional yet somehow gentler than usual. "Mr. Black has been moved from the secure ward to a private recovery room," Madame Bones explained as they ascended in a magically operated elevator. "His legal status remains ambiguous pending Pettigrew's trial, but given the evidence, we've authorized supervised visitation." "How is he?" Harry asked nervously. "Physically frail but improving rapidly with proper nutrition and care," Alexandra replied. Mentally sharper than the healers expected, though he struggles with certain memories and emotional regulation, common effects of long-term Dementor exposure. Will he recognize me? Harry asked, voicing his deepest fear. Oh yes, Alexandra assured him, her expression softening. He recognized your photograph immediately. In fact, the healers say talking about you has been his strongest motivator in recovery. They arrived at a quiet corridor on the 4th floor, where a young healer with kind eyes met them. Mr. Black is ready for visitors, she explained. Please remember he tires easily, and strong emotions can be overwhelming for him. If he becomes distressed, we may need to cut the visit short. With a deep breath, Harry followed the healer into a private room filled with gentle magical light. And there, sitting up in a bed by the window, was Sirius Black. Harry's first impression was of a living skeleton. Sirius was painfully thin, his once handsome face gaunt and shadowed, his dark hair long and tangled despite obvious attempts to clean and comb it. But his eyes, dark gray and intense, were alert and filled with an emotion Harry immediately recognized as love. Harry, Sirius breathed, his voice raspy from disuse. You look so much like James. Except the eyes. He swallowed hard. You have Lily's eyes. Harry moved forward hesitantly, unsure what to do or say. All the questions he had prepared seemed to evaporate in the raw emotion of the moment. Sirius patted the edge of his bed. Come sit, if you want. I won't break. He attempted a smile that transformed his gaunt face, giving Harry a glimpse of the handsome, vivacious young man he must have been before Azkaban. Harry perched carefully on the bed, aware of Alexandra and Madame Bones watching discreetly from near the door. I'm sorry, he blurted out. About what happened to you? That no one believed you. Sirius looked startled. You have nothing to apologize for, Harry. Nothing. I'm the one who should be sorry. I failed you. I should have been there all these years. It wasn't your fault, Harry insisted. You tried to protect me, to catch Pettigrew. I made mistakes, Sirius said quietly. I suggested the switch to Peter. I went after him myself instead of going to Dumbledore with the truth. I was rash, and you paid the price. His thin hand reached tentatively toward Harry, then pulled back. The Dursleys, were they very awful? Harry hesitated, not wanting to add to Sirius's burden. They didn't want me there, he said finally. They never made a secret of that. Something dark flickered in Sirius's eyes. Petunia was always jealous of Lily's magic. And that walrus she married was the worst sort of muggle. He took a shaky breath. I should have been there. Your parents made me your guardian for a reason. You might be now, Harry said hopefully. That's part of what the hearing is about, my future guardianship. Sirius's face lit up. You'd want that? To live with me? Even after I've been away? Of course I would, Harry replied without hesitation. You're my godfather. You were my dad's best friend. You're the only real family I have left. Sirius's eyes filled with tears. James and Lily would be so proud of you, Harry. So proud of how brave you've been, standing up to Dumbledore, the Ministry, all of it. Your father especially would have loved the chaos you've caused. He gave a bark-like laugh that transformed his face again. The boy who sued, he'd have found that hilarious. Harry grinned, feeling a connection to his father through Sirius's amusement. Tell me about them. My parents? Everyone talks about how they died, but I don't know much about how they lived. For the next hour, Sirius shared stories of James and Lily Potter, how they met at Hogwarts, how James had pursued Lily for years before she finally gave him a chance, their wedding, Harry's birth. He confirmed Harry's theory about the Marauders, explaining that James had been Prongs, a stag animagus, Sirius himself was Padfoot, a large black dog, Pettigrew was Wormtail, the rat, and Remus Lupin was Moony, for reasons he said Remus should explain himself. We became animagi to keep Remus company during his transformations, Sirius explained, carefully avoiding specifics with Madame Bones present. Your father led the effort, he was brilliant at transfiguration. And the map? Harry asked, describing the Marauder's map the twins had given him. Sirius's face lit up with genuine delight. You have it? Magnificent. We created it in our 5th year, James and I did most of the charm work, Remus handled the intricate spell matrices, and Peter. His expression darkened momentarily. Peter scouted locations and tested our prototypes. It's amazing magic, Harry said. Hermione's been analyzing it and says it's far beyond Newt level. Your friend sounds like Lily, Sirius observed with a smile. She was always analyzing our pranks, telling us we could have put our talents to better use. Of course, she was right, but we were having too much fun to listen. As the visit continued, Harry found himself relaxing in Sirius's presence, the initial awkwardness giving way to a sense of rightness, as if he had found a piece of himself he hadn't known was missing. Sirius, too, seemed to grow stronger through their conversation, sitting straighter, gesturing more animatedly, his eyes increasingly bright and focused. Eventually, the healer returned to remind them that Sirius needed rest. Harry reluctantly stood to leave, promising to visit again soon. After the hearing, perhaps we can discuss more permanent arrangements, Sirius said, his voice hopeful yet hesitant. I'll need time to recover fully, find a suitable place to live, but... He trailed off, seemingly afraid to articulate his deepest wish. I'd like that, Harry assured him. More than anything. As they walked through the corridors of St. Mungo's, Alexandra updated Harry on how Sirius's testimony would be incorporated into the upcoming hearing. His statement has been formally entered into evidence, she explained. And the Wizengamot has agreed to review pensive memories from both Pettigrew and Black. The consensus is shifting strongly in our favor, Harry. Even Dumbledore's most staunch supporters cannot ignore the systemic failures exposed by Black's wrongful imprisonment. What about the blood protection? Harry asked. Dumbledore still insists it's important. We've consulted magical law experts and practitioners of ancient protective magic, Alexandra replied. There are alternatives that would maintain the protection without requiring year-round residence with the Dursleys. Even a brief annual visit might suffice, according to some theories. So I really might be able to live with Sirius? Harry pressed. It appears increasingly likely, Alexandra confirmed. Though there would be a transition period while he recovers and establishes a suitable home. The days leading up to the Halloween hearing passed in a blur of anticipation and preparation. Alexandra drilled Harry on potential questions, while his friends provided moral support and welcome distractions. The school buzzed with speculation about the outcome, with many students now openly supporting Harry's position. Yet amidst the growing optimism, Harry noticed Professor Quirrell watching him with increasing intensity. Several times, he caught the defense professor staring at him during meals, his customary stutter vanishing when he thought no one was listening. More disturbingly, Harry's scar began to prickle painfully whenever Quirrell was nearby, a phenomenon he mentioned to Alexandra during their final preparation session. That's concerning, she acknowledged. Cursed scars can react to the presence of the person who inflicted them, or to powerful dark magic. Given Quirrell's suspicious background and your scar's origin, we should take this seriously. You think he might be connected to Voldemort somehow? Harry asked, voicing the fear that had been growing in his mind. I think nothing should be dismissed, Alexandra replied carefully. I'll inform Madame Bones, who can discreetly investigate while we're focused on the hearing. The morning of October 31st dawned clear and cold. Harry woke early, his stomach tight with nervous anticipation. Today would determine not just the legal outcome of his case but potentially the entire course of his future, where he would live, who would raise him, and what justice might look like for the people who had failed him. As he dressed in the formal robes Alexandra had provided, Ron and Hermione offered quiet encouragement. You'll be brilliant, Hermione assured him, straightening his collar with anxious fingers. The evidence is overwhelmingly in your favor now. And Sirius is waiting for you, Ron added. Think about that when the questions get tough. Professor McGonagall escorted Harry to her office, where he would flew directly to the Ministry. Her usually stern expression had softened to something like pride. Whatever happens today, Potter, she said as they reached her door, you have conducted yourself with dignity and courage throughout this process. Your parents would be proud of you, as am I. Harry swallowed hard, unexpectedly moved by her rare praise. Thank you, Professor. And do tell Black, when you see him, that I expect substantially better behavior from him as a guardian than I ever got from him as a student, she added with the ghost of a smile. Harry grinned. I'll pass that along. Alexandra was waiting at the Ministry atrium, looking crisp and formidable in formal legal robes. Are you ready? She asked without preamble. Harry nodded, his expression resolute. I've been ready since the day I learned the truth about my parents. Let's finish this. Together, they walked toward the Wizengamot chambers, where Harry would finally face the full reckoning of his unexpected lawsuit against the wizarding world that had failed him, and perhaps, at last, find the justice and family he had been denied for so long. The Wizengamot chamber was packed to capacity, with every member present in their plum-colored robes and an overflow crowd filling the visitor galleries. Harry recognized many faces from the preliminary hearing, along with new observers drawn by the sensational developments in the case. Minister Fudge sat in a special section, looking distinctly uncomfortable, while Lucius Malfoy surveyed the proceedings with calculated interest from his Wizengamot seat. Most surprising was the presence of Sirius Black himself, pale but composed in formal robes, seated in a special witness area under the watchful eye of Auror Shacklebolt. When he caught Harry's eye, he gave an encouraging nod that steadied Harry's nerves. The hearing of the 31st of October in the matter of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic et al. Is now in session, Madame Bones announced, her monocle glinting in the torchlight. Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore has recused himself due to his status as a respondent. I, Amelia Bones, shall preside as acting Chief Witch. She paused, surveying the chamber. Since the preliminary hearing, significant new evidence has emerged that bears directly on this case, most notably the capture of Peter Pettigrew and the exoneration of Sirius Black. These developments will be incorporated into our proceedings today. The formal structure of the hearing was similar to the preliminary session, but with a deeper examination of evidence and more extensive witness testimony. Alexandra presented their case methodically, focusing on three key failures: the override of the Potter will, the negligent placement with the Dursleys without monitoring, and the wrongful imprisonment of Sirius Black that had deprived Harry of his rightful guardian. Pettigrew's testimony under Veritaserum was presented via pensive projection, a silvery cloud of memory floating above the chamber floor and replaying his confession. The rat-like man admitted to being the Potter's secret keeper, to betraying their location to Voldemort, to framing Sirius by staging his own death, and to hiding with the Weasleys for a decade to avoid both justice and potential retribution from Death Eaters. When Sirius took the stand, his testimony was powerful despite his still frail appearance. He described the fateful decision to switch secret keepers, his horror at discovering James and Lily's bodies, and his encounter with Hagrid, who had strict orders from Dumbledore to bring Harry to Privet Drive. I tried to take Harry that night, Sirius recalled, his voice hoarse with emotion. I was his godfather. James and Lily had made me swear an oath to care for him if anything happened to them. But Hagrid said Dumbledore had given specific instructions. In my grief and shock, I yielded. I thought I could find Peter, clear my name, and then reclaim Harry within days. His face darkened. I couldn't have imagined I would lose 12 years. When Harry's turn came to testify, he spoke with quiet dignity about his life at the Dursleys and his discovery of the wizarding world. But this time, he also addressed the impact of learning about Sirius and what might have been. Finding out I had a godfather who wanted me, who loved me, who my parents had chosen to raise me if they couldn't, it was like finding a door in a wall I thought was solid, Harry explained. I spent my whole life believing no one wanted me, that there was something wrong with me that made me unlovable. Learning the truth, that I was meant to be with Sirius, that my parents had planned for my future, it changed everything. Throughout the day, witnesses from all sides presented testimony. Mrs. Figg described her limited monitoring of Harry at Dumbledore's request and her unsuccessful attempts to report concerns about his treatment. Remus Lupin, whom Harry recognized from Sirius's descriptions as the fourth marauder, testified about the close bond between James and Sirius and his own exclusion from Harry's life due to ministry restrictions on werewolves having contact with magical children. Most surprisingly, Petunia Dursley herself appeared, having been compelled by magical summons. Thin-lipped and clearly terrified to be surrounded by wizards, she nevertheless provided damning testimony about her treatment of Harry and the circumstances of his placement. "He was left on our doorstep with a letter," she said stiffly. "No warning, no consultation, no legal process. We never wanted him, never agreed to take him. We were told it was for his protection, but no one ever checked if he was actually being protected, from anything, including us." When asked why she had treated her sister's child so poorly, her face contorted with a complex mix of emotions. "Lily was special. She was always special, and I was always not. When her son came to us, with his eyes just like hers, doing freakish things like she used to do, it was like being second best all over again." She straightened her shoulders. "I don't expect you people to understand. But you asked for the truth, and that's it." Dumbledore was the final witness, his testimony more candid than at the preliminary hearing. He acknowledged that in his focus on protecting Harry from external threats, he had failed to adequately consider his emotional welfare. "I believed the blood protection was paramount," he explained. "I knew Voldemort would return someday, that Harry would be his primary target. The ancient magic invoked by Lily's sacrifice created a protection that could shield him, but only if he dwelled with her blood kin. And yet," Alexandra pressed, "you never checked whether this theoretical magical protection was outweighed by the very real harm being done to him in that household. You never explored whether alternative arrangements might provide both security and proper care." "I did not," Dumbledore admitted. "I placed too much faith in Petunia's blood tie to Lily, believing that despite their estrangement, she would not mistreat her sister's child. In this, I was gravely mistaken." "And regarding Sirius Black?" Alexandra continued. "Did you make any effort to verify his guilt before allowing him to be imprisoned without trial, effectively nullifying the Potters' choice of guardian for their son?" Dumbledore's pause was telling. "I knew Sirius had been named Secret Keeper. When reports came that he had betrayed the Potters and killed Pettigrew, I accepted them without sufficient questioning. The evidence seemed overwhelming, and in the chaos following Voldemort's fall, many procedural safeguards were abbreviated. Including a child's right to proper placement with chosen guardians," Alexandra concluded. "Yes," Dumbledore conceded. "Including that." As the testimony concluded and the Wizengamot prepared to deliberate, Alexandra delivered a powerful closing statement, weaving together the threads of evidence to illustrate a pattern of institutional failure. "This case has revealed critical breakdowns at every level of our society's systems for protecting its most vulnerable members," she argued. "A child orphaned by violence was denied his birthright and his parents' final wishes. His chosen guardian was imprisoned without trial. He was placed with reluctant relatives who mistreated him, without monitoring or support. Information about his heritage, his wealth, and his place in our world was deliberately withheld from him." She paused, her gaze sweeping the chamber. "The question before you is not simply what should happen to Harry Potter now, but what these failures reveal about our institutions and how we can reform them to prevent such injustices in the future. Harry's case is exceptional in its prominence, but the flaws it exposes may well affect many other magical children whose stories we haven't yet heard." The Wizengamot's deliberations lasted nearly 2 hours, during which Harry waited anxiously with Alexandra in a side chamber. Sirius joined them briefly, his presence both comforting and surreal. This man who had been a shadow in Harry's mind was now potentially his future guardian. "Whatever they decide," Sirius said quietly, "we're family now, Harry. Nothing will change that." When they were called back, the chamber had fallen completely silent. Madam Bones adjusted her monocle and addressed the assembly. In the matter of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic et al., this body finds in favor of the plaintiff on all counts. The following remedies are hereby ordered. First, the guardianship of Harry James Potter is awarded jointly to Sirius Orion Black, in accordance with James and Lily Potter's will, and to Amelia Susan Bones, who will continue as interim magical guardian until Mr. Black is deemed fully recovered and has established suitable accommodations. Second, the placement with Vernon and Petunia Dursley is terminated, with the proviso that Mr. Potter may visit the residence for 2 weeks annually to maintain the blood protection, subject to improved conditions and regular monitoring. Third, the Ministry of Magic is directed to pay reparations to Mr. Potter for the wrongful imprisonment of his godfather and the consequent deprivation of his rightful guardian. Similar reparations shall be paid to Mr. Black for his wrongful incarceration. Fourth, a commission shall be established to review and reform child welfare procedures in the wizarding world, with particular attention to orphans, muggleborns, and other vulnerable groups. Fifth, Albus Dumbledore is formally censured for his role in overriding the Potter will and failing to ensure proper monitoring of Mr. Potter's welfare. However, in recognition of the extraordinary circumstances of the time and his distinguished service to wizarding society, he retains his positions as headmaster of Hogwarts and chief warlock of the Wizengamot, subject to recusal from matters involving Mr. Potter. Finally, the full record of these proceedings shall be made public to ensure transparency and accountability in our institutions. This hearing is adjourned. The gavel fell with a decisive crack, and for a moment, the chamber remained silent as the implications of the ruling sank in. Then, from somewhere in the visitor gallery, applause began, spreading until much of the assembly was standing in approval of the decision. Harry sat stunned, barely comprehending the magnitude of what had just happened. He had won, completely, definitively. He would live with Sirius, his parents' will would be honored, and the system that had failed him would be reformed to protect other children. Alexandra allowed herself a rare smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Potter. Justice has been served." Sirius made his way to Harry's side, his gaunt face transformed by joy. "We did it, Harry. James and Lily would be so proud." He hesitated, then opened his arms questioningly. Harry didn't hesitate, stepping into his godfather's embrace for the first time in a decade. Something deep and wounded inside him began to heal as Sirius's arms closed around him, offering the unconditional love and protection his parents had intended him to have all along. As they separated, both blinking back tears, a commotion erupted near the chamber doors. Aurora Tonks burst in, her hair cycling rapidly through colors in apparent distress. "Madam Bones," she called urgently. "Emergency at Hogwarts. The defense against the dark arts professor has gone missing, and there are reports of a troll in the dungeons." Harry's blood ran cold. "Quirrell," he whispered, remembering Alexandra's warnings and the pain in his scar. "And my friends are still at school." The Halloween feast at Hogwarts had been underway for nearly an hour when Professor Quirrell burst into the Great Hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll! In the dungeons! Thought you ought to know." He collapsed in a dead faint. As pandemonium erupted among the students, Ron and Hermione exchanged worried glances. "Harry would want us to stay safe," Hermione said firmly, rising with the other Gryffindors as Percy began herding them toward the tower. But Ron had frozen in place, a look of horror spreading across his face. "Neville," he said urgently. "He doesn't know about the troll. He was upset after herbology when those Slytherins were mocking his parents. He said he was going to the bathroom to wash up and might skip the feast." Hermione's eyes widened. "Which bathroom?" "First floor, near the charms classroom." Without another word, they slipped away from the Gryffindor line and hurried toward the first floor, hoping to warn Neville before it was too late. Neither noticed Professor Quirrell watching their departure with calculating eyes before he slipped away in another direction entirely. As Harry, Sirius, Alexandra, and a team of Aurors led by Madam Bones rushed toward Hogwarts via emergency flood connection, the castle was in chaos. Students had been secured in their dormitories, but reports were coming in of the troll moving upward from the dungeons. More disturbingly, Professor Quirrell was nowhere to be found, and Dumbledore's attention was divided between the troll threat and some urgent situation on the third floor. "I don't like this," Sirius muttered as they hurried through the corridors. "A troll couldn't get into Hogwarts on its own, the wards are too strong. Someone let it in as a distraction." "Quirrell," Harry said with certainty. "He's been acting strange for weeks, and my scar hurts whenever he's nearby." Madam Bones shot him a sharp look. "Your scar? The cursed scar from Voldemort?" Harry nodded. Alexandra thought it might be significant. "Highly," Bones agreed grimly. "Auror Shacklebolt, take a team to sweep the third-floor corridor. I suspect our missing professor may be headed there." "What's on the third floor?" Harry asked, remembering Dumbledore's warning at the start of term feast. Bones hesitated, then replied tersely, "Something Voldemort would value highly. Dumbledore moved it to Hogwarts for safekeeping this year." A terrible crash echoed from a corridor ahead, followed by a high-pitched scream that Harry recognized immediately. "That's Hermione." Before anyone could stop him, Harry bolted toward the sound, Sirius close behind. They rounded a corner to find a mountain troll advancing on Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who were backed against a wall in a destroyed bathroom. Ron was attempting to distract it by throwing pipes, while Hermione appeared to be talking Neville through some spell, her own wand arm hanging limply at her side. "Flipendo!" Harry shouted, the knockback jinx, the strongest offensive spell he knew, hitting the troll's shoulder. It barely noticed, turning its tiny eyes toward the new threat. Sirius pushed Harry behind him and raised his borrowed wand. "Conjunctivitis," he bellowed, sending a precise curse at the troll's eyes. The creature bellowed in pain, swinging its club blindly. "Wingardium Leviosa!" Neville cried, his voice shaking but determined. The troll's club wrenched from its grasp, hovering in the air for a crucial moment before dropping directly onto its owner's head with a sickening crack. The troll swayed, then collapsed with an impact that shook the entire corridor. For a moment, everyone stood frozen in shock. Then Ron broke the silence. "Bloody hell, Neville. That was brilliant." Neville looked as surprised as anyone. "It worked," he said faintly. "Hermione said the levitation charm would work on the club, and it actually worked." The Aurors arrived seconds later, securing the unconscious troll and checking the students for injuries. Hermione's arm appeared broken, and all three were suffering from shock, but they were otherwise unharmed. "What were you thinking?" Harry demanded as a Metawizard treated Hermione's arm. "Taking on a troll by yourselves?" "We were looking for Neville," Ron explained. "He missed the feast, and when Quirrell announced the troll, we realized he didn't know. We found him in the bathroom, but the troll arrived before we could leave." "You could have been killed," Harry said, his voice shaking with delayed fear. "So could you, rushing in like that," Hermione countered, wincing as her arm was set and wrapped. "But that's what friends do, isn't it? Look out for each other, even when it's dangerous." Harry couldn't argue with that. Looking at his friends, Ron's determined expression, Hermione's matter-of-fact courage, Neville's newfound confidence, he felt a surge of gratitude. Whatever happened with Quirrell and the mysterious object on the third floor, he wasn't facing it alone anymore. "Mr. Potter," Madam Bones called from the doorway. "We've located Professor Quirrell. You and your friends should return to Gryffindor Tower immediately. Auror Tonks will escort you." Something in her tone made Harry suspicious. "What's happened? Did Quirrell get whatever he was after?" Bones exchanged a look with Sirius. "Professor Quirrell is dead," she said finally. Headmaster Dumbledore confronted him attempting to breach the protections around the Philosopher's Stone. In the struggle, it was revealed that Quirrell was hosting a parasitic form of Voldemort himself. Harry's blood ran cold. Voldemort was here. At Hogwarts. All this time. Possessing Quirrell, yes, Bones confirmed. The confrontation was fatal for Quirrell, and Voldemort's spirit has fled. But this confirms what many of us feared: he who must not be named is not truly gone. The implications of this revelation were staggering. Voldemort had been at Hogwarts for months, teaching Harry, watching him, perhaps planning to use the chaos of the hearing as cover for his attempt to steal the stone. The threat Dumbledore had warned about was real, and closer than anyone had imagined. Yet as Harry looked at the friends who had risked their lives for each other, at Sirius who had rushed to his defense without hesitation, at the Aurors who had responded to the emergency, he felt something unexpected, not fear, but resolve. The wizarding world had failed him once through negligence and expediency. He would not allow Voldemort to destroy the justice and family he had fought so hard to reclaim. "We should get back to the tower," he said quietly. "And then we need to talk about what happens next. All of us." As they made their way through the castle, Harry reflected on how dramatically his life had changed in just a few months. He had entered the wizarding world as an ignorant, lonely child and now stood at the center of its greatest legal controversy in decades. He had challenged Dumbledore and the Ministry, exposed a miscarriage of justice, and reclaimed his rightful guardian. He had made true friends willing to face a troll for each other. And he had confirmed that Voldemort, his parents' murderer, was still a threat. The boy who lived had become the boy who sued, and in doing so, had begun to forge his own path through a world that both celebrated and endangered him. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them not as a pawn in others' plans, but as the architect of his own destiny, surrounded by the family and justice his parents had always intended him to have. Chapter 3, Trial by Magic. The ancient chamber beneath the Ministry of Magic hadn't been used for a formal Wizengamot trial in over 50 years. Unlike the modern courtrooms with their practical lighting and standard-issue furniture, this circular amphitheater predated the Ministry itself, dating back to the Wizards' Council of the 14th century. Torches burning with enchanted blue flame cast eerie shadows across walls inscribed with runes so old that only a handful of scholars could still decipher them. Alexandra Winters stood in the center of the empty chamber, making final notes as a team of magical custodians prepared the space. They worked methodically, activating ancient spells embedded in the stone itself, truth-compelling enchantments, memory-clarifying wards, and protective barriers designed to prevent magical interference with testimony. "Remarkable," she murmured, watching as a circle of silver light rose from the floor where witnesses would stand, a millennia-old enchantment designed to make falsehood physically painful to utter. "The old ways had their merits," said a voice behind her. "Though I imagine many today would find them uncomfortably absolute." Alexandra turned to find Dumbledore observing the preparations, his blue eyes taking in the awakening magic with scholarly interest. Despite being a respondent in the case, his status as chief warlock gave him authority over the procedural aspects of the trial. "Truth should be absolute in matters of justice," Alexandra replied evenly. "Perhaps," Dumbledore conceded. "Though truth without context can be as misleading as falsehood. These ancient magics recognize only literal truth, not intent or circumstance. Which is why we have both testimony and deliberation," Alexandra countered. "The enchantments ensure honest accounts, the Wizengamot provides judgment." Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. "A fair point. I trust Harry is prepared for tomorrow's proceedings. The full trial will be considerably more intensive than the preliminary hearing. Mr. Potter is as prepared as anyone can be for what amounts to the most significant wizarding trial in decades," Alexandra said, her tone cooling. "Though I'm not certain a child should have to defend his right to proper care quite so publicly." "On that, we are in complete agreement," Dumbledore said softly. "I never wished for Harry's grievances to be aired before the entire wizarding world. I would have greatly preferred to address them privately. Yet here we are," Alexandra observed, "because private assurances proved insufficient in the face of systematic failures." Dumbledore's eyes lost some of their twinkle. "Indeed. Here we are." He surveyed the chamber once more. "I have arranged for the proceedings to be closed to the general public, with only accredited press permitted. Harry deserves that much privacy, at least." Before Alexandra could respond, a silver lynx Patronus materialized in the center of the chamber. In Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep, calm voice, it announced, "Security sweep complete. Ancient wards intact. Modern protective measures installed. The chamber is secure." "Thank you, Auror Shacklebolt," Dumbledore replied to the fading Patronus. "Ms. Winters, until tomorrow." With a respectful nod, he departed, leaving Alexandra to her preparations. As she gathered her notes, she reflected on how quickly the political landscape had shifted. What had begun as one boy's quest for answers had evolved into a referendum on the entire post-war order. The trial would determine not just Harry's future but potentially the direction of Wizarding Britain itself. Meanwhile, in the Burrow's cozy sitting room, Harry sat with Sirius, reviewing his testimony for the 100th time. Though still gaunt, Sirius looked markedly improved after 2 weeks of proper care and nutrition. He had traded his prison pallor for merely unhealthy paleness, and his eyes were clear and focused. "The key," Sirius explained, "is to remember that magical trials differ from Muggle ones in fundamental ways. The chamber itself will resist deliberate falsehood, so be absolutely honest, even when the truth is uncomfortable." "What about Veritaserum?" Harry asked, recalling Alexandra's explanations of truth serum. "Reserved for criminal cases," Sirius replied, "though the chamber's enchantments create a milder version of the same effect. You'll feel a resistance if you try to dissemble or evade. The magic doesn't force truth like Veritaserum, but it makes lying distinctly unpleasant." Harry nodded, trying to quell his nervous stomach. "And everyone feels this? Even Dumbledore?" "Everyone," Sirius confirmed. "Though experienced wizards develop techniques to navigate uncomfortable truths without triggering the enchantments. They speak technically accurately while omitting critical context, truth without complete disclosure." "That sounds like cheating," Harry said with a frown. Sirius barked a laugh. "It absolutely is. But it's also high wizarding politics." His expression sobered. "Harry, you need to understand something. Tomorrow isn't just about your case anymore. It's become a proxy war between factions that have been jostling for power since Voldemort's fall. Your legitimate grievances are being wielded as weapons in battles that have nothing to do with you." Harry sighed. Alexandra explained that. "The traditionalists want to undermine Dumbledore, the progressives want systemic reform, and Fudge just wants to save his own skin." "Exactly. And they'll all claim to have your best interests at heart." Sirius leaned forward. "What matters is what you want, Harry. Not what serves their agendas." "I want the truth," Harry said simply. "About why my parents' will was ignored. Why Dumbledore left me with people who hated me. Why no one checked if I was okay." He paused. "And I want to live with you, like my parents intended." Sirius's eyes softened. "And you shall, pup. Whatever political games they play, that much I can promise you." The fireplace flared green, and Arthur Weasley stepped through, brushing ash from his travel-worn ministry robes. His normally cheerful face looked troubled. "Evening, Harry, Sirius," he greeted them. "Quite the day at the ministry. The trial has everyone choosing sides. Half the departments are barely functioning for all the closed-door meetings and strategic consultations." He made quotation marks with his fingers. "Any word on the Prophet's coverage?" Sirius asked. Arthur grimaced. "Tomorrow's headline is, Wizengamot divided, Potter trial threatens ministry unity." Rita Skeeter has somehow obtained quotes from sources close to the deliberations suggesting that several high-ranking officials may be implicated in procedural violations regarding both Harry's placement and your imprisonment. "That's accurate, though," Harry said, confused by Arthur's concern. "The accuracy isn't the problem," Arthur explained, accepting a cup of tea from Molly, who had entered from the kitchen. "It's the timing. Someone is strategically leaking information to inflame tensions before the trial begins. The question is who benefits from turning this into an institutional crisis rather than a focused inquiry. Malfoy, Sirius growled. Lucius would love nothing more than to use this case to discredit Dumbledore and destabilize Fudge's administration. He's been maneuvering for more influence since his miraculous recovery from the Imperius Curse. Perhaps, Arthur agreed cautiously, though there are other players with similar motives. Not, Parkinson, and several other families with questionable wartime allegiances have been unusually active in Wizengamot preparations. Harry frowned. But they're on the Wizengamot. Aren't they supposed to be impartial judges? All three adults exchanged knowing looks. In theory, Molly said gently. In practice, the Wizengamot combines judicial and legislative functions with limited separation. It's a fundamental flaw in wizarding governance, Arthur added. The same body that makes laws also judges cases, creating inherent conflicts of interest. Typically, members with direct involvement in a case recuse themselves, but there's nothing preventing others from voting based on political alliances rather than evidence. So even with all the truth enchantments and magical evidence, they could still rule against me for political reasons? Harry asked, dismayed. They could try, Sirius said grimly. But your case has become too public, the evidence too compelling. Outright dismissal would trigger a political crisis even Lucius Malfoy doesn't want. The real battle will be over the remedy, what changes as a result of the ruling. The conversation continued until late evening, with Arthur sharing ministry gossip and Sirius explaining the ancient trial procedures Harry would face. By the time Harry climbed the stairs to Ron's room, his head was swimming with magical legal protocols, political factions, and strategic considerations. Ron was still awake, pretending to read a Quidditch magazine that was clearly upside down. How bad is it? He asked as Harry flopped onto the camp bed. Mental, Harry replied. Apparently, half the Wizengamot has already decided how they'll vote based on politics rather than my actual case. Dad says it's the biggest political earthquake since you-know-who disappeared, Ron commented. Fred and George have been taking bets on which ministry officials will resign by the end of the week. Harry groaned. I just wanted answers and to not live with the Dursleys. How did it turn into this circus? Because you're Harry Potter, Ron replied matter-of-factly. Everything about you turns into a circus. You defeated the darkest wizard of all time as a baby, mate. Did you really think challenging Dumbledore would be less dramatic? When Harry didn't answer, Ron set aside his magazine. Look, Hermione says, and don't tell her I admitted this, but she's usually right, that what's happening is actually important beyond just your situation. She says the way they treated you shows bigger problems with how the wizarding world handles, well, everything. So maybe the circus is necessary. Harry considered this. I guess. I just wish it didn't have to be so public. Famous Harry Potter, Ron teased, then ducked as Harry threw a pillow at him. Seriously though, we've got your back. Hermione's compiled about 50 obscure legal precedents to support your case, and Neville's grandmother is rallying the old families who lost people in the war. Even Percy's been dropping hints about administrative irregularities he's noticed as a ministry intern. Thanks, Harry said, genuinely moved. I couldn't do this without you lot. Course you could, Ron replied with a shrug. But it'd be a lot less fun. The morning of the trial dawned clear and cold. Harry dressed in formal robes that Alexandra had commissioned, deep green with subtle gold embroidery, designed to acknowledge his heritage without appearing ostentatious. The Potter family crest was embroidered discreetly on the left breast, a detail Sirius had insisted upon. You're representing House Potter today, Sirius explained as he adjusted Harry's collar. Not just yourself. Your parents would be proud to see you standing up for what's right. The Weasleys gathered to wish him luck, each offering encouragement in their own way. Fred and George presented him with a small package containing emergency distractions should things go poorly. Percy solemnly advised him on proper forms of address for various Wizengamot officials. Ginny blushed furiously while pressing a small, handmade good luck charm into his hand. Amelia Bones is fair but strict, Arthur advised as they prepared to depart. Address her as Madam Chief Witch and the Wizengamot collectively as honored members. And remember to eat something, Molly insisted, pushing a wrapped package of sandwiches into his hands. Magical trials can last for hours, and you'll need your strength. They traveled by ministry car, a special accommodation arranged by Madame Bones, rather than Flo, allowing Harry to arrive composed rather than covered in soot. The vehicle navigated London traffic with suspicious efficiency, sliding between buses and around corners in ways that defied both physics and traffic laws. The ministry's atrium was even more crowded than during the preliminary hearing, with reporters jostling for position behind magical barriers and ministry employees lingering, coincidentally, near the security desk. When Harry emerged from the lift at the Department of Magical Law Enforcement level, Alexandra was waiting, immaculate in formal legal robes of midnight blue. "Are you ready, Mr. Potter?" she asked, her professional demeanor softened slightly by genuine concern. Harry squared his shoulders. "As ready as I'll ever be." Alexandra nodded approvingly. "Sirius will join us inside. Madame Bones has arranged for him to sit with our legal team rather than in the witness area, given his dual role as witness and your prospective guardian." As they approached the ancient courtroom, Harry noticed the increased security, a full complement of aurors in formal uniforms, magical detection devices scanning everyone who entered, and ward specialists monitoring shimmering barriers of protective magic. "Standard procedure for high-profile cases?" Harry asked, nodding toward a particularly severe-looking witch examining wands with a golden instrument. "Hardly," Alexandra replied quietly. "This level of security is usually reserved for trials involving national security. Madame Bones is taking no chances with outside interference." Inside, the courtroom took Harry's breath away. Unlike the functional modern chamber where the preliminary hearing had been held, this space felt ancient and potent. Tiered seating rose in a perfect circle around a central floor of polished black stone. The Wizengamot members, in formal plum-colored robes with silver embellishments that seemed to shift and move in the enchanted light, were already taking their places. Above them, a smaller gallery held the select press representatives and official observers. Harry spotted Rita Skeeter, her acid green quill already poised over parchment. In the center of the black stone floor stood two raised platforms, one for the claimant, one for the respondent, connected by a bridge of light that pulsed gently. Between them was a circle of silver embedded in the floor, where witnesses would stand. "The bridge represents the flow of justice between grievance and response," Alexandra explained in a whisper. "Once the trial begins, it will reflect the Wizengamot's shifting assessment of the evidence, brightening toward the side they find more compelling." "That seems rather unsubtle," Harry observed. "Ancient magic often is," Alexandra replied with the ghost of a smile. "Our ancestors believed justice should be visible to all, its movement transparent." They took their places on the claimant's platform, where Sirius was already waiting. On the opposite platform, Dumbledore stood alone, having chosen to represent himself rather than employ counsel. He wore formal robes of deep purple, simpler than his usual flamboyant attire, and inclined his head respectfully when he caught Harry's eye. At precisely 9 o'clock, Amelia Bones entered from a side chamber, the Wizengamot rising as one at her appearance. She wore ceremonial robes of black and silver, and around her neck hung a heavy chain of office, a silver scales of justice that glowed with inner light. "Be seated," she commanded, her voice magically amplified. "This full tribunal of the Wizengamot is now in session. We gather to hear the case of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic et al. Concerning allegations of willful contravention of testamentary instructions, negligent child placement, and systematic failures of oversight." She surveyed the chamber with her monocled eye. "Let it be noted that Chief Warlock Dumbledore has recused himself from presiding due to his status as a primary respondent. I, Amelia Susan Bones, shall serve as Chief Witch for these proceedings." Bones gestured to the floor, and the silver circle began to glow more intensely. "The ancient chamber has been awakened for this trial, the first time in 53 years that the full ceremonial magic has been invoked. All who speak within the circle of testimony shall find falsehood difficult and painful to utter. All evidence presented shall be subject to the chamber's discernment. She turned toward Alexandra. Ms. Winters, as counsel for the claimant, you may invoke the ritual of commencement. Alexandra stepped forward to the edge of their platform. By right of advocacy and in the name of justice, I call upon the ancient magic of this chamber to witness the grievance of Harry James Potter, son of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Evans Potter, against those who failed their sworn duties to protect him. As she spoke, the silver circle flared brilliantly, and Harry felt a wave of magic wash over him, neither warm nor cold, but intense, as if the very air had become more substantial. The chamber acknowledges the grievance, Bones intoned. Let the ritual of presentation begin. What followed was unlike any legal proceeding Harry had imagined. Rather than the straightforward testimony of the preliminary hearing, this ancient ritual involved magical demonstrations of evidence that made the truth undeniable. Alexandra presented not just statements and documents but magically preserved memories projected above the silver circle for all to see, magical artifacts that revealed emotional states, and binding oaths that caused the chamber itself to resonate with confirmation or dissonance. The first memory shown was Dumbledore's own, willingly provided, of the night he placed Harry on the Dursleys' doorstep. The Wizengamot watched in silence as a younger Dumbledore and McGonagall argued on Privet Drive, with McGonagall objecting strenuously to leaving Harry with the worst sort of muggles imaginable. The boy will be famous, Memory McGonagall protested. Every child in our world will know his name. He'd be better off growing up away from all that, but not with these people, Albus. Memory Dumbledore's response was measured but firm. It's the best place for him. His aunt and uncle will be able to explain everything when he's older. I've written them a letter. A letter? McGonagall's incredulity was palpable. Really, Dumbledore, you think you can explain all this in a letter? These people will never understand him. He'll be famous, a legend, there will be books written about Harry, every child in our world will know his name. Exactly, Memory Dumbledore replied. It would be enough to turn any boy's head. Famous before he can walk and talk. Famous for something he won't even remember. Can't you see how much better off he'll be, growing up away from all that until he's ready to take it? The memory shifted to show Dumbledore placing the sleeping baby on the doorstep with a letter, casting protective charms, and then departing with one last glance at the bundle of blankets. As the memory faded, the bridge of light connecting the platforms shifted subtly, brightening slightly toward Harry's side. The chamber acknowledges the evidence, Bones declared. Professor McGonagall, please step forward to provide testimony. McGonagall entered the silver circle, her emerald robes a stark contrast against the glowing floor. As soon as she stood fully within the circle, her posture straightened even further, and her eyes widened slightly, experiencing, Harry realized, the truth-compelling enchantments. Professor McGonagall, Alexandra began, please describe your objections to Mr. Potter's placement with the Dursley family. I had observed the Dursleys throughout the day before Albus left Harry with them, McGonagall replied, her Scottish accent more pronounced under the influence of the circle's magic. They were precisely the sort of muggles who give muggles a bad name, narrow-minded, suspicious of anything different, obsessively normal. Petunia Dursley spent the day spying on neighbors and spoiling her overlarge son. Vernon Dursley spent it shouting at people and complaining about trivial matters. She paused, visibly struggling with the need for complete honesty. I believed they would be particularly ill-suited to raising a magical child, especially one with Harry's unique circumstances. I expressed these concerns to Albus in the strongest possible terms. And what was his response? Alexandra prompted. He acknowledged my concerns but insisted the blood protection through Lily's sister outweighed all other considerations. He was unmovable on this point. Did you raise your objections again after that night? Alexandra asked. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. Several times over the years. I also suggested that someone should check on the boy's welfare regularly. Albus assured me that he had arrangements in place for monitoring Harry and that he was safe. Did you ever verify these monitoring arrangements yourself? No, McGonagall admitted, clear regret in her voice. I deferred to Albus's judgment, as I had done in many matters. I trusted him implicitly. And when Mr. Potter arrived at Hogwarts, what was your impression of his physical and emotional condition? McGonagall's expression softened as she looked at Harry. He was small for his age, thin in a way that suggested inadequate nutrition rather than natural build. His clothes were clearly hand-me-downs, ill-fitting and worn. He seemed wary, in a way 11-year-olds typically aren't. Polite to a fault, but startled by kindness, as if unaccustomed to it. Her voice took on an edge of suppressed anger. Nothing in his manner suggested he had been raised in a loving home, despite my many inquiries to Albus over the years about his welfare. As McGonagall completed her testimony, the bridge of light shifted again, growing noticeably brighter on Harry's side. When Dumbledore rose to cross-examine, his questions were gentle, focusing on the genuine threat from Death Eaters in the aftermath of Voldemort's fall and the unique protection offered by Lily's blood sacrifice. McGonagall acknowledged these points but remained firm. I never questioned the need for protection, Albus. I questioned whether abandoning a magical child to muggles who feared and resented magic, without proper support or monitoring, was the only way to achieve it. The testimony continued with Arabella Figg, who entered the circle with visible nervousness, her floral-patterned dress incongruous among the formal robes. I was placed in little whinging at Albus Dumbledore's request, she explained, to keep a distant eye on Harry Potter. As a squib, I could live comfortably in the Muggle world while maintaining awareness of any magical threats or incidents. What were your instructions regarding Mr. Potter's welfare? Alexandra asked. To report any signs of magical activity, potential threats, or serious concerns about his treatment, Mrs. Figg replied. I was specifically instructed not to show Harry any favoritism or reveal my connection to the wizarding world, as this might alert the Dursleys and compromise my position. And did you ever report concerns about his treatment? Mrs. Figg shifted uncomfortably. Several times. I noted that the boy was clearly treated differently from his cousin, made to do inappropriate amounts of housework, dressed in cast-offs, often appearing hungry. I reported an incident when he was 6 where he arrived at my home with a bruised arm after apparently being grabbed roughly by his uncle. And what response did you receive to these reports? Acknowledgement, but no action that I could discern, Mrs. Figg said, her frustration evident. I was told the blood protection was paramount and that the situation, while not ideal, was not severe enough to warrant intervention. After several such responses, I reduced the frequency of my reports, focusing instead on making Harry's visits to my home as comfortable as possible without revealing my true purpose. The bridge of light shifted further toward Harry's side. The most dramatic testimony came when Vernon and Petunia Dursley were magically compelled to appear. They entered the chamber with expressions of mingled fear and outrage, Vernon's face purple with suppressed fury, Petunia's pinched with disdain and terror. The magic of the silver circle affected them visibly, Vernon tugging at his collar as if it had suddenly tightened, Petunia trembling as the compulsion to honesty warred with her lifetime of denial. Mr. Dursley, Alexandra began, please describe your reaction when you found Harry Potter on your doorstep. Wanted nothing to do with it, Vernon growled, the words seeming to force themselves out despite his resistance. Told Petunia we should call social services, but she insisted we had to take him in. Said her sister would have taken Dudley if things had been reversed. He glared at Petunia. Though I don't recall you showing any such concern for your sister when she was alive. The letter, Petunia interjected, her voice tight. The letter said we had to take him, that it would protect him, and us, from those who killed Lily. It wasn't a request. It was a command. And how did you treat Harry during the 10 years he lived in your home? Alexandra continued. Vernon's attempt to prevaricate caused him to break into a sweat under the circle's influence. Gave him a roof, didn't we? Fed him, clothed him. More than he'd have gotten at an orphanage. Please answer the question directly, Bones instructed from her elevated position. The magic of this chamber requires complete honesty. Vernon glowered but complied. We treated him like the burden he was. Kept him in line, made sure he earned his keep. Didn't coddle him like we did our Dudley, why would we? He wasn't our son. He was abnormal. Like his parents. You kept him in a cupboard under the stairs for 10 years, Alexandra stated flatly. You gave him your son's cast-off clothing. You assigned him chores beyond what was appropriate for his age. You punished him for accidental magic he couldn't control. Is this correct? Yes, Vernon spat, clearly fighting the magic. But the boy was trouble from the start. Strange things happened around him, windows shattered, hair grew back overnight, he appeared on rooftops. What were we supposed to do with such freakishness? Seek help from the magical community? Alexandra suggested, her tone icy. Contact the sender of the letter you received. Show basic human decency to a child in your care. Petunia made a small, distressed sound. We never wanted him, she said, her voice barely audible. He was a constant reminder of my sister, of the world that took her from me and then made us responsible for her son. His eyes, he has Lily's eyes. Every time he looked at me, I saw her, the sister I lost, the magic I never had, the world that rejected me while embracing her. The raw honesty of this admission silenced the chamber. Even Alexandra seemed momentarily taken aback by the complex jealousy and grief underlying Petunia's cruelty. Mrs. Dursley, she recovered, did anyone from the magical world ever check on Harry's welfare in person during those 10 years? No, Petunia replied. Not once. The letter said to take him in, and we did. No one came to see if he was happy or well treated or loved. The last word seemed to cause her physical pain to utter. And if they had? Alexandra pressed. If they had seen the cupboard, the hand-me-down clothes, the list of chores, the differential treatment between Harry and your son? What would they have concluded? Petunia met her gaze with surprising steadiness. That we resented him. That we did the minimum required to keep him alive and under our roof. That we were unkind. She swallowed hard. They would have been correct. The bridge of light was now significantly brighter on Harry's side. Throughout the morning, a parade of witnesses provided testimony, ministry officials who had processed, or failed to process, the Potter's will, the Goblin Nagnok explaining the violations of inheritance procedures, Remus Lupin describing his attempts to check on Harry being rebuffed due to his lycanthropy. Each account added to the growing weight of evidence that systematic failures had occurred at every level. During a brief recess, Harry found himself in a small antechamber with Sirius and Alexandra, processing the morning's revelations. It's going well, Alexandra noted, reviewing her notes. The chamber's magic is amplifying the truth in a way no ordinary testimony could achieve. Even Dumbledore cannot easily navigate around the direct questions without appearing evasive. Petunia's testimony was unexpected, Harry said quietly. I knew she resented my mother, but I didn't realize how deep it went. Sirius squeezed his shoulder. Jealousy and grief make a toxic combination, Harry. It doesn't excuse how they treated you, but it helps explain it. The afternoon session will be more challenging, Alexandra warned. Dumbledore will present his defense, and he's requested permission to reveal sensitive information under a modified secrecy charm, one that allows the Wizengamot to hear it while preventing its spread beyond the chamber. The prophecy, Harry guessed. He's going to finally explain what it says. Alexandra nodded. Prepare yourself. Whatever it contains has guided Dumbledore's actions for a decade. It's likely to be significant, and potentially disturbing. When the trial resumed, the atmosphere had shifted subtly. Ministry officials could be seen huddled in whispered conversations, while Wizengamot members exchanged meaningful glances. Harry noticed Lucius Malfoy conferring with several other members, their expressions calculating rather than concerned. Dumbledore took the center circle for his defense, the ancient magic washing over him with visible effect, not discomfort, exactly, but a heightened alertness, as if every word required careful consideration. Honored members of the Wizengamot, he began, his voice clear and measured, "I do not stand before you to deny the evidence presented. The facts are largely as stated. Harry Potter was indeed placed with relatives who treated him poorly, his parents' will was set aside, and monitoring of his welfare was insufficient. These are truths I acknowledge and regret deeply." He paused, his eyes finding Harry's across the chamber. "What I seek to explain is not these facts, but the context in which these decisions were made, a context of genuine danger, magical necessity, and information so sensitive that even now, I have requested special security measures for its disclosure." Bones nodded gravely. "The Wizengamot has approved Professor Dumbledore's request to invoke a modified secrecy charm for portions of his testimony. This ancient magic will allow all present to hear the information but prevent its repetition outside this chamber except in the most general terms. The charm will activate when Professor Dumbledore invokes it." Dumbledore drew his wand, the first time Harry had seen him use it in the proceedings, and traced a complex pattern in the air. "Secretum tempora revelio," he intoned, and a shimmering dome of gold light expanded to encompass the entire chamber before fading to invisibility. "In the spring of 1980, Dumbledore began, months before Harry Potter was born, I interviewed a candidate for the position of divination professor at Hogwarts. During this interview, the candidate, Sybil Trelawney, fell into a true prophetic trance and delivered a prophecy concerning Voldemort and a child yet to be born. The chamber was utterly silent as Dumbledore closed his eyes, recalling the exact words, "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies." A collective gasp rippled through the Wizengamot. Harry sat frozen, the words echoing in his mind with terrible clarity. "Either must die at the hand of the other. Neither can live while the other survives." Dumbledore continued. "A Death Eater overheard the first portion of the prophecy before being discovered and ejected from the establishment. He reported what he had heard to Voldemort, who immediately began searching for children born at the end of July to parents who had defied him 3 times. 2 children fit this description, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom. Both sets of parents were placed under Fidelius charm protection. But Voldemort, for reasons known only to himself, chose to target the Potters first. When he cast the killing curse at Harry and it rebounded, marking him with his scar, the second part of the prophecy was fulfilled, the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal." Dumbledore's gaze returned to Harry. "I believed then, and continue to believe, that the prophecy remains active, that Voldemort is not truly gone, and that he and Harry are bound by this prophecy until its ultimate fulfillment. This belief was confirmed when Voldemort's spirit possessed Professor Quirrell this past year in an attempt to regain physical form." He addressed the Wizengamot directly. "It was this prophecy, this magical binding of fates, that guided my decisions regarding Harry's placement. The blood protection provided by Lily Potter's sacrifice created a powerful magical shield, but only if Harry could call home a place where his mother's blood dwelled. Petunia Dursley, however reluctant, provided that protection. I knew the Dursleys were not ideal guardians, Dumbledore acknowledged. But I believed the physical protection from Voldemort and his followers outweighed other considerations. With the recent confirmation that Voldemort's spirit remains active and fixated on Harry, this concern has proven tragically valid, if incomplete in its execution." Harry felt as if the air had been sucked from his lungs. A prophecy. A destiny he'd never asked for. A connection to Voldemort that couldn't be broken until one of them killed the other. This was why Dumbledore had been so fixated on his physical safety. He wasn't just protecting a child, he was preserving a prophesied vanquisher. Alexandra rose for cross-examination. "Professor Dumbledore, why did you not share this prophecy with others who might have helped implement more humane protective measures? Surely the Department of Mysteries, which houses all prophecies, could have provided insight. The fewer people who knew the full contents, the safer Harry would be," Dumbledore replied. "Prophecies are slippery, dangerous things, they can be interpreted in multiple ways, and knowledge of them can influence events toward their fulfillment. I sought to minimize this risk while maximizing Harry's protection. Yet you made these momentous decisions unilaterally, Alexandra pressed. Without consulting magical child welfare experts, without exploring alternative protective measures, without regular evaluation of whether the arrangement was serving its intended purpose. I believe time was of the essence, Dumbledore admitted. The wizarding world was in chaos. Death Eaters were still at large. The Ministry was compromised at multiple levels. I acted with the authority granted to me as Chief Warlock during a state of emergency. And in the years that followed? When the immediate crisis had passed. Dumbledore's pause was telling. I continued to believe the blood protection was essential and irreplaceable. I, perhaps, grew too accustomed to acting unilaterally in matters I deemed of highest security. Did you consider, Alexandra asked, her voice precise, that a child raised in neglect and emotional abuse might be poorly prepared for the very destiny you believed he faced? That knowledge, magical training, and emotional support might have better served both his welfare and the prophecy's fulfillment. For the first time, Dumbledore seemed genuinely discomfited by the chamber's truth-compelling magic. I considered the blood protection paramount, he finally said. I weighed the risk of death against the certainty of a difficult childhood and chose physical survival. In retrospect, I acknowledge this calculation was flawed. A child needs more than mere survival to thrive and fulfill his potential. The questioning continued, probing Dumbledore's decision-making process, his failure to check personally on Harry's welfare, and his reasoning for keeping Harry ignorant of his heritage and the prophecy. Throughout, the Bridge of Light continued to brighten on Harry's side, though less dramatically than during the morning testimony. As the afternoon progressed, political maneuvering became increasingly visible among the Wizengamot members. Delegations were passing notes, whispering behind privacy charms, and forming clear voting blocs. Harry noticed Lucius Malfoy moving between several members with apparent purpose, while Madame Longbottom, Neville's formidable grandmother, seemed to be rallying a different faction. During a brief recess, Sirius nodded toward these activities. The vultures are circling, he murmured. This has become more than your case, Harry. It's now a referendum on the post-war power structure. Malfoy and his allies see an opportunity to weaken Dumbledore permanently, while Dumbledore's supporters are trying to limit the damage. What about justice for Harry? Alexandra asked sharply. Is that being lost in these political games? Not lost, Sirius replied. But certainly complicated. The verdict will likely reflect political compromise as much as the evidence presented. The final portion of the trial involved magical evidence about Voldemort's recent activities, including pensive memories of Dumbledore's confrontation with Quirrell at the end of term. The spectral form of Voldemort emerging from the back of Quirrell's head caused audible gasps and sent several Wizengamot members into pale-faced shock. As you can see, Dumbledore concluded, the threat to Harry Potter is neither theoretical nor historical. It is present and active. Lord Voldemort continues to seek return to physical form, and his obsession with the boy who survived his killing curse remains undiminished. Whatever the Wizengamot decides regarding Harry's future guardianship and placement, this reality must be acknowledged and addressed. As the evidence presentation concluded, both Alexandra and Dumbledore delivered closing statements summarizing their positions. Alexandra emphasized the systematic failures at every level and the need for both personal remedy for Harry and institutional reform. Dumbledore acknowledged his errors while reiterating the genuine danger that had motivated his decisions. The Wizengamot retired for deliberations, leaving Harry, Sirius, and Alexandra waiting in the antechamber. The revelation of the prophecy had left Harry shaken, struggling to integrate this new understanding of his role in events far beyond his control. Did you know? He asked Sirius quietly. About the prophecy? Sirius shook his head. James and Lily knew they were in danger, that Voldemort was hunting them specifically, but they never mentioned a prophecy. Dumbledore must have kept it from them as well, or at least the full contents. So I have to kill Voldemort or be killed by him, Harry said flatly. That's my destiny. Prophecies are notorious for being fulfilled in unexpected ways, Alexandra interjected. They're rarely as straightforward as they seem. But Dumbledore believes it, Harry pressed. He's been preparing for Voldemort's return this whole time, keeping me alive for, what? A final confrontation? If that was his plan, he executed it poorly, Sirius growled. Leaving you ignorant and untrained with people who despised magic hardly prepares you to face the darkest wizard of our time. The deliberations took longer than anticipated. Afternoon stretched into evening, and Harry found himself pacing the small chamber, his mind racing between the prophecy, the memories of his childhood, and anxiety about the verdict. Finally, after nearly 4 hours, they were summoned back to the chamber. The bridge of light was now blindingly bright on Harry's side, reflecting the chamber's own magical assessment of the evidence presented. Madame Bones rose, the chain of office around her neck glowing with solemn power. The Wizengamot has reached its determination in the matter of Potter versus the Ministry of Magic et al. Through magical consensus and deliberative process, we find as follows: first, that the last will and testament of James and Lily Potter was improperly set aside without sufficient legal justification, even under emergency powers. The designated guardian, Sirius Black, was wrongfully imprisoned without trial, and alternative guardians specified in the will were not properly considered. Second, that the placement of Harry Potter with Vernon and Petunia Dursley constituted negligent child placement, exacerbated by insufficient monitoring and intervention despite evidence of mistreatment. Third, that while the blood protection established through Lily Potter's sacrifice provided genuine magical security, alternative implementations of this protection could and should have been explored that would have better balanced physical safety with emotional welfare. Fourth, that these failures represent not just individual misjudgments but systematic weaknesses in our child welfare procedures, magical guardianship laws, and emergency powers provisions. She paused, surveying the chamber. In light of these findings, the Wizengamot orders the following remedies. Guardianship of Harry Potter is awarded to Sirius Black, his godfather and his parents' chosen guardian, with a transitional period of joint guardianship with Amelia Bones until Mr. Black's recovery is complete and suitable accommodations are established. The magical blood protection shall be maintained through a modified arrangement. Mr. Potter will visit the Dursley residence for 2 weeks annually, under improved conditions and with regular monitoring, sufficient to renew the protective enchantments. Compensation in the amount of 50,000 galleons shall be paid jointly by the Ministry of Magic and Albus Dumbledore to Mr. Potter's trust for the hardships endured due to these failures. A commission shall be established to review and reform magical child welfare procedures, with particular attention to orphans, Muggle-born children, and magical children in Muggle households. Albus Dumbledore is formally reprimanded for exceeding his authority, but in recognition of the genuine security concerns and his distinguished service, he retains his positions as headmaster and chief warlock, subject to recusal from matters directly involving Mr. Potter's welfare. The verdict continued with additional specific provisions about Hogwarts accommodations, summer arrangements, and legal precedents established by the case. Throughout, Harry noticed a pattern: acknowledgement of wrongdoing but limited consequences for those in power. Dumbledore would keep his positions despite his acknowledged failures. Ministry officials who had processed, or failed to process, the Potters will face no individual sanctions. The Death Eaters on the Wizengamot who had helped shape the compromise verdict remained unchallenged despite their own bloody histories. It was justice, but justice tempered by political reality, a reality where power protected itself even in defeat. When Madame Bones concluded the verdict and the formal trial magic began to dissipate, the chamber erupted in conversation. Reporters rushed from the gallery to file their stories, Wizengamot members clustered in animated discussion, and ministry officials huddled to assess the political fallout. "We won," Sirius said quietly, putting his arm around Harry's shoulders. "Not everything we sought, but the essentials. You'll come live with me. The Dursleys have been put in their place. Your parents' wishes will finally be honored." "It doesn't feel like a complete victory," Harry admitted, watching Lucius Malfoy depart with a satisfied smirk that had nothing to do with Harry's welfare. "The people who failed me, who failed my parents, they'll continue in positions of power. They'll make the same mistakes with other children. Politics is the art of the possible, not the ideal, Alexandra said, gathering her documents. But the Commission on Child Welfare is a significant achievement. It opens the door to systemic reform that could help countless children in situations similar to yours. As they prepared to leave, Dumbledore approached, his expression solemn but not defeated. "Harry," he said softly. "Might I have a word?" Sirius tensed protectively, but Harry nodded. "It's all right, Sirius." Dumbledore gestured to a quiet corner away from the departing crowd. "I owe you an apology," he began. "Not just for the decisions that led to your difficult childhood, but for underestimating your resilience and capacity to understand complex truths. I believed I was protecting you by withholding information about the prophecy and your connection to Voldemort. In doing so, I denied you agency in your own life. You thought you were doing what was best," Harry acknowledged, surprised by his own calmness. "But you were wrong." "Yes," Dumbledore agreed simply. "I was wrong. In focusing so intently on keeping you alive, I failed to consider what kind of life I was consigning you to. It is a failure I will carry with me always." "The prophecy," Harry said. "Is it certain? Do I really have to face him again?" Dumbledore's blue eyes were grave. "The events of this past year suggest that Voldemort remains fixated on returning to power, and on you. Whether the prophecy controls these events or merely predicts them is a question philosophers have debated for centuries. But I believe you will indeed face him again, Harry. The question is how, and with what preparation." "I'll need to be ready," Harry said, the weight of this destiny settling onto his young shoulders. "Not just protected, but prepared." "Yes," Dumbledore agreed. "And in that, perhaps, lies my opportunity for redemption. While I will no longer guide your living arrangements, I remain your headmaster. With your godfather's approval, I would like to ensure your magical education includes the specific knowledge and training you will need to face what lies ahead." Harry considered this. "You believe in the greater good," he observed. "That's why you made the choices you did. You thought my individual happiness was less important than defeating Voldemort." Dumbledore inclined his head. "A philosophy I have been forced to reconsider in light of its consequences for you. Perhaps the true greater good cannot be achieved through means that sacrifice the individual good of those most vulnerable. I think," Harry said carefully, "that I need time to process everything before deciding how much I'm willing to trust your guidance again." "A wise response," Dumbledore acknowledged. "You have shown more maturity throughout these proceedings than many wizards 3 times your age. Whatever you decide, know that Hogwarts remains your home, regardless of our personal relationship." As Dumbledore departed, Sirius rejoined Harry. "Everything all right?" "I think so," Harry replied thoughtfully. "He's not what I expected, not a villain, but not the infallible wizard everyone describes either. Just, a person who made mistakes. Important mistakes, but still." Sirius squeezed his shoulder. "That's often the most difficult lesson, that those we admire or despise are rarely as simple as heroes or villains. Dumbledore is brilliant, powerful, and generally well-intentioned. He's also capable of terrible misjudgments when he believes he alone knows best. Like you rushing after Pettigrew?" Harry suggested with tentative humor. Sirius winced, then laughed. "Exactly like that. We're all capable of catastrophic errors when we're certain we're right." His expression sobered. "The prophecy changes things, doesn't it?" "It explains a lot," Harry acknowledged. "Why Voldemort came after my parents specifically. Why he tried to kill me as a baby. Why he possessed Quirrell and came to Hogwarts. And why he'll keep coming," Sirius added grimly. "Until the prophecy is fulfilled one way or the other." "Then I need to be ready," Harry said with determination. "Not hidden away or kept in ignorance, but trained and prepared. I need to understand magic better than he does." Sirius studied him with a complex mixture of pride and sadness. James would be bursting with pride to hear you talk like that. Lily would be terrified but equally proud. He squeezed Harry's shoulder. And I'll be with you every step of the way. That's a promise, pup. The aftermath of the trial was a whirlwind of activity. Reporters swarmed the ministry atrium, shouting questions about the verdict, the prophecy, though the secrecy charm prevented specific reporting on its contents, and Harry's future plans. Alexandra and a team of Aurors escorted Harry and Sirius through the chaos to a private flu connection that returned them directly to the Burrow, where the Weasleys were anxiously awaiting news. "You did it!" Ron exclaimed when Harry emerged from the fireplace. "Dad just got word from Percy, the whole ministry's buzzing about the verdict." "Is it true you know who possessed Quirrell?" Ginny asked, her eyes wide. "The wireless said something about evidence presented at the trial." "And Sirius is really going to be your guardian?" Fred and George chimed in simultaneously. Molly intervened, ushering Harry to a chair and pressing a mug of hot chocolate into his hands. "Give the poor boy room to breathe. He's just spent the entire day in a magical trial, he needs rest, not interrogation." Harry gratefully sipped the chocolate, the warmth chasing away some of the chill that had settled in his bones during Dumbledore's revelations about the prophecy. "We won," he confirmed. "Mostly. Sirius is my guardian, or will be officially once he's fully recovered and has a proper home established." "We're already working on that," Sirius added, accepting his own mug with thanks. "I've contacted the goblins about accessing the Black family properties. There's a house in London that belongs to me, though it will need considerable work to make it habitable after years of neglect." Arthur Weasley arrived home shortly thereafter, looking exhausted but satisfied. "Quite a day at the ministry," he remarked, sinking into his armchair. "The political aftershocks of this verdict will be felt for years. Fudge is in a panic, several department heads are scrambling to distance themselves from the failures identified, and half the pure-blood families are repositioning themselves based on which way the wind seems to be blowing." "Politics as usual," Sirius observed dryly. "Not entirely," Arthur corrected. "The Child Welfare Commission is genuine and potentially transformative. Amelia Bones will oversee it personally, and she's not one for half measures or political whitewashing." The conversation continued into the evening, with Harry sharing carefully edited details of the trial while processing his own complex emotions about the outcomes. He felt vindicated yet troubled, victorious yet uneasy. The prophecy weighed heavily on his mind, reshaping his understanding of everything that had happened to him since that fateful Halloween night. Later, alone in Ron's room, Harry finally voiced his deepest concern. "Everything changes now, doesn't it?" he asked quietly. "Knowing about the prophecy, knowing Voldemort is still out there, nothing will ever be normal." Ron was quiet for a long moment. "Maybe not normal like other kids," he finally said. "But maybe there's a new normal. One where you live with your godfather instead of those awful muggles. Where you know the truth instead of being kept in the dark. Where you have friends who'll face down trolls with you." Harry smiled despite himself. "When you put it that way. Besides," Ron added, "normal is overrated. Just ask Fred and George." The following days brought a flurry of activity as the wizarding world adjusted to the implications of the trial. The Daily Prophet ran front-page coverage for a week straight, with headlines ranging from "Potter vindicated, Ministry reforms ordered," to "Dumbledore retains positions despite censure," and "Black rehabilitation begins as guardianship approved." Rita Skeeter's articles were particularly sensational, hinting at dark prophecies and hidden connections between Potter and you-know-who, without being able to provide specifics due to the secrecy charm. Her piece titled "The Boy Who Sued: How Harry Potter Shook the Foundations of Wizarding Britain" painted him as a revolutionary figure challenging entrenched power structures. Alexandra visited regularly to help Sirius navigate the legal process of establishing guardianship and securing appropriate housing. The old Black family home at Grimmauld Place proved a challenge. Decades of neglect had left it grim and forbidding, filled with dark magical objects and infested with magical pests. "It's going to take months to make it properly habitable," Sirius admitted after their first inspection visit. "And even then, it's hardly the cheerful home I'd want for you, Harry." "We have options," Alexandra assured them. "The Potter family owns several properties that have been maintained by the goblins. There's a cottage in Godric's Hollow, not the one that was destroyed, but another Potter property in the village, as well as a house near Hogsmeade and a flat in London. You could stay with us until everything's sorted," Ron suggested hopefully. "Mum already said it would be fine." In the end, they settled on a compromise. Harry would remain with the Weasleys until the school year ended, then spend the beginning of summer at the Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow while Grimmauld Place underwent extensive renovation. The required 2 weeks with the Dursleys would be scheduled for August, with Sirius staying nearby to ensure proper treatment and monitor the blood protection renewal. Throughout these practical arrangements, Harry found himself increasingly preoccupied with the prophecy and what it meant for his future. If Voldemort was destined to return, if they were fated to face each other in a final confrontation, he needed to be prepared far beyond the standard Hogwarts curriculum. This led him to a decision he hadn't expected to make, reaching out to Dumbledore directly. On the last day before returning to Hogwarts, Harry sent an owl requesting a private meeting with the headmaster upon his return to school. "Are you sure about this?" Sirius asked when Harry told him of the request. "You're under no obligation to maintain a relationship with Dumbledore beyond what's necessary as his student." "I'm sure," Harry replied. "He made serious mistakes, but he also knows more about Voldemort than anyone. If I'm going to face him someday, and it seems I am, I need that knowledge." He met his godfather's concerned gaze. "I don't have to trust him completely to learn from him." Sirius's expression shifted from concern to pride. "Your mother talking there." Lily was always practical about using every available resource. He ruffled Harry's hair affectionately. "Just promise you'll keep me informed about these meetings. Dumbledore has a tendency toward selective disclosure, sharing just enough information to guide you toward his preferred outcome without giving you the full picture." "I promise," Harry agreed. "No more secrets, no more being kept in the dark. From anyone." When Harry and the Weasleys returned to Hogwarts via flew to Professor McGonagall's office, a special arrangement given the circumstances, they found the castle buzzing with speculation and excitement. News of the trial verdict had transformed Harry from a curiosity to a legend in many students' eyes, the boy who lived who had successfully challenged Dumbledore himself and exposed Ministry corruption. "It's weird," Harry confided to Hermione as they walked to Gryffindor Tower. "Last term, half the school thought I was attention-seeking for challenging Dumbledore. Now they're treating me like some kind of revolutionary hero." "People follow the prevailing narrative," Hermione observed shrewdly. "When the prophet portrayed you as ungrateful and Dumbledore as infallible, that's what they believed. Now that the verdict has validated your claims, you're the righteous crusader exposing corruption." "Neither version is really accurate," Harry said with frustration. "I just wanted answers about my parents and to not live with people who hated me." "The boy who just wanted reasonable accommodations doesn't make for exciting headlines," Ron quipped, earning a reluctant laugh from Harry. The teachers, too, had adjusted their approaches. Professor McGonagall treated Harry with a new warmth beneath her customary strictness, occasionally inquiring about his well-being in ways that suggested genuine concern rather than professional obligation. Professor Flitwick seemed to take special interest in Harry's magical development, offering additional reading suggestions and subtle encouragement. Only Professor Snape remained unchanged, perhaps even more openly antagonistic, his sneers and cutting remarks about celebrities who believe rules don't apply to them becoming more frequent. Harry found this consistency almost comforting amidst the shifting landscape of others' perceptions. Dumbledore responded to Harry's request with a time for their meeting, the evening after classes resumed, in his office. When Harry arrived at the Gargoyle Guardian, the password, fittingly, was "Second Chances," he found himself unexpectedly nervous. This would be their first private conversation since the trial, and despite his determination to learn from Dumbledore, he wasn't sure how to navigate their new relationship. The headmaster's office was as Harry remembered it, circular, filled with whirring silver instruments, with portraits of former headmasters lining the walls. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression welcoming but more reserved than his usual twinkling demeanor. "Good evening, Harry," he greeted. "Thank you for suggesting this meeting. I confess I was uncertain whether you would wish to continue any association with me beyond our necessary interactions." "I've been thinking about the prophecy," Harry replied directly, taking the seat Dumbledore indicated. "And about Voldemort's attempt to return through Quirrell. If he's going to keep coming after me, I need to understand why and how to face him." Dumbledore studied him thoughtfully. "A mature perspective. Many in your position might prefer to ignore such difficult truths, at least for a time." "Ignoring truth doesn't make it go away," Harry said. "That's one lesson I've learned through all of this." "Indeed," Dumbledore acknowledged. "Very well. What would you like to know?" "Everything," Harry said firmly. "Everything about Voldemort, the prophecy, and why he's so fixated on me. I need to understand what I'm facing." Dumbledore's blue eyes held Harry's for a long moment. "This is not knowledge to be shared lightly, Harry. Some of it is disturbing, some speculative, some potentially dangerous if it fell into the wrong hands." "I understand," Harry replied. "But keeping me ignorant didn't protect me, it just left me vulnerable. I don't need to know everything at once, but I need to know there's a plan for me to learn what I'll need to face him." A hint of the familiar twinkle returned to Dumbledore's eyes. "A reasonable request, and one I am now prepared to honor." He steepled his fingers. "Let us begin with what you already know, the prophecy and its implications." For the next hour, Dumbledore explained his understanding of the prophecy, how it had shaped his decisions, how Voldemort's actions had fulfilled parts of it, and how the remaining portions might play out. He described the power the Dark Lord knows not as potentially being love, or perhaps more specifically, the protective magic of sacrifice that Lily had invoked. "Voldemort has never understood the power of love," Dumbledore explained. "He sees it as weakness, as sentiment. He cannot comprehend willing sacrifice or the magic it can create. This blindness is both his greatest weakness and, potentially, your greatest strength." "But I barely remember my mother," Harry objected. "How can her love protect me when I don't even know what it felt like?" "You carry it within you nonetheless," Dumbledore replied gently. "It is in your blood, in your very being. When Voldemort tried to possess Quirrell and touch you, it was this protection that burned him, that made physical contact unbearable." The conversation shifted to Voldemort himself, his origins, his rise to power, and his obsessive fear of death. Dumbledore was careful not to overwhelm Harry with details but provided enough to help him understand the nature of the wizard he would one day face. "Tom Riddle, as he was born, was not so different from you in some ways," Dumbledore observed. "Orphaned, unaware of his magical heritage until Hogwarts, exceptionally gifted. But where circumstances fostered compassion and connection in you, they cultivated isolation and domination in him." "You think he'll try to return again?" Harry asked, though he already knew the answer. "I am certain of it," Dumbledore replied gravely. "The form his next attempt will take, I cannot predict. But his spirit remains, untethered yet undeterred. He will seek another path to physical rebirth." As their meeting concluded, Dumbledore proposed a structure for ongoing discussions, regular meetings where Harry could learn more about Voldemort's past, the nature of the prophecy, and eventually, more advanced magical theory and defense. "With your godfather's approval, of course," Dumbledore added. "I have no wish to circumvent Sirius's guardianship or authority." "I'll discuss it with him," Harry agreed. "But I think he'll support anything that helps prepare me, regardless of his personal feelings about you." "A mature perspective from you both," Dumbledore observed. "If I may, Harry, you have handled these revelations with remarkable composure for one so young. Your parents would be proud, not just of your courage in facing these truths, but of your wisdom in seeking understanding rather than succumbing to fear or resentment." Harry considered this. "I'm still angry about some of your decisions," he admitted. "The cupboard, the Dursleys, keeping me in the dark for so long. That anger hasn't just disappeared because I understand your reasoning better. Nor should it, Dumbledore replied, surprising Harry. Anger can be clarifying when it is acknowledged and channeled productively. It reminds us of our boundaries, of what we value, of the respect we deserve. I would not ask you to forgive what was fundamentally unforgivable, only to consider that we might still work together toward a common purpose despite past failings. As Harry left the headmaster's office, he felt a curious mixture of emotions, lingering resentment and fresh determination, anxiety about the future and relief at finally understanding it. The path ahead was daunting, but for perhaps the first time, he could see it clearly, not just the challenges but the support he would have in facing them. Sirius, as predicted, supported the arrangement with Dumbledore after Harry explained it in detail through their enchanted mirrors, a gift Sirius had provided to maintain regular communication. Knowledge is power, Sirius agreed from the mirror's surface, his face illuminated by wandlight as he explored another section of Grimmauld Place. And Dumbledore does know more about Voldemort than anyone. Just keep your guard up, take what he offers, but question everything, especially if he reverts to his "trust me because I know best" tendencies. I will, Harry promised. How's the house coming along? Sirius grimaced. It's a nightmare. Generations of Black family dark artifacts, a deranged house elf who actively resists cleaning efforts, and what appears to be a doxy infestation in every curtain. But the renovations have started. By summer, at least a few rooms should be properly habitable. I can help when term ends, Harry offered. I'm pretty good at cleaning spells now, Hermione's been teaching us advanced household charms as study breaks. Sirius's expression softened. I'd like that. Building our home together, even if it means battling magical pests and my family's questionable decorating choices. Our home. The word sent a wave of warmth through Harry that no magic could replicate. The remainder of the term settled into a new rhythm. Harry balanced his classes, Quidditch practice, time with friends, and his special meetings with Dumbledore, which occurred roughly every 2 weeks. In these sessions, he learned about Tom Riddle's childhood at a Muggle orphanage, his discovery of his magical abilities, and his time at Hogwarts as a brilliant but increasingly disturbed student. He was a prefect, Harry said incredulously after one such session. Head boy, even. Perfect grades, teacher's pet. All while experimenting with dark magic and planning world domination. Appearances can be deceiving, Hermione observed as they discussed the revelations in the safety of an empty classroom, protected by privacy charms. He was hiding in plain sight, using the system's own rewards to build his cover. Makes you wonder who else might be doing the same thing, Ron mused, glancing meaningfully toward the dungeons where the Slytherins resided. Not saying all Slytherins are future Dark Lords, but prejudice doesn't help us identify actual threats, Hermione countered. If anything, it creates blind spots. No one suspected Quirrell because he seemed too pathetic to be dangerous. Speaking of threats, Harry said, lowering his voice despite the privacy charms, Dumbledore thinks Voldemort will try to return again. The question is how and when. The prophecy and its implications have become a regular topic of their private discussions. Ron and Hermione, true to their friendship, had embraced the role of helping Harry prepare for whatever lay ahead. Hermione researched magical theory and history for precedents and potential strategies, while Ron, with his strategist's mind, helped Harry think through tactical scenarios. The thing I don't get, Ron said, frowning, is why he's so obsessed with you specifically. Yeah, you survived his killing curse, which is embarrassing for a Dark Lord, but it's more than that. It's like he's fixated on you personally. The prophecy, Harry replied. It says neither can live while the other survives. He believes one of us has to kill the other. But he only heard part of the prophecy originally, Hermione pointed out. He didn't know that the neither can live part when he first attacked you as a baby. This observation lingered with Harry, prompting him to raise it during his next meeting with Dumbledore. Sir, why was Voldemort so determined to kill me specifically? The prophecy could have referred to Neville Longbottom too, right? Why choose me? Dumbledore paused, considering how much to reveal. This touches on another aspect of Tom Riddle's psychology that we have not yet discussed, he said carefully. You and Tom share certain similarities, both half-bloods, both orphans raised without knowledge of your magical heritage, both Parselmouths. Harry started. How did you? The incident with the snake during dueling club did not go unnoticed, Dumbledore explained. The ability to speak to serpents is extremely rare, Harry. Tom Riddle possessed it as well, a genetic trait from his Slytherin ancestry. So Voldemort targeted me instead of Neville because we were alike? Harry asked, disturbed by the implication. I believe so, Dumbledore confirmed. Tom has always been obsessed with specialness, with setting himself apart from ordinary wizards. In you, he perhaps recognized a reflection, a magical child with similar circumstances and potentially similar gifts. This made you both more interesting and more threatening to him. The parallel was unsettling, reinforcing Harry's occasional fears about his own nature. If he shared these traits with Voldemort, what else might they have in common? Could he have become like Tom Riddle under different circumstances? As if reading his thoughts, Dumbledore added gently, but the similarities end at the surface, Harry. In all the ways that truly matter, your capacity for friendship, for compassion, for sacrifice, you could not be more different from Tom Riddle. He chose to use his gifts for domination, you have consistently chosen to use yours for protection. Is that the power he knows not? Harry asked. Just basic human decency. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Perhaps not so basic as all that. The capacity to love in the face of loss, to remain open to connection despite pain, to value others' welfare alongside your own, these are profound strengths, not mere sentimentality as Voldemort believes. As the term progressed, Harry found himself thinking more about these strengths and how to cultivate them. His lawsuit had begun as a personal quest for justice but had evolved into something broader, a challenge to systems that failed vulnerable people, an assertion that care and connection mattered as much as power and protection. This evolving perspective informed his approach to school as well. When Draco Malfoy made a cutting remark about mudbloods not belonging at Hogwarts, Harry confronted him not with anger but with genuine curiosity. Why do you think that, Malfoy? He asked, catching the Slytherin off guard. What actual evidence do you have that magical ancestry makes better wizards? Hermione outperforms everyone in our year, and she's Muggle-born. Malfoy sneered, but there was a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. It's not about academic performance, Potter. It's about understanding and respecting our traditions. Muggle-borns come in with their foreign ideas, wanting to change everything about our world. Maybe some things need changing, Harry suggested. The wizarding world nearly convicted my godfather without a trial and left me with abusive muggles for 10 years. Are those traditions worth preserving? The conversation didn't change Malfoy's mind, but it planted a seed of doubt. Harry noticed similar opportunities throughout the school, moments to challenge lazy thinking, to suggest alternatives to the traditional wizarding worldview, to build connections across house divides. By the end of term, these small efforts had begun to yield results. A diverse study group had formed, including students from all 4 houses. The Quidditch teams, inspired by Harry and Cedric Diggory's example, had begun holding joint practice sessions to improve everyone's skills. Even Professor Snape's blatant favoritism had become a topic of open discussion rather than resigned acceptance. On the final evening before summer break, Harry sat with Ron and Hermione by the lake, reflecting on the momentous year they'd experienced. It's hard to believe how much has changed, Hermione observed, skimming a stone across the water's surface. This time last year, you were dreading returning to the Dursleys, with no idea about your parents or Sirius or any of it. Now you're off to live with your famous, wrongfully imprisoned godfather in a magical house, Ron added with a grin. Bit of an upgrade, that. Harry laughed. Definitely an upgrade, even if Grimmauld Place is still a work in progress. He sobered slightly. But it's not just my living situation that's changed. It's everything. How I see the wizarding world, Dumbledore, myself. How do you see it all now? Hermione asked gently. Harry considered the question. More complicated than I did before. The wizarding world isn't the perfect escape from the Dursleys I first imagined. It has its own problems, prejudice, corruption, outdated traditions. Dumbledore isn't the infallible wizard of legend, but he's not a villain either. He's just a person trying to balance impossible choices, sometimes getting it wrong. And yourself? Hermione prompted. I'm more than just the boy who lived, Harry said slowly. More than just a piece in someone else's game. The trial forced everyone, including me, to see me as a person with rights and feelings, not just a symbol or a prophesied savior. He smiled at his friends. And I'm not alone in facing whatever comes next. That's the biggest change of all. As the Hogwarts Express carried them back to London the next day, Harry found himself looking forward rather than back, to a summer with Sirius, to exploring his parents' cottage in Godric's Hollow, to the future he was building rather than the past he had challenged. The trial had changed everything, opening doors that had seemed permanently closed. There would be challenges ahead, the prophecy guaranteed that Voldemort would return, that their fates remained intertwined. But for the first time, Harry felt prepared to face those challenges on his own terms, not as a pawn in someone else's game but as the architect of his own destiny, supported by the justice and family he had fought so hard to claim. The wizarding world had failed him once, but through his courage in challenging that failure, he had begun to change it, not just for himself, but for others who might otherwise suffer similar neglect. The boy who lived had become the boy who sued, and in doing so, had transformed not just his own life but the institutions that had shaped it. As the train pulled into King's Cross, Harry caught sight of Sirius waiting on the platform, tall, still too thin but healthier than before, his face alight with anticipation. Not the haunted prisoner of Azkaban but the man his parents had chosen to raise him, finally able to fulfill that sacred promise. Ready for home, pup? Sirius asked as Harry stepped off the train. Home. Not a cupboard under the stairs, not a temporary refuge at the Burrow, but a real home with someone who wanted him, who had fought for him, who would help him face whatever the prophecy demanded. Ready, Harry replied, meaning it completely. Chapter 4, The greater good summer sunlight streamed through tall windows, casting warm rectangles across the worn wooden floor of Potter Cottage. Harry sat cross-legged on a faded armchair, surrounded by stacks of letters that had arrived since the trial. The small cottage in Godric's Hollow, not the one where his parents had died, but a family property nearby, had become their temporary home while Sirius continued renovating Grimmauld Place. Though modestly sized, it felt spacious compared to his cupboard at the Dursleys, and more importantly, it connected him to his family's history in ways he was only beginning to understand. Another one from someone claiming their child was wrongfully placed with Muggle relatives, Harry said, adding a letter to the steadily growing pile. Alexandra's going to need more staff at this rate. Sirius looked up from the prophet, his expression caught between amusement and concern. That's the 15th this week. Your case has opened floodgates no one knew existed. Good, Harry said firmly. If other kids were treated like I was, they deserve help too. The aftermath of what the wizarding press had dubbed the Potter verdict had been more far-reaching than anyone anticipated. The Commission on Magical Child Welfare, initially viewed as a symbolic concession, had quickly become overwhelmed with cases of apparent neglect, misplacement, and guardian malfeasance. Muggle-born children left without magical supervision, magical orphans in inappropriate placements, half-blood children caught between worlds, each story echoed aspects of Harry's situation, revealing systematic failures rather than isolated incidents. Alexandra Winters had been appointed chief counsel to the commission, her expertise in cross-jurisdictional magical law proving invaluable. She now headed a growing team of advocates focused on reforming guardianship laws and establishing proper oversight for vulnerable magical children. Any word from your friends? Sirius asked, setting aside his newspaper. Harry nodded, reaching for a different stack of correspondence. Ron says his dad's been working late every night. The ministry's in chaos with all the reorganization. Hermione's parents are letting her visit next week. They want to meet you, actually. They've got questions about magical guardianship laws for Muggle parents. I'd be happy to meet them, Sirius replied. Though Alexandra would be more helpful on the legal front. I'm still catching up on all the changes myself. The changes were indeed substantial. Minister Fudge, desperate to salvage his administration after the embarrassment of the trial, had enacted sweeping reforms to magical child welfare regulations. New monitoring systems for magical children in Muggle environments, regular welfare checks, and expanded resources for Muggle parents of magical children had all been implemented with surprising efficiency. Fudge's political survival instincts had proven stronger than traditional resistance to change, though his nervousness at press conferences suggested he remained unsure of his standing. Equally significant were the shifts in public opinion. Harry's case had forced the wizarding community to confront uncomfortable truths about their institutions, their treatment of vulnerable populations, and their unquestioning acceptance of authority figures like Dumbledore. Letters to the editor in the Daily Prophet debated concepts like children's rights, institutional accountability, and the balance between security and welfare, topics rarely discussed openly before the trial. For Harry personally, the most meaningful change was living with Sirius. After years of neglect with the Dursleys, having a guardian who genuinely cared about his happiness still felt novel. Sirius was not a conventional parent, his own upbringing had been cold and formal, his adulthood interrupted by imprisonment, but his deep affection for Harry and determination to honor James and Lily's memory made him attentive and supportive in ways Harry had never experienced. Their daily life had developed comfortable rhythms. Mornings often involved flying in the meadow behind the cottage, Sirius providing Quidditch tips gleaned from watching James. Afternoons were typically devoted to renovating either the cottage or Grimmauld Place, interspersed with Harry's summer homework and Sirius's ongoing healing regimen. Evenings brought visitors, Remus Lupin teaching Harry defensive spells, Alexandra updating them on legal developments, or the Weasleys dropping by for dinner and wizarding chess. Speaking of visits, Sirius said, glancing at the clock, we should prepare for Madame Bones. She'll be here at 11. Harry nodded, gathering the letters into a neat pile. Amelia Bones had maintained her role as Harry's interim magical guardian even after Sirius took primary custody, providing additional oversight and security given the continuing concerns about Voldemort's potential return. Her visits were always cordial but thorough, as she took her responsibilities seriously despite her numerous other duties at the ministry. Do you think she'll approve the Hogwarts arrangements? Harry asked as he straightened the sitting room. I don't see why not, Sirius replied. The additional security measures are reasonable given the circumstances, and your legal right to special accommodations was established in the verdict. The circumstances and accommodations both referred to the prophecy and its implications. Though the specific wording remained protected by the secrecy charm, the wizarding world now understood that Harry had a unique connection to Voldemort and would likely face future confrontations. This knowledge, combined with Quirrell's possession and the confirmation that Voldemort's spirit remained active, had prompted increased security considerations for Harry's second year at Hogwarts. Precisely at 11, the fireplace flared green, and Amelia Bones stepped through, immaculate in her formal DMLE robes despite the summer heat. Her monocle gleamed as she surveyed the cottage. Mr. Black, Mr. Potter, she greeted them with a nod. The place is looking considerably more habitable than during my last visit. Amazing what actual furniture can do, Sirius replied with a grin, gesturing to the recently acquired sofa and bookshelves. Tea. Please. As they settled in the sitting room, Madame Bones removed a folder from her enchanted briefcase. First, updates on ministry matters that may affect you both. The Child Welfare Commission has processed over 200 cases since its formation, with approximately 40% requiring immediate intervention. The pattern of neglect appears systemic rather than isolated. Alexandra mentioned they're overwhelmed, Harry said. All those letters I've been forwarding probably aren't helping. On the contrary, Bones replied, civilian reporting is proving essential to identifying cases outside official channels. The Commission appreciates your assistance, though they request you perform basic sorting before forwarding everything. A hint of dry humor colored her tone. Noted, Harry said with a slight blush. He'd been sending Alexandra every letter that mentioned child welfare, regardless of merit or credibility. Regarding security matters, Bones continued, our investigation into Quirrell's background has revealed concerning gaps. He traveled extensively in Albania before returning to take the defense position, and we've confirmed multiple dark magic signatures associated with his movements. The working theory is that Voldemort's spirit has been hiding in Albanian forests since his fall, which aligns with several unexplained deaths of local wildlife and a missing British hiker. Sirius frowned. Any sign of him attempting another possession? None yet, Bones replied, though our monitoring capabilities for disembodied dark spirits are admittedly limited. However, we've noted increased movement among known former Death Eaters. Nothing overt enough to justify arrests, but concerning nonetheless. Which brings us to Hogwarts arrangements, Sirius prompted. Bones nodded, extracting a document bearing the Ministry seal. I've reviewed and approved the proposed accommodations. Enhanced security wards on Harry's dormitory, authorization for emergency portkey creation, and an expanded defense curriculum have all been approved. Additionally, we've assigned Auror Nymphadora Tonks as liaison to Hogwarts security this year. Her metamorphmagus abilities will allow discreet monitoring without disrupting school operations. Tonks? Sirius asked with surprise. My little cousin Dora. When did she become an Auror? She completed training last year, Bones replied. One of our most promising juniors, despite her occasional coordination issues. Her family connection to you was considered an asset for this assignment, given your guardianship of Harry. The meeting continued with discussions of Harry's required 2-week stay with the Dursleys, scheduled for early August with significant restrictions on their behavior, updates on Pettigrew's imprisonment, secure, with trials scheduled for September, and various legal matters requiring signatures or decisions. Throughout, Harry was struck by how different this careful oversight was from the neglect that had characterized his life before the trial. As Bones prepared to depart, she fixed Harry with a direct look. Mr. Potter, I must address something of a personal nature. My niece Susan reports that you've been corresponding with students from all houses regarding formation of a student advocacy group at Hogwarts this fall. Harry straightened, surprised she knew about this fledgling idea. Yes, ma'am. After everything that happened with my case, several of us thought students should have more voice in school policies that affect us. Nothing revolutionary, just organized representation for student concerns. An admirable goal, Bones acknowledged, but one that may attract more attention than you anticipate. The political landscape has shifted considerably since your trial. Traditional power structures feel threatened by the reforms already implemented. A student movement led by Harry Potter will be viewed as a challenge to established authority, regardless of your intentions. So we shouldn't try to improve things because it might upset people? Harry asked, a hint of the defiance that had launched his original lawsuit surfacing. Not at all, Bones replied calmly. You should absolutely pursue improvements. I merely suggest you recognize the political dimensions of your actions and prepare accordingly. Your name carries weight now, beyond your boy-who-lived status, you're the young wizard who successfully challenged Albus Dumbledore and the Ministry itself. That influence comes with both opportunities and risks. After she departed, Sirius regarded Harry thoughtfully. She's right, you know. The student group isn't just about Hogwarts policies, it's going to be seen as your political debut, whether you intend it that way or not. That's ridiculous, Harry protested. I'm 12. I'm not trying to launch a political career. James would have said the same thing, Sirius remarked with a nostalgic smile. He hated politics, all the maneuvering and posturing. But the Potter name has always carried weight in wizarding society, and now you've added your own significance to it. People will read meaning into your actions regardless of your intentions. Harry frowned, considering this. So what should I do? Abandon the idea? Let things go back to how they were before? Of course not, Sirius replied. But be strategic. Understand the landscape you're operating in. Consider who benefits or loses from each move. Politics isn't just ministry positions and Wizengamot votes, it's about power in all its forms, including who has voice and whose concerns matter. He gave Harry an encouraging smile. Fortunately, you've got friends who can help navigate this. Hermione's analytical mind, Ron's strategic instincts, Neville's understanding of old families, they'll be valuable allies. The conversation shifted to planning for Hermione's upcoming visit, but Madame Bones's warning lingered in Harry's thoughts. He'd started his lawsuit seeking personal justice, never imagining it would catalyze broader social and political changes. Now he found himself at the center of evolving movements and counter-movements, his actions carrying weight far beyond his intentions. It was a responsibility he hadn't sought but couldn't ethically avoid. This reality became clearer when Hermione arrived the following week, her trunk bulging with books and her mind overflowing with ideas. Within hours of settling into the cottage's guest room, she had transformed the kitchen table into a makeshift command center, complete with color-coded parchments, reference materials, and elaborate diagrams. I've been researching student representation models at magical schools internationally, she explained as Harry and Sirius stared at her handiwork. Beauxbatons has a formal student council with actual policy input. Ilvermorny has house representatives who meet monthly with the headmaster. Even Durmstrang, despite its reputation for authoritarianism, has a student appellate process for disciplinary decisions. Hogwarts has nothing? Sirius asked, examining a particularly detailed chart. Nothing formal, Hermione confirmed. Prefects ostensibly represent student interests, but they're appointed by staff rather than elected by students, and their primary role is enforcing rules, not advocating for changes to them. There's no mechanism for systematic student input on curriculum, safety concerns, or quality of education. So what are you proposing? Harry asked, impressed but slightly overwhelmed by her thoroughness. Hermione extracted a pristine roll of parchment. A Hogwarts student association with elected representatives from each house and year. Regular meetings with staff, a formal process for submitting concerns or suggestions, and transparency requirements for rule changes that affect student life. She paused, looking uncertain for the first time. Is it too ambitious? Ambitious, yes. Too ambitious. That depends on your approach, Sirius replied. Presented as a radical restructuring of school governance, it would face immediate resistance. Presented as enhancing educational quality through structured feedback, it might gain traction. Framing matters, Harry agreed, thinking of Alexandra's strategic approach during his trial. If we emphasize how it benefits everyone, not just students but teachers and the school's reputation, we'll meet less resistance. Hermione nodded enthusiastically. That's exactly what I was thinking. And we already have interested students from every house, even Slytherin. Slytherin? Harry asked with surprise. Who? Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini from our year, Hermione replied. They reached out after I circulated the initial proposal. Apparently, they're part of what they call the neutral faction, purebloods who don't subscribe to blood supremacy but maintain traditional values. They think better student representation could protect Slytherin interests without resorting to the bullying tactics Malfoy's crowd uses. Smart, Sirius commented. They're positioning themselves as moderates while establishing connections across house lines. Very Slytherin approach to changing the dynamic. The discussion continued into dinner, with Hermione sharing responses from other students and outlining potential first initiatives. By evening, what had begun as a vague concept had evolved into a structured proposal with clear objectives and strategic considerations. Harry found himself energized by the possibilities, not just for improving life at Hogwarts but for demonstrating that organized, peaceful advocacy could achieve meaningful change. We'll need faculty support, Hermione noted as they reviewed their draft proposal. Someone with influence but not too closely aligned with the headmaster. Flitwick, Harry suggested immediately. He's respected by all houses, genuinely cares about student well-being, and showed independence during my case by testifying about inconsistencies in the school's safety protocols. Perfect, Hermione agreed, adding his name to her notes. We should approach him first week back, before positions harden around the idea. Speaking of positions, Sirius interjected, be prepared for pushback. Some teachers will view this as undermining their authority. Some parents will worry it's encouraging rebelliousness. And some political factions will try to co-opt or discredit the movement for their own purposes. We're just trying to improve communication and representation, Harry said with frustration. Why does everything have to become a political battlefield? Because you're involved, Hermione replied matter-of-factly. If Ron or I proposed this, it would be a minor school initiative. When Harry Potter proposes it after successfully suing the wizarding establishment, it's perceived as the next phase of a reform movement with you at its center. Which brings us back to Madame Bones's warning, Sirius added. You need to be aware of how your actions will be interpreted in the current climate. Lucius Malfoy and his allies are already positioning your lawsuit as evidence that traditional authority is under attack. They'll frame this student association the same way, as dangerous radicalism threatening wizarding traditions. Harry sighed, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. So even trying to make small, reasonable improvements gets twisted into some grand political statement because of who I am? Welcome to life as a Potter, Sirius said with a sympathetic smile. Your father faced similar challenges, though on a smaller scale. The Potter name has always carried weight, and James's outspoken opposition to blood supremacy made every action political, whether he intended it or not. At least you're not facing it alone, Hermione noted, gesturing to their extensive plans. We can be strategic about this, anticipate opposition, build broad support, and focus on concrete improvements that benefit everyone. Harry nodded, drawing determination from her practical optimism. If his name and story were destined to attract attention regardless of his intentions, he might as well use that influence purposefully rather than shy away from it. The student association could demonstrate how constructive change might be achieved, reasonable, inclusive, and focused on common interests rather than divisive ideology. The remainder of the summer passed in a blend of ordinary pleasures and extraordinary developments. Harry's 2 weeks with the Dursleys proved surprisingly tolerable. Vernon's hostility was tempered by the knowledge that Sirius was staying nearby, monitoring conditions daily. Petunia maintained cold formality but ensured basic comfort, while Dudley largely avoided Harry, clearly unnerved by his cousin's newfound confidence and connections. More significant were the broader developments in the wizarding world. The Daily Prophet reported increasing political polarization, with traditional pure-blood families rallying around what they called wizarding heritage preservation, while progressive elements embraced magical society modernization. These bland euphemisms masked deepening divisions over blood status, integration with Muggle society, and institutional accountability. Lucius Malfoy had emerged as the public face of traditionalism, his elegant manners and articulate defenses of ancient wizarding values, making him more palatable than overtly supremacist voices. In a widely reprinted speech to the Wizengamot, he framed recent reforms as well-intentioned but dangerously destabilizing to magical society's foundations. We must ask ourselves, Malfoy had declared, whether in our rush to address specific grievances, we risk undermining the very structures that have preserved wizarding independence for centuries. Not all Muggle concepts translate effectively to magical governance, and not all traditional practices deserve the reflexive criticism currently fashionable. This moderate-sounding rhetoric masked more extreme positions, but it resonated with many wizarding families uncomfortable with rapid change. A heritage preservation coalition had formed in the Wizengamot, with Malfoy as its public spokesperson and nearly 20 members publicly aligned, enough to block major legislation but not to pass new measures without support. On the progressive side, Amelia Bones had become the de facto leader, though she maintained professional neutrality in her DMLE role. Her efficient implementation of child welfare reforms had demonstrated that change could be managed effectively, earning respect even from moderate traditionalists. Arthur Weasley, too, had gained prominence through his thoughtful advocacy for Muggle-born protections and his practical knowledge of Muggle-wizard interactions. Minister Fudge, meanwhile, floundered between these emerging blocks, desperately trying to appear responsive to reform demands while reassuring traditionalists that core wizarding values remained intact. His approval ratings plummeted as both sides found his vacillation unsatisfying, leading to whispered discussions of no-confidence votes and potential replacements. Against this backdrop of political realignment, more ominous developments occurred at the fringes. The Prophet reported a statistically significant increase in Muggle baiting incidents across Britain, though most were relatively minor: enchanted teakettles that sang rude lyrics, garden gnomes animated to frighten Muggle children, postboxes that ate mail rather than holding it. The misuse of Muggle artifacts office, Arthur Weasley's department, was overwhelmed with cases, suggesting coordinated efforts to stretch enforcement resources. More concerning were reports of former Death Eaters gathering at private estates for cultural events that excluded ministry observers. Photographs showed Nott, Crabbe, Goyle, and other suspected Voldemort supporters in close conversation at these gatherings, with Malfoy often serving as host while maintaining public deniability through charitable donations and cultural patronage. "They're reorganizing," Sirius observed grimly after reading one such report. "Not under Voldemort's banner yet, but positioning themselves for his return. Creating political cover, testing ministry response capabilities, re-establishing old networks." "Should we warn someone?" Harry asked. "The ministry? Dumbledore?" "Both are already aware," Sirius replied. "Bones has Aurors monitoring known Death Eater movements, and Dumbledore has his own intelligence sources. The problem is that these activities, while suspicious in context, aren't explicitly illegal. Hosting dinner parties for old school friends doesn't violate any laws, even if those friends once served Voldemort. So they operate in the open while preparing for his return?" Harry asked, frustrated by the apparent helplessness of the authorities. "That's the advantage of working within the system while undermining it," Sirius explained. "They can claim legitimate political activity while laying groundwork for darker purposes. It's why Voldemort gained so much power last time. By the time his true agenda was obvious, his supporters had already infiltrated key institutions." These conversations lent urgency to Harry's preparations for returning to Hogwarts. Beyond ordinary school supplies and the student association plans, he focused on practical defensive magic with Remus Lupin's guidance. The former defense professor, whose lycanthropy Harry now understood as the reason for the Moony nickname, proved an exceptional teacher, emphasizing situational awareness and adaptability over raw power. "You won't outduel seasoned Death Eaters through sheer magical strength," Remus explained during one session in the cottage garden. "Your advantages are flexibility, unexpected approaches, and teamwork. Never fight on their terms if you can avoid it." By September 1st, Harry felt more prepared than he'd imagined possible a year earlier. No longer an ignorant child stumbling into a world he barely understood, he now approached his second year with knowledge, support systems, and clear purpose. As he and Sirius navigated through King's Cross toward Platform 9 3/4, the contrast with his previous year's uncertainty was stark. "Remember," Sirius said as they approached the barrier, "the mirror is for emergencies anytime, routine check-ins on Sundays. Auror Tonks will introduce herself during the feast. She's my cousin, though she hates her first name, so stick with Tonks. And if anything feels wrong, anything at all, contact you immediately, then Tonks, then McGonagall in that order," Harry finished with an affectionate grin. "I've got it, Sirius. I'll be careful." Sirius pulled him into a quick hug. "I know you will. I just finally got to be your guardian properly. I'd like to avoid any life-threatening situations this year if possible." "No promises," Harry joked, "but I'll do my best." The platform was buzzing with the usual start-of-term energy, though Harry immediately noticed subtle changes from the previous year. Aurors in civilian clothing were positioned strategically throughout, their watchful eyes and ready stances identifying them to trained observers. Parents clustered in recognizable social groupings, traditional families near the rear of the platform, progressive families toward the front, with uncertain neutral parties awkwardly navigating between them. The polarization evident in the prophet was manifesting physically in wizarding spaces. Harry's arrival triggered the now familiar ripple of attention, though the nature of the whispers had evolved. Rather than mere celebrity fascination, he heard fragments of political commentary. "There's Potter, wonder if he's really starting a student rebellion, my father says he's being manipulated by anti-traditionalist forces, did you hear what he's planning at Hogwarts this year? My sister says," ignoring the speculation, Harry spotted Ron's distinctive red hair among a cluster of Weasleys and made his way toward them, Sirius following with his trunk. "Harry!" Ron called, breaking away to greet him. "Been looking everywhere for you. Hermione's already got a compartment with Neville and some Hufflepuff girl who's interested in the association thing." "Susan Bones," Harry guessed. "She wrote me over the summer, her aunt mentioned our plans." "That's the one. Super serious about everything, but apparently brilliant at organizing." Ron lowered his voice. "Fair warning, Mum's on a protective streak after Dad's been getting threats at work. Expect fussing." Sure enough, Molly Weasley descended upon Harry with maternal concern, straightening his collar and examining him for signs of malnourishment before he'd even finished greeting Arthur. "You're looking well, dear," she declared after her inspection. "Much better than last year, Sirius must be feeding you properly. Are you excited for your second year? I do hope it's less eventful than your first." "That's the plan, Mrs. Weasley," Harry assured her, accepting her warm hug with genuine appreciation. Arthur's greeting was equally warm but tinged with seriousness. "Harry, good to see you. Listen, I wanted to mention, we've noticed some concerning patterns at the Ministry. Nothing specific to worry about yet, but keep your wits about you this term. Tensions are higher than they appear on the surface." "I've noticed," Harry replied, nodding toward the segregated platform. "Is it getting worse?" "More organized," Arthur corrected. "The small incidents we're handling aren't random, they're probing responses, testing boundaries, creating distractions. Very similar to patterns before Voldemort's first rise, though at a much earlier stage." Further conversation was interrupted by the train's warning whistle, prompting final hugs, trunk loading, and hurried goodbyes. As Harry boarded, he turned for one last wave to Sirius, struck by the novelty of having someone who cared specifically about his departure, someone who would miss him personally rather than as an unwanted burden temporarily removed. The journey to Hogwarts highlighted the changing social dynamics Harry had observed on the platform. Compartments had organized largely along political lines, with traditionalist-leaning students clustering together, reform-minded groups forming their own enclaves, and confused neutrals trying to maintain friendships across increasingly defined boundaries. Even the trolley which seemed aware of these divisions, navigating certain compartments with visible caution. In their own compartment, Harry found Hermione deep in conversation with Susan Bones, Neville Longbottom, and Hannah Abbott about implementation strategies for the student association. Susan had prepared detailed notes on procedural approaches, while Neville offered insights on how traditional families might respond to different aspects of their proposal. "The key is balancing innovation with respect for legitimate traditions," Neville was explaining, his confidence significantly improved from the previous year. "My Gran says the mistake reformers often make is dismissing all traditional practices as outdated, which alienates people who might otherwise support reasonable changes." "That's a good point," Harry agreed, settling into the compartment after greeting everyone. "We need to be clear that we're not attacking Hogwarts traditions, we're building on them by adding structures that reflect student needs." The conversation continued throughout the journey, interrupted occasionally by visitors, some genuinely interested in the association, others clearly scouting its intentions for various factions. By the time they reached Hogsmeade Station, Harry felt they had a solid approach. They would present the association as enhancing educational quality through structured feedback, emphasize its inclusive nature across all houses, and focus initial efforts on non-controversial improvements to demonstrate good faith. The welcome feast brought its own surprises. Dumbledore's traditional beginning-of-term speech included references to evolving approaches to student welfare and enhanced communication channels, clear acknowledgement of the changes Harry's case had prompted. More startling was the introduction of Gilderoy Lockhart as the new defense against the dark arts professor, his gleaming smile and peacock blue robes drawing admiring sighs from many students and visibly suppressed eye rolls from most of the staff. "Our new celebrity professor," Ron muttered as Lockhart bowed extravagantly. "Dad says he's never actually verified any of his claimed accomplishments, but he sells books by the cartload." "He was the only applicant," nearly headless Nick commented, floating nearby. "The position's developing quite the jinx reputation, 1 year maximum per professor for decades now." After the feast, as students filed toward their dormitories, a young woman with spiky purple hair and aura robes intercepted Harry. "Watcher, Harry. Tonks here, your assigned security headache for the year. Just wanted to introduce myself proper-like before I blend into the background." "Nice to meet you," Harry replied, immediately liking her casual demeanor. "Sirius mentioned you're his cousin." "My mum was Andromeda Black before she married my muggle dad and got blasted off the family tapestry," Tonks confirmed cheerfully. "Sirius and I reconnected after his exoneration. He's helping restore Mum's standing in the family, much to old Lady Black's portrait's dismay." Her metamorphmagus abilities were subtly on display as her hair cycled through colors while she spoke, though she kept the changes minimal enough not to attract undue attention in the crowded corridor. "I'll mostly be around but not obvious," she explained. "Standard surveillance rotation, identity varies. If you need me, any Hogwarts portrait can relay a message, just ask for Auror T and they'll find me. For emergencies, cast red sparks from your wand, and I'll be there faster than you can say Merlin's saggy pants." Her casual approach to security somehow made the situation less alarming rather than more so, and Harry found himself genuinely grateful for her presence. Unlike the previous year's fumbling protections, this felt like competent, appropriate support without suffocating oversight. As he settled into his dormitory that night, Harry reflected on the differences a single year had made. His lawsuit had transformed not just his personal circumstances but aspects of Hogwarts itself. Enhanced security, more attention to student welfare, emerging conversations about representation and accountability, all stemmed from his decision to question authority rather than accept injustice. It was a promising start, though challenges clearly remained. Those challenges became apparent during their first defense against the dark arts lesson, where Lockhart proved spectacularly incompetent despite his celebrity status. After releasing Cornish pixies that wreaked havoc throughout the classroom, he retreated to his office, leaving Harry, Ron, and Hermione to deal with the chaos. Immobulus. Hermione cast, freezing the remaining pixies mid-air. "This is unacceptable. He's not teaching us anything useful." "Worse than useless," Harry agreed, nursing a bite on his ear. "He's actively endangering students through incompetence. This is exactly the sort of issue our student association could address," Hermione noted as they herded frozen pixies back into their cage. "Systematic feedback about teaching quality, documented safety concerns, proposed alternatives." The incident catalyzed their efforts to launch the association formally. Within days, Hermione had drafted an official proposal, Harry had arranged a meeting with Professor Flitwick, and interested students from all houses had been identified for potential leadership roles. By the end of their first week back, they had secured Flitwick's cautious support and scheduled an organizational meeting for the following Tuesday evening. Word spread quickly, demonstrating both the hunger for such an initiative and the polarized reactions it provoked. Progressive-leaning students embraced the concept enthusiastically, while traditionalists viewed it with suspicion. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff houses provided the strongest support base, with Gryffindor generally positive despite some concerns about increased structure. Slytherin remained divided, with Malfoy's faction dismissive while the neutral group led by Greengrass and Zabini expressed cautious interest. The organizational meeting, held in a magically expanded classroom with Professor Flitwick present as faculty advisor, drew over 60 students across all years and houses. Harry opened the proceedings with a deliberately measured tone, "Thank you all for coming. We're here because we share a common belief, that Hogwarts education can be enhanced through structured student input. This isn't about undermining traditions or challenging authority, it's about creating formal channels for constructive feedback and collaborative problem solving. Hermione followed with a detailed presentation of their proposal, emphasizing its focus on educational quality, safety improvements, and cross-house cooperation. She outlined a structure of year representatives feeding concerns to house representatives, who would meet regularly with faculty liaisons to address issues systematically. The key difference from the prefect system, she explained, is that representatives would be elected by students specifically to advocate for student concerns, not to enforce rules or maintain discipline. Their role would be constructive communication, not authority. The question period revealed expected fault lines. Several older Slytherins questioned whether this was merely Potter's attempt to institutionalize his influence, while some traditionalist Ravenclaws worried about undermining hierarchical respect essential to educational effectiveness. Hufflepuffs broadly supported the inclusive nature but raised practical concerns about implementation, while Gryffindors seemed most interested in how the association might address specific grievances like Snape's biased grading and Filch's draconian punishments. Harry and Hermione had anticipated most objections and addressed them thoughtfully, with Susan Bones and surprisingly, Daphne Greengrass, offering supporting perspectives. By the meeting's conclusion, they had established an interim organizing committee with representatives from all houses, scheduled elections for the following week, and identified 3 initial focus areas: teaching quality assessment, safety protocol review, and cross-house study resources. A promising start, Professor Flitwick commented as students departed. You've structured this thoughtfully, Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger. Emphasizing constructive improvement rather than grievance airing was particularly wise. Thank you, Professor, Harry replied. We want this to benefit everyone, students, teachers, and the school's reputation. Positive change comes through collaboration, not confrontation. Flitwick's eyebrows rose slightly. A mature perspective, and one I hope others will recognize. Be aware, however, that not everyone will take your stated intentions at face value. Some will see political motivations regardless of your actual goals. This prediction proved accurate almost immediately. The following morning's Daily Prophet featured a small but pointed article headlined, Potter Forms Student Movement at Hogwarts, describing the association in faintly ominous terms as, the next phase in Potter's systematic challenge to traditional wizarding authority structures. The piece quoted anonymous educational experts expressing concern about undermining necessary hierarchies and importing Muggle organizational concepts ill-suited to magical education. More troubling was the reaction from certain faculty members. While McGonagall and Flitwick expressed cautious support and most professors maintained neutral observation, Snape's antagonism intensified dramatically. His treatment of Harry and potions became even more openly hostile, with pointed comments about celebrities who believe rules exist for others, and arrogance exceeding even your father's considerable standard. During one particularly tense lesson, Snape vanished Harry's nearly perfect swelling solution moments before grading, claiming it was dangerously incorrect, despite its textbook appearance. When Harry calmly requested specific feedback on the error, Snape assigned attention for insubordination and questioning a professor's judgment, precisely the type of arbitrary authority the student association aimed to address constructively. This is getting ridiculous, Hermione fumed as they left the dungeon. He's actively sabotaging your work because of personal animosity. We should document these incidents formally through the association once it's established. That's exactly what he wants, Harry realized. He's trying to provoke me into making this a personal battle between us. If the association's first action is challenging Snape's treatment of me specifically, it validates the narrative that this is all about my personal grievances. So what do we do? Ron asked, frustrated by the apparent no-win situation. We focus on systematic issues, not individual incidents, Harry decided. Document everything, but prioritize concerns that affect many students across houses. Show this isn't about me by highlighting others' experiences and proposing constructive solutions rather than punitive measures. This strategic approach guided their next steps. The association elections proceeded smoothly, with representatives selected from each year and house through anonymous balloting supervised by Professor Flitwick. Harry deliberately declined nomination for a leadership position, instead supporting Susan Bones as chairperson, with representatives from each house forming an executive committee. He remained involved as founding advisor, providing guidance while ensuring the organization couldn't be dismissed as merely Potter's platform. Their first formal initiative demonstrated this approach perfectly. Rather than targeting specific professors for criticism, they conducted a comprehensive review of safety protocols throughout the school, identifying inconsistencies, gaps, and outdated practices across all departments. The resulting report, professionally compiled by the association and presented respectfully to staff, highlighted potential improvements that would benefit everyone, from standardized accident response procedures to updated equipment maintenance schedules. This is precisely the kind of constructive input the association was designed to provide, Professor McGonagall acknowledged during a staff-student liaison meeting in mid-October. Systematic, well-researched, and focused on common welfare rather than individual complaints. Even Snape found little to criticize in the substance of the report, though he managed a snide comment about students presuming to instruct their betters, before grudgingly implementing the suggested cauldron inspection schedule. More importantly, the initiative established the association as a serious, constructive force rather than a vehicle for grievances or rebellious posturing. This early success helped weather the political storms brewing both within and beyond Hogwarts. Lucius Malfoy, through his son and political allies, attempted to portray the association as undermining traditional values and importing disruptive Muggle concepts, but these criticisms gained limited traction given the organization's careful, respectful approach and cross-house composition. Outside Hogwarts, however, the political climate continued deteriorating. The Daily Prophet reported increasingly bitter Wizengamot debates, with the Heritage Preservation Coalition blocking progressive legislation while failing to advance their own agenda. Minister Fudge's approval ratings plummeted as both sides found his compromises unsatisfying, leading to open speculation about his political survival. More ominously, incidents targeting Muggleborns and progressives had escalated from minor harassment to legitimate security concerns. Arthur Weasley's office had been vandalized with threatening messages, several Muggleborn Ministry employees had received cursed packages, fortunately detected before opening, and Diagon Alley shops known for progressive owners had suffered mysterious break-ins with minimal theft but maximum property damage. It's coordinated intimidation, Sirius explained during one of their weekly mirror conversations. Not open warfare yet, but establishing a climate of fear and testing response capabilities. Classic Death Eater tactics from the early days of the First War. Is the Ministry doing anything effective? Harry asked, concerned by the parallels to Voldemort's previous rise. Bones is trying, Sirius replied, but she's constrained by legal limitations and Fudge's political paralysis. She can investigate incidents but struggles to connect them to the orchestrators, who maintain plausible deniability while operating through expendable intermediaries. These concerning developments seemed distant from Hogwarts's daily routines until Halloween morning, when students entered the Great Hall for breakfast to find the head table notably depleted. Only Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout were present, all wearing expressions of controlled concern. McGonagall rose as students settled, her voice magically amplified, "Your attention, please. Headmaster Dumbledore has been called to an emergency Wizengamot session regarding concerning incidents overnight. Several staff members are assisting with related matters. Classes will proceed on a modified schedule today, with details posted in your common rooms." Whispers erupted throughout the hall, speculation ranging from minor Ministry reshuffling to full-scale Death Eater attacks. The truth emerged gradually throughout the morning. Multiple coordinated incidents had occurred nationwide, including vandalism of Muggleborn businesses, threatening messages left at progressive politicians' homes, and most alarmingly, the dark mark cast over a Muggle village where a wizarding family with known progressive views resided. No casualties reported, Hermione read from an emergency edition of the Prophet that arrived at lunchtime. But the pattern and timing suggest organized extremist activity rather than isolated incidents. Minister Fudge has called for calm and unity while the DMLE investigates. Halloween, Ron noted grimly. Exactly 11 years since you-know-who's fall. That's not coincidence. It's messaging, Harry agreed. They're signaling that they're organized and ready for his return. These aren't random acts, they're demonstrations of capability. The Halloween feast proceeded under subdued conditions, with Dumbledore still absent and security visibly enhanced. Auror Tonks, no longer bothering with disguise, patrolled the hall openly, her wand ready and her expression alertly professional rather than her usual casual demeanor. Other Aurors could be glimpsed through windows, patrolling the grounds in pairs. As the feast concluded, Dumbledore returned, his expression grave as he addressed the assembled students. You are undoubtedly aware of concerning incidents beyond these walls. While Hogwarts remains secure, we must acknowledge that divisive forces seek to undermine the unity and safety of our community. I urge each of you to practice vigilance, report concerns promptly, and most importantly, resist attempts to divide us along lines of blood status or political affiliation. His words carried weight, but Harry couldn't help noticing how the hall had already physically segregated along precisely those lines. The Slytherin table, once merely house-proud, now projected visible hostility toward Muggle-born students, with Malfoy's smug expression suggesting foreknowledge of the night's events. Meanwhile, Muggle-borns across all houses clustered protectively together, their expressions ranging from confusion to genuine fear. It's already happening, Harry murmured to Ron and Hermione as they headed toward Gryffindor Tower. The divisions Voldemort exploited last time are reforming, even without him physically present. That's the most brilliant and terrifying part of his strategy, Hermione observed quietly. He doesn't need to be here personally to create the conditions for his return. His followers are preparing the ground, ensuring that when he does return, society will already be fractured and vulnerable. Their somber conversation was interrupted by a piercing scream from the corridor ahead. Rounding the corner, they encountered a nightmarish scene. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, hung stiffly suspended from a torch bracket, apparently dead or petrified. On the wall behind her, foot-high words gleamed in what looked horribly like blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. What the hell? Ron whispered, his face draining of color. The Chamber of Secrets? Isn't that just a legend? Before anyone could respond, Filch arrived, his cry of anguish upon seeing Mrs. Norris rapidly transforming into vengeful rage directed at the nearest students, primarily Harry, Ron, and Hermione. You've murdered my cat. I'll kill you for this. Within moments, the corridor filled with students returning from the feast, their shocked gasps and frightened whispers creating a backdrop to Filch's increasingly hysterical accusations. Professors pushed through the crowd, with Dumbledore taking charge of the situation with calm authority. She's not dead, Argus, he declared after examining the rigid cat. She has been petrified, though how, I cannot say. Ask him. Filch shrieked, pointing at Harry. He did this. He knows I'm a squib, and now he's targeting me. That's ridiculous, Harry replied, genuinely bewildered. I had nothing to do with this. I don't even know what the Chamber of Secrets is, let alone how to open it. If I might speak, Headmaster, Snape interjected smoothly, his dark eyes glittering with malice. Potter may have been at the wrong place at the wrong time. However, these circumstances are suspicious. Why was he in this corridor rather than proceeding directly to Gryffindor Tower with his housemates? Before Harry could defend himself, Professor McGonagall intervened sharply. The same might be asked of dozens of students, Severus. This corridor is a common route from the Great Hall to multiple common rooms and classrooms. There is no evidence connecting Mr. Potter to this incident. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed, his tone final. Innocent until proven guilty, Severus. Mrs. Norris will be restored once the Mandrix Professor Sprout is cultivating reach maturity. In the meantime, I suggest we all return to our dormitories and maintain calm. As students reluctantly dispersed, Harry noticed Malfoy's expression, not shock or fear, but smug satisfaction, as if the evening's events aligned perfectly with his expectations. That observation, combined with the timing immediately following the nationwide Halloween incidents, created a disturbing impression of coordination rather than coincidence. Back in Gryffindor Tower, the common room buzzed with frightened speculation. Older students explained the Chamber of Secrets legend to bewildered first years. Salazar Slytherin's supposed hidden chamber containing a monster that would purge the school of those unworthy to study magic, Muggleborns, in the common interpretation. But it's just a story, Hermione insisted, though her voice lacked conviction. Hogwarts, a history mentions it as a legend with no historical verification. Someone believes it's real enough to petrify Mrs. Norris, Harry pointed out. And the timing can't be coincidence. The same night as coordinated incidents across Britain, exactly 11 years after Voldemort's fall. You think it's connected to you-know-who? Ron asked, lowering his voice as nearby students glanced their way. I think it's connected to his supporters, Harry replied carefully. Whether the chamber actually exists or someone's just creating fear by referencing it, the message is the same: Muggleborns are being threatened. It's part of the pattern we've been seeing, just brought inside Hogwarts itself. That night, Harry struggled to sleep, his mind racing through implications and connections. The coordinated Halloween incidents suggested organization among Voldemort's former supporters. The chamber message targeted the same vulnerable population, Muggleborns, that Death Eaters had terrorized during the war. The timing demonstrated both symbolic thinking, Halloween, the anniversary of Voldemort's fall, and tactical coordination, simultaneous with external events to stretch response capabilities. Most disturbing was the realization that Hogwarts, supposedly the safest place in Wizarding Britain, had been penetrated by this campaign of fear. Whether the chamber was literal or metaphorical, someone within the school was actively threatening Muggle-born students, creating division and fear precisely when unity was most needed. By morning, Harry had reached a decision. This situation required a different approach than his previous challenges, not just personal advocacy or even student organization, but strategic use of the systems and precedents his own case had established. After breakfast, he sought out Auror Tonks, finding her patrolling near the library. I need to talk to Alexandra Winters, he explained after privacy charms were established. This chamber situation isn't just a school disciplinary matter, it's part of a coordinated campaign targeting Muggleborns, and it requires legal intervention. Tonks's expression shifted from casual to professionally focused. You're thinking beyond standard school response protocols. Exactly, Harry confirmed. My case established precedents about student safety and institutional responsibility. If threatening messages targeting specific groups aren't addressed systematically, it creates liability under those same precedents. Smart, Tonks acknowledged. Using the legal framework you helped establish to force more robust protection measures. She considered briefly. I can arrange a secure communication, but it needs authorization from your guardian or McGonagall as your head of house. Let's start with McGonagall, Harry decided. She witnessed the scene directly and has responsibility for student welfare as deputy headmistress. McGonagall proved receptive to Harry's reasoning, especially when he framed it in terms of institutional responsibility rather than challenging Dumbledore's authority. The precedents established in your case do indeed create obligations regarding threats to specific student populations, she acknowledged. Ms. Winters's expertise would be valuable in ensuring appropriate protocols. By that afternoon, Harry found himself in McGonagall's office with a secure Floo connection to Alexandra's London office. The young lawyer appeared through the green flames, her expression alert and professional despite the unusual consultation. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall, she greeted them. Auror Tonks has briefed me on the situation. You believe the Chamber of Secrets incident represents a targeted threat requiring legal intervention rather than merely internal school discipline? Yes, Harry confirmed. The timing and nature of the threat aligns with coordinated incidents targeting Muggleborns nationwide. This isn't isolated student misbehavior, it's part of a broader campaign using Hogwarts as another front. Alexandra nodded thoughtfully. A compelling analysis. The legal question becomes whether Hogwarts has obligations beyond standard disciplinary responses when threats target specific protected groups. The precedents from my case suggest they do, Harry noted. The Wizengamot established that magical institutions have enhanced responsibility for foreseeable harms to vulnerable populations, particularly when prior patterns exist. Precisely, Alexandra agreed, a hint of approval in her tone. The next question is what intervention would be appropriate, something sufficiently robust to protect students without unnecessarily disrupting education. The discussion continued for nearly an hour, exploring legal precedents, potential interventions, and strategic considerations. Alexandra confirmed Harry's analysis that the chamber incident triggered institutional obligations established in his case precedents, creating potential liability if inadequately addressed. More importantly, she outlined specific protocols that could be legally required, enhanced security measures, formal threat assessment, and potentially independent investigation if internal resources proved insufficient. The key, Alexandra emphasized, is balancing legitimate security concerns with proportionate response. Overreaction creates disruption and potentially furthers the threatener's goals of creating fear and division. Underreaction creates both risk to students and legal liability for the institution. So what specific measures would you recommend? McGonagall asked pragmatically. First, formal classification of the incident as a potential hate crime targeting a protected group, which triggers enhanced investigation protocols. Second, implementation of specific protection measures for potentially targeted students, including buddy systems, restricted access to isolated areas, and regular security patrols. Third, transparent communication about those measures to demonstrate institutional commitment to safety. McGonagall nodded, making notes. Reasonable and implementable. What about investigation? Begin internally but with DMLE oversight, Alexandra suggested. Auror Tonks is already on site and can coordinate. If internal resources prove insufficient or conflicts of interest emerge, independent investigation would become necessary. By the meeting's conclusion, they had developed a comprehensive approach that McGonagall would present to Dumbledore, framed not as challenging his authority but as fulfilling institutional obligations established by recent legal precedents. Alexandra would prepare formal documentation citing relevant cases and standards, providing both guidance and leverage for implementing appropriate measures. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said after Alexandra's departure. "Your perspective on this matter is both legally sound and practically valuable. I will ensure these recommendations reach the headmaster today." "Thank you for taking it seriously," Harry replied. "After everything that happened with my case, I think we all have responsibility to ensure those lessons translate into better protection for current and future students." Dumbledore's response came swiftly, demonstrating both political acumen and genuine concern for student welfare. That evening at dinner, he announced enhanced security measures, including paired movement requirements after dark, increased staff patrols, and a formal investigation led jointly by Professors McGonagall and Flitwick with Auror Tonks providing ministry liaison. "These measures," he explained to the assembled students, "reflect our absolute commitment to every student's safety, regardless of parentage or background. Hogwarts has always been a haven for all magical children, and it shall remain so despite any attempts to create division or fear." Harry noticed several staff members' surprised expressions at this comprehensive response, particularly Snape, whose dark eyes narrowed with suspicion as they darted between Dumbledore and Harry. Clearly, the potions master recognized Harry's influence in these unusually formal, legally informed protocols. The next morning's prophet confirmed the wisdom of this approach. An article headlined, "Hogwarts Implements Enhanced Protection Following Incident," presented the measures positively, contrasting the school's prompt, proportionate response with the ministry's continuing indecision regarding similar threats nationwide. Less publicly, Dumbledore requested a private meeting with Harry, conducted in his office with McGonagall present to maintain appropriate oversight given their complex history. "Your application of legal precedents to this situation was both innovative and appropriate," Dumbledore acknowledged, his blue eyes regarding Harry thoughtfully. You've taken the painful lessons of your own case and applied them constructively to protect others. That speaks to significant maturity and perspective. I just recognized the pattern, Harry replied modestly. The timing and targeting matched what's happening outside Hogwarts too closely to be coincidence. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Which raises the concerning possibility of coordination between external elements and someone within these walls. He leaned forward slightly. Have you observed anything, or anyone, that might provide insight into who might be responsible? Harry considered carefully. Malfoy seemed almost pleased when the message was discovered, not shocked like most students. But that could just be his general personality rather than specific knowledge. Noted, Dumbledore replied neutrally. I would ask that you continue to observe but not investigate directly. The protocols now in place provide appropriate channels for information, without placing you in unnecessary danger. I'm not looking for trouble, Harry assured him. I just want Hogwarts to be safe for everyone, including Muggleborns like Hermione. A worthy goal, Dumbledore acknowledged. And one that highlights the fundamental question underlying these events, both here and nationwide: what kind of wizarding society are we building? One that embraces all magical people regardless of ancestry, or one that divides and hierarchizes based on blood status? The greater good question, Harry observed, recalling their discussions following his trial. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. Indeed. Though I've been reconsidering my understanding of that concept since your case. Perhaps the true greater good cannot be pursued through means that sacrifice individual welfare, particularly of the most vulnerable. Like Muggleborn students, Harry suggested. Precisely. Dumbledore studied him with renewed interest. You've developed a remarkably nuanced political understanding for someone your age, Harry. I've had good teachers, Harry replied with a hint of irony. Nothing educates like being at the center of a legal and political controversy. Despite the increased security and formal investigation, tension at Hogwarts escalated in the days following the chamber message. Muggleborn students moved in nervous groups, while certain pure-blood Slytherins adopted threatening postures, clearly enjoying the climate of fear. Rumors proliferated about the chamber's location, the nature of Slytherin's monster, and potential suspects behind the message. The Student Association responded admirably, organizing cross-house buddy systems, compiling factual information to counter wild speculation, and providing formal channels for reporting concerns. Their measured, practical approach demonstrated the value of organized student representation, earning praise from staff and strengthening their institutional position. Just as the initial panic began subsiding, however, disaster struck. Colin Creevey, a first-year Muggleborn Gryffindor known for his enthusiastic photography, was found petrified near the hospital wing, his camera raised as if he'd seen something through the viewfinder. Unlike Mrs. Norris, whose condition might have been explained by various magical means, a petrified student represented undeniable escalation. Dumbledore called an emergency assembly, his expression grave as he addressed the suddenly silent hall. As you may have heard, a student has been attacked. He is petrified, not dead, and will be restored when the Mandrake restorative draft can be prepared. However, this attack represents a serious escalation that requires corresponding measures. Those measures proved comprehensive: mandatory escort for all movement between classes, suspended evening activities including Quidditch practice, enhanced detection wards throughout the castle, and a team of ministry specialists arriving to assist the investigation. Most significantly, parents were formally notified of the situation with options for temporary withdrawal if desired, an unprecedented level of transparency for Hogwarts, which had historically managed crises internally without parental involvement. These protocols directly reflect the precedents from your case, Hermione noted as they discussed the developments in the Gryffindor common room. The formal notification, options for withdrawal, independent investigators, all standards established in the Wizengamot ruling. It's working, then, Harry observed. The system is responding appropriately instead of covering things up or handling it internally without accountability. Ron looked less convinced. That's all well and good, but something's still petrifying people, and we don't know what or who. Extra patrols are nice, but they didn't protect Colin, did they? Harry couldn't argue with this practical assessment. The enhanced security measures demonstrated institutional responsiveness but hadn't prevented a second attack. The investigation remained frustratingly inconclusive, with no magical signature detected and no witnesses to either incident. The situation deteriorated further when, despite the increased security, a second student was attacked, Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Muggle-born Hufflepuff. More disturbing still, nearly headless Nick was found petrified alongside him, raising horrifying questions about a force powerful enough to affect even ghosts. This second student attack triggered protocol escalation. Parents were offered immediate supervised flu evacuation of their children if desired, classes were consolidated to minimize movement through the castle, and Aurors were stationed permanently on site rather than visiting periodically. The Board of Governors convened an emergency session to review the situation, with whispers of potential school closure if the threat couldn't be contained. Harry found himself navigating complex political crosscurrents as these developments unfolded. The Student Association had become a crucial communication channel between nervous students and overwhelmed staff, elevating his influence despite his deliberate background role. Dumbledore increasingly consulted him on student perspectives, acknowledging his unique position at the intersection of legal precedent, student organization, and symbolic importance. Most unexpectedly, Harry discovered that his measured approach had earned respect from unexpected quarters. Daphne Greengrass and Blaise Zabini, the moderate Slytherin contingent, sought a private meeting to discuss mutual interests in resolving the situation without unnecessary institutional damage. Let me be direct, Greengrass began after privacy charms were established in an unused classroom. Not all Slytherins support what's happening, regardless of what Malfoy's crowd suggests. Some of us recognize that these attacks damage Hogwarts itself and, by extension, all our educations and future prospects. We're not asking you to trust us, Zabini added pragmatically. We're suggesting aligned interests. You want the attacks stopped to protect Muggleborns. We want them stopped to prevent potential school closure or permanent reputation damage. What are you proposing? Harry asked, intrigued by this unexpected alliance opportunity. Information sharing, Greengrass replied. We have access to conversations in Slytherin that you don't. You have influence with the investigation that we don't. Discreet collaboration benefits both parties. Malfoy knows something, Zabini added. Not necessarily direct involvement, but he has information. His behavior changed before the first message appeared, more smug, more hints about changes coming to Hogwarts. This arrangement proved valuable, creating an intelligence channel into Slytherin House that the formal investigation lacked. Through careful observation and strategic eavesdropping, Greengrass and Zabini confirmed that while Malfoy wasn't directly responsible for the attacks, he had foreknowledge of the chamber plan and regularly communicated with his father about developments. It's a coordinated effort, Harry reported to Professor McGonagall after receiving this intelligence. The chamber situation isn't isolated, it's connected to the same people organizing incidents outside Hogwarts. The timing, targeting, and escalation pattern all align with broader strategy. McGonagall's expression tightened. That would explain why our internal investigation hasn't identified a culprit. We're looking for a student acting alone, not a sophisticated operation with external support. This assessment reached Dumbledore and the investigation team, prompting revised approaches focusing on communication channels between Hogwarts and suspected Death Eater sympathizers. Magical mail screening identified several suspicious packages and letters, though nothing directly linked to the chamber activities. The situation reached crisis level in early December when a third attack claimed 2 victims simultaneously, Penelope Clearwater and Hermione Granger, found petrified near the library with a small mirror clutched between them. Harry's closest friend becoming a victim transformed his engagement from principled concern to personal mission, his determination hardening into something cold and focused. This ends now, he declared to Ron as they stood vigil beside Hermione's petrified form in the hospital wing. 3 attacks on Muggleborns isn't coincidence or student pranking, it's targeted terrorism inside a school. If the internal investigation can't stop it, we need to escalate further. What are you thinking? Ron asked, his own expression unusually serious after seeing Hermione's still form. Legal intervention, Harry replied. The precedents from my case established minimum safety standards for magical education. 3 petrification attacks with no culprit identified and no effective prevention meets the threshold for institutional failure requiring external oversight. Through Auror Tonks, Harry arranged another consultation with Alexandra, this time including Sirius via mirror communication to provide guardian authorization. Harry presented a comprehensive case for escalated intervention, citing specific precedents from his trial, documenting the pattern of attacks, and demonstrating their connection to external anti-Muggleborn activities. The legal standard established in Potter v. Ministry requires prompt, effective response to identified threats targeting vulnerable populations, Harry noted, quoting directly from the verdict. 3 escalating attacks with no perpetrator identified and no effective prevention measures demonstrates failure to meet that standard. Alexandra's expression showed professional appreciation for his well-structured argument. You've applied the precedents correctly. The question becomes what remedy would be appropriate, something sufficient to address the threat without unnecessarily disrupting education. Temporary supervised evacuation of Muggleborn students until the threat is neutralized, Harry proposed. Continued education through alternative means, investigation by independent specialists rather than school staff, and formal ministry classification as a potential hate crime series rather than school disciplinary matter. The discussion extended to practical implementation, legal mechanisms for requiring such measures, and strategic considerations about potential resistance. Ultimately, Alexandra agreed to prepare formal documentation citing the relevant precedents and standards, which Sirius would submit as Harry's guardian to trigger mandatory review procedures. This will create significant institutional pressure, Alexandra warned. The Board of Governors, the Ministry, and Hogwarts administration will all face competing imperatives. Be prepared for political resistance framed as practical concern. Hermione is lying petrified because she's Muggle-born, Harry replied firmly. Political considerations don't outweigh actual student safety. The formal intervention request created precisely the institutional earthquake Alexandra had predicted. The Board of Governors convened an emergency session, the Ministry established a crisis response team, and Dumbledore found himself navigating conflicting authorities and jurisdictions. Most significantly, parents of Muggle-born students mobilized, forming an advocacy group that demanded immediate action beyond Hogwarts's internal procedures. After 48 hours of intense negotiation, a comprehensive intervention plan was announced. Muggle-born students would be temporarily relocated to a ministry facility with continued education provided by rotating Hogwarts staff. A specialist team from the Department of Mysteries would conduct intensive investigation of the chamber legends and petrification mechanism, and the DMLE would establish permanent presence at Hogwarts until the threat was neutralized. Implementation began immediately, transforming Hogwarts's daily operations. Muggle-born students were evacuated under Auror protection, with tearful goodbyes and promises to maintain contact through supervised communication channels. Classes were reorganized to accommodate rotating faculty assignments at both locations. Security measures increased dramatically, with restricted areas, magical monitoring of all castle movements, and regular sweeps for dark magical signatures. The most dramatic development came from the Department of Mysteries team, whose specialized knowledge quickly narrowed potential explanations for the petrifications. The symptom pattern is consistent with indirect exposure to basilisk gaze, their preliminary report concluded. Direct gaze causes immediate death, reflection or filtered exposure causes petrification. This aligns with all observed cases. The cat saw reflection in water, the first student through camera lens, the ghost directly but as already dead entity, the final 2 via mirror glimpse. This identification transformed the investigation from nebulous threat assessment to specific containment strategy. Roosters, whose cry is fatal to basilisks, were stationed throughout the castle. Enchanted mirrors were installed at corridor junctions to provide indirect viewing around corners. The remaining students were issued emergency port keys activated by a simple code word, bypassing Hogwarts' normal anti-transportation wards. Despite these measures, the fundamental questions remained unanswered: who had released a basilisk, how were they controlling it, and where was the legendary chamber actually located? The school remained in partial lockdown, with education continuing but under highly constrained conditions that couldn't be sustained indefinitely. The political fallout intensified as the crisis dragged on. Minister Fudge, already weakened by his vacillating response to earlier incidents, faced direct challenges to his leadership when the Wizengamot convened to address the Hogwarts situation. Lucius Malfoy led a faction arguing that Dumbledore's progressive approaches to education had compromised security, while Amelia Bones countered that systematic ministry underfunding of magical law enforcement had left critical institutions vulnerable. The debate culminated in a no-confidence vote that Fudge survived by only 3 votes, leaving him politically wounded and desperate to demonstrate decisive action. In a transparent attempt to appear proactive, he announced the suspension of Dumbledore pending resolution of the Hogwarts crisis, a move that pleased traditional factions while creating administrative chaos at the worst possible moment. "It's exactly what they wanted," Harry observed grimly when news of Dumbledore's suspension reached Gryffindor Tower. "Create a crisis, then use it to remove the person most capable of resolving it." "But why?" Ron wondered, his strategic mind working through the implications. "Yeah, Malfoy's crowd has always hated Dumbledore, but removing him during a basilisk crisis just makes everyone less safe, including their own kids." Unless that's precisely the point, Harry realized with sudden clarity. They don't want the crisis resolved quickly. They want it prolonged to demonstrate that Hogwarts isn't safe under current leadership, that progressive approaches to education have failed, that stronger measures against Muggle-born integration are necessary. Political leverage through manufactured crisis, Ron translated. Create the problem, block effective solutions, then offer your own alternative that advances your actual agenda. This insight crystallized Harry's understanding of the broader strategy at work. The chamber situation wasn't just about terrorizing Muggle-borns or demonstrating pro-Voldemort sentiment, it was a sophisticated political operation designed to undermine progressive institutions, create openings for traditionalist leadership, and establish conditions favorable for Voldemort's eventual return. Against this backdrop of political maneuvering, Harry received an unexpected message: Ginny Weasley urgently needed to speak with him about something related to the chamber. Ron's normally shy sister had been withdrawing progressively throughout the term, appearing increasingly pale and distracted, but her sudden insistence on meeting privately suggested something beyond ordinary stress. They met in an empty classroom under Auror Tonks's discreet supervision, privacy assured but safety maintained. Ginny appeared terrified, her hands shaking as she extracted a small black diary from her robes. "I think I've been helping whoever's behind the attacks," she whispered, tears streaming down her freckled face. "Not on purpose, I didn't know, but this diary, it's evil, Harry. It writes back, and there are periods where I can't remember what I've been doing, and they match when the attacks happened." The diary belonged to T.M. Riddle, according to the faded name on the cover. When Harry carefully examined it, the pages appeared blank, but something about it radiated wrongness, a subtle magical aura that felt disturbingly familiar. "Where did you get this?" he asked gently, containing his alarm behind a calm facade. "Tucked inside my second-hand Transfiguration book," Ginny replied, shuddering. "I thought someone had just forgotten it. I started writing in it, and it wrote back, and it was so understanding about everything, being the youngest, having hand-me-downs, my crush on you." She blushed despite her distress. "But then I started losing time, finding rooster feathers on my robes, waking up in strange places with no memory of how I got there." The implications were horrifying. Someone had deliberately planted a magically invasive object on a vulnerable first year, using her as an unwitting accomplice in the chamber plot. More disturbing still, the T.M. Riddle matched Tom Marvolo Riddle, Voldemort's birth name, according to Dumbledore's previous revelations. "You did exactly the right thing bringing this to me," Harry assured her. "This isn't your fault, you were used by whoever planted this diary." We need to get this to the Aurors immediately. Tonks, listening from nearby, stepped forward. I'll take custody of the item with full evidentiary protocols. Miss Weasley, you'll need to provide a formal statement, but you're being treated as a victim of magical manipulation, not a suspect. The diary's discovery and Ginny's statement transformed the investigation. Department of Mysteries specialists identified the object as containing highly sophisticated possession-capable dark magic, with similarities to known Voldemort-created artifacts. More significantly, they determined it was likely connected to the chamber's operation, potentially serving as both a control mechanism for the basilisk and a means of possessing Ginny for specific tasks she couldn't later remember. A massive search operation began, focusing on areas Ginny recalled being drawn to during her missing periods. Using this information combined with basilisk movement patterns derived from attack locations, investigators narrowed potential chamber entrances to the second-floor girls' bathroom, specifically, a sink that had never worked properly and bore a small snake engraving on its tap. Parseltongue activated in trance, the lead investigator concluded. Consistent with Slytherin's historical association with serpents and the basilisk itself. We'll need a Parselmouth to open it, or extremely complex curse-breaking to bypass the security. Harry immediately recognized the implications. As a known Parselmouth following the dueling club incident, he represented the most straightforward means of accessing the chamber. Yet this created obvious security concerns given his status and the unknown dangers below. The solution emerged through careful negotiation between Sirius, McGonagall, as acting headmistress, and the investigation team. Harry would provide the Parseltongue command to open the entrance but remain safely outside while a specialist team entered the chamber for reconnaissance and potential basilisk neutralization. His involvement would be minimal and heavily protected, acknowledging both his unique capability and the importance of his safety. The operation was scheduled for the following morning, with elaborate security arrangements and multiple contingency plans. That night, however, events accelerated dramatically when Alexandra Winters arrived at Hogwarts for a final consultation before the chamber breach, bringing urgent intelligence from her ministry contacts. Lucius Malfoy is making political moves that suggest foreknowledge of tomorrow's operation, she reported to McGonagall, Sirius, and Harry in the acting headmistress's office. He's called for an emergency Board of Governors meeting tomorrow afternoon, with an agenda suggesting plans to permanently remove Dumbledore and implement heritage protective policies at Hogwarts. He's anticipating the crisis resolution and positioning to control the narrative, Sirius observed grimly. Once the chamber is accessed and the basilisk neutralized, he'll claim credit for forcing effective action through Dumbledore's removal. Precisely, Alexandra confirmed. Furthermore, we've uncovered evidence suggesting Malfoy himself may have planted the diary on Ginny Weasley. A witness observed him handling her second-hand books during an altercation with Arthur Weasley at Flourish and Blotts before term began. This connection between Malfoy and the diary created both legal and political implications. If proven, it would establish direct culpability for the chamber attacks, transforming the narrative from student safety concerns to deliberate endangerment by a Board of Governors member. The political calculus would shift dramatically, with Malfoy's faction implicated rather than empowered by the crisis resolution. We need conclusive evidence linking Malfoy to the diary before tomorrow's board meeting, Alexandra emphasized. The diary itself provides magical evidence of manipulation, but not who provided it initially. Without that connection, Malfoy maintains plausible deniability while capitalizing politically on the situation. Their planning session was interrupted by an urgent message. Auror Tonks had been attacked while guarding the bathroom entrance, found stunned and unconscious. More alarmingly, the bathroom showed signs of recent access, suggesting someone had entered the chamber preemptively, potentially to destroy evidence or alter conditions before the official investigation. We can't wait until morning, McGonagall decided immediately. If someone has accessed the chamber, the situation is active and requires immediate response. The question becomes who should participate given the elevated risk. What followed was intense debate about appropriate procedure given the emergency circumstances. The specialist team remained on standby but would require time to mobilize fully. Harry's Parseltongue ability provided immediate access but placed him at risk. Security protocols established clear restrictions on student involvement in dangerous operations, yet practical necessity created competing imperatives. The compromise reached reflected both legal requirements and practical urgency. Harry would open the entrance accompanied by Sirius, as both guardian and combat-experienced wizard, and McGonagall, with an advanced team of Aurors providing immediate backup. The full specialist team would follow as rapidly as mobilization allowed, ideally within minutes rather than the originally planned hour. "I don't like this," Alexandra stated firmly as preparations began. "It compromises established safety protocols and creates unnecessary risk to a minor with unique significance." "I don't like it either," Sirius agreed, checking his wand with grim determination. "But someone's already down there, potentially destroying evidence linking Malfoy to this entire operation. The political and safety consequences of allowing that extend well beyond tonight's risks." Harry appreciated their concern but felt strangely calm. After months of reactive response to the chamber situation, taking direct action, even limited to opening the entrance, represented concrete progress. More importantly, resolving the crisis might finally free Hermione and the other petrification victims from their suspended animation, a goal that outweighed personal safety considerations in his calculation. The second-floor bathroom was eerily silent when they arrived, Tonks having been evacuated to the hospital wing after preliminary healing. The sink with its serpentine engraving stood innocuous yet menacing, its ordinary appearance belying its function as entrance to a legendary chamber of horrors. "I'll need to imagine the snake is real to speak Parseltongue," Harry explained, focusing on the small engraving. "It doesn't work if I'm consciously trying." Concentrating on the tiny silver snake, Harry whispered, "Open," the word emerging as a sibilant hiss that raised goosebumps on everyone present. Immediately, the sink receded into the floor, revealing a large pipe descending into darkness, a passage easily wide enough for a person to slide down, or for a massive serpent to ascend. "Stand back now, Harry," Sirius directed firmly. "The Auror team goes first, then McGonagall and me. You remain here with the secondary team unless specifically authorized to follow." Harry nodded, understanding the protocol even as part of him chafed at being sidelined after providing essential access. The advanced Auror team cast detection spells into the passage, confirming no immediate threats before disappearing one by one into the darkness. McGonagall and Sirius followed, leaving Harry with Alexandra and the backup security team in tense silence. Minutes stretched endlessly as they awaited communication. The backup team maintained constant magical contact with those below, reporting ongoing exploration and no immediate threats, but little substantive detail. Harry found himself unconsciously counting seconds, wondering what discoveries were occurring beneath their feet. The peaceful stillness shattered without warning. A massive concussive force blasted upward through the pipe, knocking everyone off balance as dust and debris erupted from the opening. Simultaneously, the magical communication link went silent, severed by whatever had caused the explosion. "Containment protocols," shouted the lead Auror, immediately establishing magical barriers around the pipe entrance. "Possible hostile breach imminent." Alexandra pushed Harry behind her, wand drawn as she backed them both toward the bathroom exit. "We need to evacuate you immediately," she insisted. "Whatever's happening, you're potentially a primary target." Before they could reach the door, however, something massive surged up through the pipe, not the basilisk, but a controlled explosion of stone and metal that blasted through the containment barriers. Fragments tore through the room like shrapnel, forcing everyone to shield or take cover. Through the chaos emerged a figure Harry recognized with horror, Lucius Malfoy, his elegant robes torn and dirty but his expression triumphant as he pointed his wand directly at Alexandra and Harry. "How convenient," he drawled, though his voice held tension beneath its customary smoothness. The boy who lived and his legal crusader, precisely the loose ends requiring attention. The Aurors responded instantly, shields reinforcing and offensive spells launching toward Malfoy. But he had prepared carefully, activating some device that created a localized anti-magic field around himself, causing the spells to dissipate harmlessly before reaching him. Ministry-grade protection, he explained with cold satisfaction. Acquired through appropriate channels for Board of Governors security purposes, naturally. Effective, isn't it? Alexandra pushed Harry further behind her, backing them both toward a position of better cover. Whatever you're attempting, Lucius, you've already failed. The diary has been identified as a dark artifact, and we have evidence linking it to you directly. Evidence that will unfortunately be destroyed in tonight's tragic accident, Malfoy replied, extracting a small silvery device from his robes. A terrible magical backfire during unauthorized chamber exploration, claiming several lives including, sadly, young Mr. Potter's. A sobering reminder of why proper heritage protective measures are necessary at Hogwarts. Everything happened simultaneously. Malfoy activated the device, Alexandra shoved Harry violently sideways while casting a shield charm, and the Aurors launched renewed attacks from multiple angles. The resulting magical interaction created chaotic energy discharges throughout the bathroom, shattering mirrors and plumbing fixtures as conflicting spells collided. Harry hit the floor hard, rolling behind a shattered stall as fragments of porcelain rained around him. Through the destruction, he glimpsed Alexandra still standing, maintaining a shield charm between Malfoy and Harry's position even as magical backlash tore through the room. Then everything seemed to slow, a terrible clarity descending as Harry watched Malfoy aim directly at Alexandra and trigger his device once more. The anti-magic field shouldn't have produced an offensive effect, yet something else activated simultaneously, a cutting curse of extraordinary power that bypassed Alexandra's shield as if it weren't there. The curse struck her fully, a terrible diagonal slash from shoulder to hip. She crumpled without a sound, her shield dissipating as she fell. Blood spread across the tiled floor with horrifying speed, far too much for ordinary healing to address. Alexandra! Harry cried, instinct driving him toward her fallen form despite the danger. An aura intercepted him, physically restraining him while colleagues concentrated overwhelming force against Malfoy, who had lost his advantage of surprise. Magical barriers and pure numerical advantage gradually forced him backward, his expression transforming from triumph to calculation to grim determination. "This changes nothing," he declared, backing toward the chamber entrance. "The wizarding world will choose its path, continued degradation through Muggle influence or restoration of proper magical values. Tonight is merely one battle in that greater war." With those words, he triggered another device, not an attack but a massive smoke screen combined with what felt like localized apparition disruption. In the confusion, he disappeared back down the chamber passage, sealing it behind him with a thunderous collapse that blocked pursuit. Harry barely registered Malfoy's escape, his attention fixed on Alexandra's still form as emergency medical responders worked frantically over her. Their expressions told the story their professional demeanor tried to mask. The damage was catastrophic, beyond standard magical healing capability. "We need to get her to St. Mungo's immediately," the lead healer ordered. "Maximum priority emergency transportation." "Will she survive?" Harry asked, his voice sounding distant to his own ears. The healer's hesitation revealed the truth before his careful words. "We'll do everything possible, Mr. Potter. But you should prepare yourself. This type of injury with this severity is extremely challenging." The next hours passed in a blur of activity. Alexandra was transported to St. Mungo's via emergency medical portkey. The chamber entrance was secured pending full specialist response. McGonagall and Sirius were extracted safely, having been trapped below by Malfoy's controlled cave-in rather than harmed directly. The Ministry declared Lucius Malfoy a fugitive, his board position immediately terminated as Aurors secured Malfoy Manor. Through it all, Harry moved as if underwater, processing events with unnatural detachment. He provided his statement mechanically, answered questions precisely, and followed security protocols without objection. The emotional reality remained held at bay by shock, his mind protecting itself from fully absorbing what had occurred. That protection shattered when Sirius drew him aside after the initial chaos had settled, taking him to McGonagall's office for privacy before delivering the news Harry had subconsciously anticipated. "Alexandra didn't make it," Sirius said quietly, his own eyes red-rimmed with grief. The curse Malfoy used contained dark magic components that prevented even emergency magical healing. She never regained consciousness. Something broke inside Harry, a dam holding back the emotional torrent of not just this loss but everything it represented. Alexandra had been his first true advocate, the first adult who had listened when he questioned authority, who had helped him navigate systems designed to silence children. She had transformed his personal quest for justice into something larger, something that helped others beyond himself. And now she was gone, another loss in a life already defined by absence. "She died protecting me," Harry said numbly. "She pushed me aside and maintained her shield until," yes, Sirius confirmed, pulling Harry into a tight embrace as tears finally came. "She made a choice, Harry. She valued your life above her own safety. Not because you're the boy who lived or the subject of prophecy, but because you were her client, her responsibility, and ultimately, someone she cared about protecting." Harry sobbed against Sirius's shoulder, grief mingling with guilt and rage. "It's not fair. She was just doing her job, helping make things better. Malfoy killed her because she was exposing his connection to the diary, to the chamber attacks, to all of it. And he'll answer for that," Sirius promised, his voice hardening. "Alexandra's death transforms this from political maneuvering to murder investigation. Every resource of magical law enforcement will focus on bringing him to justice." When Harry had regained some composure, McGonagall joined them, her own expression grave with shared loss. "Ms. Winters's sacrifice will not be in vain," she assured Harry. "The evidence she helped uncover has already prevented Lucius Malfoy's faction from controlling the narrative. Rather than emerging strengthened from this crisis, they are now implicated directly in creating it." This offered cold comfort against the immediate pain of loss, but Harry recognized the significance. Alexandra's work had extended beyond individual cases to systemic change, exposing corruption, establishing new precedents, protecting vulnerable populations from exploitation. Her death was a tragedy, but the structures she had helped build would continue protecting others. "What happens now?" Harry asked, wiping his eyes. "With the chamber, the basilisk, all of it. The specialist team has secured the chamber entrance and will proceed with full safety protocols," McGonagall explained. "Preliminary exploration confirms Slytherin's chamber does indeed exist and contains a basilisk of exceptional size, currently in dormant state. Controlled neutralization will proceed once appropriate preparations are complete." "And the diary?" Harry pressed. "The connection to Voldemort?" Sirius and McGonagall exchanged glances before Sirius replied carefully, "The Department of Mysteries has confirmed the diary contains extremely dark magic consistent with Voldemort's known work. Its ability to possess Ginny and control the basilisk suggests capabilities beyond normal enchantment. Dumbledore has been consulted despite his suspension and believes it may be something called a Horcrux, a container for a soul fragment created through murder." The implications were horrifying, not just a magical device but a piece of Voldemort himself, planted deliberately to reopen the chamber and create terror at Hogwarts. Combined with the coordinated external activities and Malfoy's involvement, it painted a picture of sophisticated long-term strategy rather than isolated incidents. "They're preparing for his return," Harry said with sudden clarity. "Creating division, undermining institutions, identifying sympathizers and opponents. The chamber was just one operation in a larger campaign." "Yes," McGonagall confirmed gravely. "And while this particular plot has been exposed, the broader movement continues. Lucius Malfoy may be a fugitive, but his allies remain in positions throughout wizarding society, advancing the same agenda through less openly criminal means." The conversation continued, addressing practical matters of Harry's security, ongoing investigation procedures, and arrangements for Alexandra's memorial. Throughout, Harry felt a transformation occurring within himself, grief crystallizing into determination, shock hardening into resolve. Alexandra had died protecting him and the values they both believed in, honoring her memory meant continuing that work despite the personal cost. Days later, as the basilisk was neutralized under controlled circumstances and the petrification victims prepared for restoration once the Mandrake restorative draft matured, Harry stood at Alexandra's memorial service. Her family, parents she had rarely mentioned, a younger sister just entering magical education, accepted condolences from a startling array of attendees, ministry officials, legal colleagues, clients she had represented, reformers she had supported. Her impact extended far beyond her years, a legacy of lives improved through her commitment to justice. Dumbledore, reinstated as headmaster after Malfoy's exposure collapsed the manufactured crisis, approached Harry as the service concluded. His expression held genuine sorrow rather than his usual inscrutable calm. "Ms. Winters exemplified the best of our legal traditions," he said quietly. "She understood that true justice must protect the vulnerable, not just the powerful. Her loss diminishes us all." Harry nodded, unable to form words that wouldn't sound hollow against his grief. "She once challenged me about my understanding of the greater good," Dumbledore continued. "She argued that no abstract concept of collective welfare could justify sacrificing individual rights, particularly of those least able to protect themselves. I believe she was correct, a truth I came to recognize too late in your case, but one that has profound implications for how we must respond to the challenges ahead." Harry found his voice at last. "She died protecting me, but also the principles she believed in, that systems should serve everyone equally, that power must be accountable, that vulnerable people deserve advocates. Honoring her means continuing that work, not just grieving her loss." Dumbledore studied him with newfound respect. "Wisdom beyond your years, Harry. And a perspective that will be essential as we face what lies ahead. Voldemort and his followers seek to divide our society, to establish hierarchies of worth based on blood status. Their greater good sacrifices some for the benefit of others. The alternative requires more difficult, nuanced work, building systems that protect everyone's dignity while acknowledging our differences." As Harry returned to Hogwarts, where Hermione and the other victims would soon be restored from petrification, where the chamber had been secured against future exploitation, where students cautiously resumed normal activities, he carried both grief and determination. Alexandra's death had exposed the stakes of the brewing conflict, not just political disagreement but a fundamental question about what kind of wizarding society would emerge from these challenges. The so-called greater good had been invoked to justify leaving Harry with abusive relatives, imprisoning Sirius without trial, and maintaining systems that failed vulnerable people. Now it was being invoked to justify blood purism, institutional corruption, and violence against those who challenged traditional power structures. The alternative, messy, imperfect, constantly evolving protection of individual dignity within community, required persistent advocacy rather than grand sacrifices. That advocacy would continue, Harry resolved, in Alexandra's memory and for those still vulnerable to exploitation. The boy who sued had evolved from seeking personal justice to understanding systemic change, from challenging specific failures to recognizing patterns of power and vulnerability. Whatever came next, Voldemort's inevitable return, political realignment, institutional reform, would find him prepared not just magically but philosophically for the deeper battle beneath the surface conflicts. Justice wasn't merely punishment for wrongdoing but building systems that prevented harm in the first place, a lesson Alexandra had taught through both her life and her death. In the quiet aftermath of crisis, as Hogwarts slowly healed and Wizarding Britain reckoned with exposed corruption at its highest levels, that lesson remained Harry's guiding principle and enduring tribute to the advocate who had changed everything by simply taking a child's questions seriously. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.